notes dance in the sunlit Cairo archives as I delve into the towering stacks of Ottoman ledgers. Amidst the labyrinth of ancient texts, a scribbled note emerges, hinting at secrets long forgotten. My fingers trace the faded ink, the words Al-Kutub al-Kafia, resonating with mystery. A hushed revelation escapes my lips, giving voice to the legend, the hidden library. Deep in the Cairo archives, a locked iron grate stands as a stark barrier in the dimly lit sub-basement. I halt before it, the air thick with anticipation and dread. From the other side, a low rhythmic voice begins to whisper, its verses echoing in an unknown tongue. I frantically activate my recorder, hoping to capture the eerie incantation. But only static fills the recording, an unnerving void where the mysterious words should be. In the Cairo archive sub-basement, dust motes swirl in the dim light of a single bare bulb. Towering shelves packed with ancient scrolls stretch into the inky blackness, their secrets long forgotten. Omar, a young guard, shifts uneasily, his eyes wide with apprehension as he scans the oppressive shadows. The air hangs heavy with the weight of centuries, each scroll whispering tales of forgotten empires and arcane knowledge. His voice barely a whisper, Omar's fear becomes palpable. He reads tonight. Omar's face is pale, his fear reflecting in the dim light. Under the veil of night, a bribe exchanges hands, granting access to the Cairo archives sub-basement. Alone, I begin my descent, the spiraling stairs leading into the abyss of the archives. The flashlight beam pierces through the oppressive darkness, a solitary beacon in the subterranean maze. Each step echoes in the silence, amplifying the mystery and anticipation of what lies hidden below. A long, silent corridor stretches into the depths of the catacombs, promising untold secrets. Books are fused into the walls, their ancient spines creating a haunting, literary mosaic. The air hangs heavy and warm, pulsating with an almost palpable hum. Each book whispers untold stories, their pages forever sealed within the stone. An unsettling warmth emanates from the walls, betraying the catacombs' hidden energy. The continuous hum vibrates through the corridor, hinting at something ancient and powerful. I stand transfixed before an ebony door, its dark surface promising both secrets and shadows. Etched into the wood, a verse glows faintly in the dim light. Knowledge is eternal, but its keeper must not be seen. A deep breath fills my lungs as I consider the weight of the words, the challenge they present. My hand trembles slightly as I reach out, the cool smoothness of the ebony, a stark contrast to my rising anticipation. With a determined push, the door swings inward, revealing the hidden library and its untold mysteries. The circular chamber looms, its scale immense and disorienting. Countless scrolls and ancient books form silent sentinels, their spines fading into the shadows of the unseen ceiling. Candles flicker in stone sconces, their flames unnaturally still in the heavy air. The light dances across the aged parchment, revealing hints of forgotten knowledge. A palpable presence permeates the chamber, a weight of history and untold secrets. The air hangs thick and heavy, laden with the scent of dust and time. In the depths of the circular chamber, soft footsteps break the silence, echoing off the stone walls. A tall, enigmatic figure emerges from the towering stacks, cloaked in flowing gray robes. The figure's face remains hidden, veiled in shadow, adding to the mystery. An ethereal quill dances across the pages of a book suspended midair, writing with an unseen hand. The quill moves with uncanny precision, each stroke echoing through the ancient chamber. The scene unfolds with an otherworldly grace, the chamber holding its breath in anticipation. In the circular chamber, a chilling voice echoes, whispering forgotten names that hang heavy in the air. I freeze, paralyzed by the sound, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The quill, suspended in midair, becomes a silent witness to the unfolding dread. Each syllable spoken feels like a drop of ice, freezing my resolve and numbing my senses. Shadows dance on the walls, mimicking the sinister cadence of the unseen speaker. An invisible force seems to grip the very air, tightening around me with each whispered name. Within the echoing circular chamber, an alien resonance fills the air, bypassing the ears to strike directly at the mind. The chamber hums with unseen energy, its circular walls seeming to pulse with light and shadow. A disembodied voice echoes, its words a stark warning and promise. You have entered the archive of the unremembered. The voice continues, the weight of its message settling deep within. What is read here cannot be forgotten. My flashlight sputters, casting a pathetic orange glow that barely penetrates the oppressive darkness of the circular chamber. The beam shrinks, faltering like a dying ember, threatening to leave me completely vulnerable. Then, with a final flicker, the light winks out, plunging me into absolute and suffocating darkness. Darkness engulfs me, a thick, impenetrable blanket that smothers all sense of direction and reality. The silence is deafening, amplifying the feeling of isolation and the unknown horrors that may lurk just beyond my reach. The circular chamber is plunged into an ethereal glow as the lights flicker back to life, banishing the darkness. In the heart of the room, a stone pedestal presents itself, an altar of ancient secrets. Resting atop the pedestal, an open book awaits, its presence both inviting and ominous. The pages of the book are unsettlingly blank, stark white canvases promising untold stories or terrifying voids. In the circular chamber, an eerie silence hangs, as if waiting for something momentous. Fresh ink bleeds into existence, forming letters that shimmer with an otherworldly glow. My name materializes, stark and undeniable, followed by the date of my birth. Finally, chilling words appear. Arrival noted. I bolt through the catacomb corridor, my breath echoing off the ancient stone. The walls morph into pages, their surfaces alive with whispering scripts. The air vibrates with the murmur of unknown languages, each syllable a chilling secret. Flickering shadows dance along the edges, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous figures. Each shadow seems to watch, to judge, as I desperately search for an escape from this labyrinth of forgotten lore. I stumble back, the looming metal gate a barrier against the unknown depths of the Cairo archives. My key, now molten and fused to my palm, a searing testament to the impossible. Frantically, I test the gate, its unyielding surface mocking my desperate attempts. The gate remains sealed, trapping me in the sub-basement. A chilling whisper snakes through the ancient catacombs, unseen yet palpable, surrounding the keeper. The stones themselves seem to pulse with an ancient power, the source of the haunting presence. The keeper writes, the whisper breathes, enveloping him. The memory must be shelved. Dawn breaks, casting a pale light across my disheveled apartment. I wake with a start, a cold dread gripping my heart. My hands are stained with ink, a stark reminder of the night's lost hours. A chilling realization dawns as I survey the room. My notes are missing. My notes and camera are gone. The narration echoes, confirming my worst fears. Sunlight floods the apartment, turning dust motes into a swirling galaxy. A dark leather book rests ominously on the otherwise clear desk, beckoning with untold secrets. The pages are filled with handwriting that is undeniably mine, each stroke a ghost of memory. The detailed entries chronicle experiences I do not recall, a haunting echo of a life unknown. Confusion crashes over me, each impossible word deepening the mystery of my own existence. Sunlight floods my apartment, illuminating the gentle dance of dust motes in the air. Lost in the story, I sit on the couch, a worn book open in my hands. My finger traces the words on the final page, a sense of anticipation building. The last line hangs in the air, a mysterious invitation. The reading continues tonight. Frustration mounts as I lunge to destroy the book, fingers tightening around its ancient spine. The pages blur as I pour every ounce of my will into obliterating its existence. Yeah, with each sunrise, an unsettling dread fills the room as I see it again. The book sits innocently on my desk, mocking my efforts with its silent presence. A cold sweat breaks out as the futility of my struggle sinks in. The book, an unyielding specter in my sanctuary. Moonlight paints the room in long shadows as I writhe in bed, tangled in twisted sheets. A whisper slithers through the silence, a familiar presence weaving its way into the room. Ancient verses echo like haunting lullabies, offering no solace against the encroaching darkness. Sleep remains a distant dream as my mind races, struggling against the oppressive weight of the night. Within the confines of my apartment, ink stains bloom across the walls like dark, ominous flowers. The stains twist and writhe, resolving into crude, unsettling letters that seem to whisper secrets. In the dusty window, my reflection wavers, the edges blurring as if I am dissolving into the encroaching gloom. A sense of unease settles, the apartment itself seeming to conspire against me with its silent, inky accusations. Inside the Cairo archives, sunlight streams through the tall windows, illuminating rows of dusty shelves. I stand before the stern-faced officials, their expressions unreadable as they listen to my request. A palpable tension fills the room, the air thick with unspoken words and veiled denials. The lead official shakes his head, his voice firm and unwavering as he reiterates their stance. Defeated, I turn to leave, the weight of their denial heavy on my shoulders as I step back into the bustling streets of Cairo. Inside the Cairo archives, towering shelves of ancient scrolls loom, heavy with secrets and dust. An archivist's nervous eyes dart around the silent room, betraying a hidden fear. He beckons me closer, his face etched with a grim warning. His voice drops to a hushed whisper, filled with dread. There are others who've seen him, he says, his words hanging in the heavy air. They never stop hearing the voice, he finishes, his eyes wide with haunting recollection. In the Cairo archives, dust motes dance in the sunlight as she presents a faded photograph, a relic from 1923. Amidst a sea of faces, a robed figure commands attention, his presence a stark mystery. The photograph whispers tales of forgotten times, its secrets etched deep within the emulsion. A chilling revelation emerges from the past, as the narration unveils a single, ominous word: Keeper. I descend once more into the Cairo archives sub-basement, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. The iron gate stands ajar, a silent invitation into the unknown depths. Shadows dance ominously in the dimly lit corridor, obscuring what lies ahead. A sense of foreboding permeates the air as I step cautiously across the threshold. The darkness seems to close in, whispering secrets of the past. I descend into the catacombs, each step echoing into the abyss below. The air grows heavy, thick with the scent of earth and time. Shadows dance on the damp stone walls, obscuring the path ahead. A palpable warmth rises from the depths, hinting at secrets buried within. An eerie silence envelops me, broken only by the sound of my own breath. The darkness deepens, promising both mystery and peril with every step. An ebony door looms, a sentinel guarding secrets untold. It stands slightly ajar, an invitation whispered in the shadows. Darkness spills from the opening, hinting at countless stories waiting to be discovered. The lock hangs undone, a silent promise of entry. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air, thick with the scent of aged paper and forgotten lore. Beyond the threshold lies a world of untold knowledge, beckoning the brave and the curious. Candlelight casts a soft, ethereal glow, its dance reflected on the ancient stone walls of the circular chamber. In the heart of the chamber, the librarian stands as a solitary figure, an island of stillness amidst swirling shadows. His posture is ramrod straight, a silent testament to years of unwavering resolve. His gaze is fixed, piercing the veil of the visible, focused on a point unseen by mortal eyes. The air itself crackles with an almost palpable anticipation, as if the very stones hold their breath. In the silent circular chamber, the librarian turns, the rustle of ancient paper echoing in the stillness. The veil lifts, revealing a face not of flesh, but of tightly packed pages, yellowed and brittle with age. His eyes are revealed to be black pools of ink, absorbing the light. The chamber holds its breath. The only sound, the faint whisper of turning pages within the librarian's form. An unsettling stillness settles as the librarian's ink-black eyes fixate, drawing the viewer into their fathomless depths. The circular chamber pulses with an unseen energy, its walls emitting a soft, ethereal light that breathes life into the shadows. Shadows dance and flicker, swirling around me as I stand at the epicenter of the chamber's power. My heart pounds, a frantic drum, against the symphony of the chamber's hum. A voice echoes, not in the air, but within the very core of my thoughts. The voice resonates, an intimate and spectral revelation. You came back. Inside the circular chamber, echoes swirl around me, bouncing off the cold, smooth walls. Dust motes dance in the single shaft of light that pierces the oppressive darkness. I clutch my arms against a sudden, bone-deep chill, my voice trembling in the vast space. I have questions, I whisper. The words hang in the air, unanswered. As I turn, my voice barely audible. Who are you? In the circular chamber, dust motes swirl within a solitary beam of light, illuminating the secrets held within. Towering shelves, laden with ancient tomes and forgotten artifacts, encircle the room, hinting at the weight of untold stories. I am the one who remembers what the world rejects. A voice echoes, resonating with the solemnity of the chamber. Every story untold, every name erased, every sin denied. The narration continues, painting a portrait of forgotten truths. They live here, the voice declares, a gesture towards the shelves revealing a repository of lost memories. The artifacts stand as silent witnesses, each holding a fragment of histories deliberately cast aside. Within the circular chamber, ancient symbols adorn the walls, pulsating with a faint, ethereal light. The air itself seems to vibrate, charged with an unseen energy that prickles the skin. A palpable tension hangs heavy, the silence amplifying the anticipation. The chamber holds its breath, awaiting a destiny about to unfold. A voice echoes through the room, resonating with ancient power. And now, so do you. Inside the circular chamber, a haunting realization dawns. A chilling sight. Hands are fading, the very essence of being unraveling. A disturbing transformation begins, with letters mysteriously crawling across bare skin. The skin becomes a canvas of disappearing identity, marked by arcane symbols. A silent scream trapped within the chamber, as the body becomes a vessel for an unknown fate. The circular chamber stretches into shadow, an echoing expanse filled with dancing dust motes caught in ethereal light. I stand alone in the center, my figure small against the immensity of the unseen architecture. My voice rings out, questioning and vulnerable in the echoing space. You wrote me, I say, the words hanging in the air, a desperate plea. Didn't you? In the circular chamber, the air crackles with unseen energy. The librarian advances, his presence commanding and resolute. A tremor runs through the very foundations of the chamber as he raises his quill. Anticipation hangs heavy, the moment poised on the edge of destiny. In the circular chamber, shadows dance against the curved walls, their secrets stirred by drifting dust motes. The air hangs heavy, thick with unspoken accusations and the weight of hidden truths. He stands resolute, the only solid form in the shifting darkness. His eyes flash in the dim light, defiant against the surrounding gloom. "No," he says, his voice echoing in the chamber. "You wrote yourself. I only kept the record." Inside the circular chamber, an eerie silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faintest whisper of unseen energies. A solitary quill pen hovers, suspended as if by magic, its shadow dancing on the ancient walls. The air crackles with anticipation as an invisible force guides the quill, poised to write destinies unknown. A profound shift occurs within, a breaking point reached as the weight of fate becomes unbearable. The chamber seems to pulse with a newfound energy, the air growing thick with unspoken power. In the circular chamber, memories begin to dissolve, replaced by foreign words not of my own making. A silent scream builds within, trapped by the overwhelming surge of the unknown. The air vibrates with countless whispering voices, a cacophony that smothers all thought. The chamber walls seem to close in, the whispers intensifying, pressing against the mind, struggling against the tide of alien thoughts. A desperate fight for self begins. The whispering voices consume all, leaving only echoes in the circular chamber. Absolute darkness dominates the circular chamber, swallowing every trace of light. An impenetrable void fills the space, creating a sense of profound mystery. The silence is heavy, amplifying the feeling of isolation and unknown. A palpable tension hangs in the air, hinting at hidden dangers lurking within the shadows. The darkness seems to possess its own consciousness, watching, waiting. I find myself standing in the hidden library once more, surrounded by towering shelves filled with ancient books. An eerie silence fills the air, broken only by the faint rustling of pages turning on their own. A profound transformation occurs as I begin to merge with the library itself, becoming one with its history and secrets. The boundaries between my being and the library blur, creating a surreal and mystical experience. I am now an integral part of this hidden sanctuary, forever bound to its knowledge and mysteries. Within the hidden library, shelves laden with ancient tomes stretch into the inky shadows, their titles whispering forgotten lore. A strange familiarity washes over me as I trace the spines, each name resonating with an unknown past. I stare at my hands, a growing unease chilling me as I see the impossible. My flesh is paper. Ink pulses through my veins, a dark tide replacing blood, binding me to this surreal realm. A single shaft of light pierces the gloom of the hidden library, illuminating swirling dust motes and rows of ancient books. The air hangs heavy, saturated with the scent of aged paper and the ghosts of forgotten stories. In the heart of the library, a figure emerges from the shadows, drawn by the promise of untold knowledge. The librarian appears, their eyes reflecting centuries of secrets, a silent welcome etched upon their face. With a voice that echoes through the ages, the librarian speaks, acknowledging a long-awaited return. "Welcome home, Keeper." Shafts of light illuminate the hidden library, revealing swirling dust motes dancing in the silence. Ancient tomes line the towering walls, their cracked leather spines whispering stories of forgotten ages. I stand amidst the silent grandeur, my gaze sweeping over the vast collection, a sense of awe washing over me. Understanding dawns, a revelation sparking in my eyes, dispelling the shadows of ignorance. "I understand," I murmur, the truth resonating within me. There was never just one librarian. In the heart of the hidden library, I stand as a silent guardian, my presence a mere whisper in the halls of forgotten lore. Each step echoes softly, resonating through the towering shelves that stretch into the shadows, a symphony of solitude. I traverse the corridors of silence, a lone figure amidst the endless rows, my shadow stretching long in the dim light. My hands trace the spines of ancient tomes, each touch a connection to the echoes of voices long past. Meticulously, I record the forgotten knowledge, preserving the legacy of words that time has sought to erase, ensuring their survival for ages to come. In the hidden library, dust motes swirl within a solitary beam of light, cutting through the oppressive gloom. Silence hangs heavy, broken only by the distant sound of footsteps above. The living continue their relentless search, unaware of the secrets hidden below. Anxiety tightens its grip as the footsteps grow closer, threatening to shatter the fragile sanctuary. A single shaft of light pierces the gloom of the hidden library, illuminating swirling dust motes. Shelves crammed with ancient tomes stretch into the darkness, promising forgotten knowledge. I step forward, my figure silhouetted against the light, the air thick with anticipation. My voice echoes in the vast space, carrying the weight of untold stories. You have entered the archive of the unremembered, I declare, my words resonating with solemnity. What is read here cannot be forgotten. I finish, a challenge and a promise hanging in the air. In the hidden library, dust motes swirl in the solitary beam of light, illuminating rows of ancient, leather-bound books. I stand amidst the towering shelves, the weight of history palpable in the air. A leather-bound book, its pages whispering secrets, is clutched tightly in my hand. The air grows heavy with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rustling of unseen things. And when they try to run, I'll open the book in my hand, I think, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. In the hidden library, dust motes swirl in a beam of light, illuminating rows of ancient, leather-bound tomes. I trace a finger along the spine of a particularly thick volume, its surface worn smooth by time and countless curious hands. Arcane symbols fill the pages, hinting at forgotten knowledge and long-lost secrets. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the book, bathing the symbols in an otherworldly light. The ink will spell their names, slowly, beautifully, forever. A voice whispers, as the ink begins to move, swirling and coalescing into new, unknown forms. In the hushed stillness of the hidden library, the air hangs heavy with the scent of aged paper and untold stories. A new book, its cover stark and blank, is carefully placed among the others, a silent addition to the vast collection. The book radiates a hidden significance, its secrets known only to the keeper of the archive. A palpable sense of completion washes over the scene, a quiet satisfaction in the preservation of knowledge. The library stands as a sanctuary, a repository of souls bound within the pages of forgotten tales. Another soul has joined the archive, whispers a voice, acknowledging the silent addition with reverence. Towering shelves loom in the dim light of the hidden library, their silent stories reaching towards the high ceiling. Footsteps echo softly through the vast space, the only sound besides the whisper of ancient pages turning in the unseen currents of time. I walk among the shelves, a solitary figure bound to the forgotten stories and secrets held within the archive's walls. My existence is interwoven with the very fabric of the archive, each breath a silent vow to protect its knowledge. In the quiet stillness, I am more than a guardian. I am a living echo of the archive's timeless soul. In the hidden library, dust motes swirl in a beam of moonlight, illuminating towering shelves laden with ancient knowledge. Faint footsteps echo softly through the gloom, heralding the arrival of another seeker. The familiar sound signals the continuation of the cycle, an endless quest for forgotten lore. A hand instinctively reaches for a worn leather grimoire, its pages promising potent secrets to the brave and the desperate. Under the relentless sun, Colin and Leslie Robson toil in their back garden. Each thrust of their spades sends up puffs of dust, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoes through the garden, halting their digging. The brothers exchange glances, a mix of surprise and excitement lighting up their faces. Hope flickers in their eyes as they realize they've unearthed something significant beneath the soil. The mystery of what lies buried deep in the Robsons' back garden heightens. In the Robsons' back garden, two boys kneel in the dirt, their hands eagerly digging. Charles strikes something solid beneath the surface. With bated breath, they unearth two crude stone heads, their eyes widening with excitement. The boys lean closer, examining the strange artifacts. A shared look of triumph passes between them, a silent acknowledgement of their extraordinary find. The boys stand proudly, presenting their grim trophies to their mother, Mary. Mary looks at the heads, a visible shudder rippling through her as the reality sinks in. Reluctantly, Mary extends her hands, a mix of horror and maternal duty etched on her face. With a deep breath, Mary accepts the heads, the weight of the moment heavy in her hands. A silent acknowledgement passes between mother and sons, binding them in a shared, unsettling act. In the Robsons' living room, an eerie silence hangs heavy, broken only by the sight of the heads on the mantelpiece. An ominous sound cuts through the stillness. Footsteps draw nearer, each beat heightening the tension. The heads seem to turn slightly. A palpable sense of dread fills the room. The hallway is silent, shadows dancing in the dim light. A locked door creaks open, defying its constraints. The door continues to open wider, as if beckoning someone into the unknown. The hallway remains still, waiting for what comes next. In the dim light of the living room, Mary stands frozen, her senses on high alert. Faint whispers echo through the room, heightening the tension. Unseen, unheard, one of the mounted heads on the wall turns slightly, its gaze now fixed ominously on Mary. Mary remains still, unaware of the silent watcher. The Robsons' house stands isolated as neighborhood dogs bark and growl, creating an atmosphere of unease. A chorus of canine aggression fills the air, hinting at unseen tensions within the seemingly quiet neighborhood. Adding to the unsettling symphony, cats hiss menacingly at the windows, their eyes gleaming with hostility. The Robsons' house becomes a focal point of animalistic animosity, suggesting deeper, hidden conflicts. A silent observer lurks across the street, his gaze fixed on the Robsons' home. Inside, chaotic lights flicker and dance, painting the walls with shadows. The erratic shadows writhe and stretch, hinting at turmoil. Across the street, the neighbor remains, a silent sentinel, watching the unfolding drama. A pungent, earthy odor fills the Robsons' home, heavy and unsettling. The source of the stench seems to emanate from the mantelpiece, drawing attention. A closer look reveals nothing overtly amiss, yet the smell intensifies. The air itself seems thick with an unseen presence, heightening the sense of unease. The mundane setting belies the growing sense of dread that permeates the house. The foul smell lingers, a constant reminder of something hidden and foul. Colin awakens abruptly, his face soaked with tears, terror gripping his heart. He stares, transfixed, at the shadowed corner of his room, his body trembling uncontrollably. His voice cracks as he whispers, "I saw a hairy man in the corner." The room is silent, heavy with the weight of his fear. He cowers, pulling the covers up to his chin, seeking a shield against the unseen. Leslie's room is shrouded in shadow, the darkness amplifying the fear in her eyes. Clutching the blanket, she begins to recount the terrifying encounter that has shaken her to her core. Her voice trembles as she whispers, It was like a hairy man, but not quite." Leslie's eyes widen further as she describes the creature. Half human, half beast. Her voice drops to a terrified whisper as she concludes, "And its eyes, they glowed red, a terrifying red." Inside the kitchen, Mary moves with a chilling focus, her every action laced with dark intent. With deliberate care, Mary places the heads inside the cupboard. The cupboard becomes a silent tomb, concealing the gruesome contents within. She closes the door, sealing the secret behind the wooden barrier. The lock clicks, a final act of concealment that echoes in the otherwise silent kitchen. Mary stands back, the locked cupboard a monument to her dark deed. The Robsons' living room awakens as morning sunbeams illuminate dancing dust motes. Undisturbed, the mantelpiece gleams, polished to perfection, a silent testament to order. Aligned like trophies, the heads stare blankly ahead, their glass eyes reflecting the sterile light. Each polished surface reflects the cold, unyielding order of the Robson household. The arrangement is still, the air thick with unspoken history. The scene presents a tableau of eerie calm, a stark contrast to the secrets it holds. Robson's house stands silent as local academics approach, their expressions a mix of curiosity and unease. Each step towards the house seems heavy with unspoken questions and cautious anticipation. They pause at the edge of the property, their eyes drawn to the details of the seemingly ordinary home. A collective breath is held as they prepare to breach the threshold into the unknown within Robson's walls. The sunlight casts long shadows, deepening the sense of mystery surrounding the unassuming residence. A shared glance passes between the academics, a silent acknowledgement of the apprehension and intrigue that binds them. In the softly lit academic office, an archaeologist's brow furrows in deep concentration. He delicately lifts one of the ancient heads, its stone surface cool against his skin. Turning the artifact over, he searches for clues etched into its aged surface. His voice echoes in the quiet room. These could be Celtic artifacts. His eyes light up with excitement. The Robson house rests in quiet darkness, the stillness of night enveloping its walls. Moonlight paints soft shadows, adding to the serene stillness of the Robson household. The Robson family slumbers peacefully, their breaths a slow, steady rhythm in the quiet. Each breath rises and falls in perfect harmony, a testament to the peaceful night. Bathed in pale moonlight, Mary sleeps, her brow furrowed with unseen torments. In her nightmare, flames rise, hungrily devouring a house. The fire dances with wicked glee, consuming all in its path. Voices chant in the background, their words indistinct and ominous. In the dead of night, Colin's tormented sleep paints a portrait of inner turmoil. Trapped in the throes of a nightmare, Colin thrashes wildly. His brow glistens with a cold sweat. A chilling dream grips Colin, burying him alive in the silent depths of his subconscious. The weight of the earth crushes Colin as his silent screams echo in the suffocating darkness. Leslie's piercing scream shatters the night as he's jolted awake. A figure looms beside his bed, a nightmare made real. The shadowy figure of the hairy man instills heart-stopping terror. Leslie's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated fear. Trapped between reality and nightmare, Leslie is defenseless against the encroaching darkness. Moonlight slices through the gloom of the professor's study, illuminating swirling dust motes. Ancient bookshelves loom, their leather-bound volumes hinting at forgotten knowledge. At the room's heart, an antique desk stands cluttered with papers and strange artifacts. All appears normal, yet a subtle unease permeates the air. Something is amiss. A chair lies askew, a silent testament to a disturbance. A rug is slightly displaced, hinting at a struggle unseen. Under the cloak of night, a lone professor treads down the dimly lit street, his figure elongated by the haunting shadows of ancient buildings. A palpable sense of unease grips the air as the professor casts a nervous glance over his shoulder, his heart pounding with dread. Each footstep echoes in the silence, heightening the feeling of being watched, though the street remains eerily deserted. The professor stops abruptly, his senses on high alert. As the oppressive atmosphere tightens its grip, he strains to pierce the darkness, his breath catching in his throat, yet nothing breaks the veil of mystery. With a shiver, The professor resumes his journey, the feeling of unseen eyes lingering like a phantom touch. The Robsons' living room is filled with unopened boxes, silent witnesses to untold stories. Inside the boxes, shrunken heads lie still, their vacant eyes staring up, unseen and forgotten. Rejected by museums, the shrunken heads return to the Robsons' home, unwanted relics of a distant past. The shrunken heads remain untouched, their silent vigil a haunting reminder of journeys untold. An air of melancholy hangs heavy in the room, as the Robsons' home becomes the final resting place for these peculiar artifacts. Under the cloak of night, Mary kneels in the dirt, a shovel her silent accomplice. Moonlight casts an eerie glow on the shovel, glinting off its surface as Mary prepares her clandestine task. She delicately places the severed heads into the hole. With meticulous care, she ensures each gruesome prize is fully concealed beneath the earth. The dark soil becomes a silent keeper of secrets, burying the evidence of a chilling deed. The morning light unveils a chilling tableau on the doorstep. Severed heads lie grotesquely, earth clinging to their pallid skin. The dark soil is damp, a stark contrast to the horror it cradles. Silence descends, broken only by the grim spectacle of death's brutal display. The Robsons' house becomes a battleground as windows explode inward, signaling chaos. Plates become lethal projectiles, soaring across the kitchen in a violent display. The once familiar kitchen transforms into a scene of destruction and fear. The air crackles with unseen energy, as the house seems to turn against its inhabitants. Every shattered piece tells a tale of shattered security as the Robsons' world crumbles. The boys' bedroom is shrouded in darkness, the faint glow of a nightlight barely piercing the gloom. In separate beds, two young boys are huddled, their eyes wide with apprehension. They lie still, their breaths held, straining to catch every whisper in the night. The silence of the room amplifies their fear, every shadow seeming to hold a hidden terror. They listen, their hearts pounding in unison, to the unseen horrors lurking just beyond their blankets. In the dead of night, a menacing silhouette darkens the doorway of the Robsons' living room. Mary's eyes widen in terror as she beholds the hairy man lurking in the shadows. A sinister hand reaches into the room, fingers outstretched, a silent threat hanging in the air. The hairy man advances slowly, his looming presence intensifying the dread. He looms closer, his intentions unknown, the air thick with suspense. His target, the heads. A silent, terrifying mission unfolds. An unsettling silence descends upon the Robsons' living room, heavy and still. The room seems frozen, the air thick with unspoken dread. A chilling revelation echoes in the emptiness. The heads are gone. The absence screams louder than any scream, filling the space with unseen terror. Weeks later, the Robson house stands cloaked in dread, its once bright colors now faded and muted. The air is thick with unspoken fears, the silence amplifying every creak and rustle. Each shadow seems to hold a secret, each corner a silent witness to mounting dread. Outside, the rustling leaves whisper warnings, adding to the family's growing unease. The family within is gripped by an unseen terror, the weight of dread pressing down on them. In the quiet solitude of the researcher's study, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolds. Mysterious heads materialize, casting an eerie shadow over the familiar setting. The researcher is looking intently, trying to unravel the origins of the strange phenomena. An unsettling calm settles over the study as the researcher contemplates the inexplicable arrival. The researcher is surrounded by towering stacks of books and loose papers. A look of utter disbelief spreads across the researcher's face. Their gaze locks onto something unseen, just beyond the edge of the frame. The researcher whispers in stunned disbelief, "I swear, the heads appeared without explanation." The researcher remains frozen, surrounded by books and papers. In the stillness of the present day, a voice resonates with somber echoes, weaving tales of a past long gone. The narrative unfolds, each word a fragment of history carried on the wind. The unspoken words linger, heavy with warnings from beyond. The air vibrates with the weight of untold stories, their essence forever etched into the fabric of time. A rough stone face looms, its expressionless, bulging eyes staring into the abyss. The stone's rough texture accentuates the vacant stare, creating an unsettling stillness. Each groove and imperfection on the stone face tells a silent story of ancient secrets and forgotten horrors. The blank eyes seem to absorb all light, reflecting nothing but an endless, hollow void. The silent stone face stands as a chilling reminder of the unknown, its gaze forever fixed on the unseen. The first severed head appears, clutched in trembling hands amidst the squalor of a war-torn alley, each brick whispering tales of forgotten lives and shattered dreams. Passed on, the head finds itself in the sterile grip of a corrupt surgeon, the cold steel of his operating room reflecting the moral decay that festers within. Now, the head rests in the calloused hands of a gravedigger, the vast expanse of a desolate cemetery stretching out, each tombstone a silent witness to the endless cycle of death and despair. The journey continues as the head is delivered into the delicate hands of a grieving widow, her tear-streaked face a mirror to the endless sorrow that permeates her existence. The head is then thrust into the grimy hands of a black market dealer, his avarice echoing through the shadows of a clandestine bazaar, where fortunes are built on the suffering of others. Finally, the head is presented to a hooded executioner, his eyes cold and devoid of remorse, standing before a gallows that looms ominously against a blood-red sky. Sunlight streams into the Robsons' dusty attic, where young Colin and Leslie venture into the forgotten space. Dust motes dance in the golden light as the children's curiosity pulls them further into the past. Unaware of the secrets hidden beneath the floorboards, they explore deeper, their laughter echoing in the stillness. The attic, a silent witness to history, envelops them in its mysterious embrace. Mist coils eerily across the Celtic burial ground, torchlight dancing upon the ancient stones. Shadowy figures emerge, their dark robes swirling as they chant in an unknown tongue. They circle a stone altar, an unidentifiable object resting ominously upon it. The sounds coming from the throat intensify. The air is filled with old powers and bad premonitions. The torchlight flickers wildly, casting grotesque shadows that dance with the chanting figures. The unidentifiable object on the altar pulses faintly, as if responding to the dark ritual. Mary erupts from sleep in her bed, a scream stifled by the suffocating darkness. Her eyes dart around wildly, struggling to pierce the oppressive gloom. Sweat glistens on her forehead, a testament to the terror gripping her. The grotesque heads of her nightmare linger, fueling her conviction of an ancient evil. She clutches at the sheets, her knuckles white as she grapples with the lingering horror. In the academic's office, unease etches itself onto the archaeologist's face as he delves deeper into the cryptic texts. He pores over the ancient texts, his brow furrowed in concentration. Each symbol seems to whisper secrets, heightening his growing anxiety. He becomes visibly disturbed, the weight of his discoveries pressing heavily upon him. The ancient symbols seem to come alive, casting shadows of doubt across his mind. Beneath a sliver of moon, deep shadows consume the woods near Hexham, where ancient trees guard secrets untold. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, its form fleeting, a whisper of the local legend made real. The hairy man vanishes into the black, leaving only the rustling leaves and the beating hearts of those who dare to believe. The woods fall silent once more, the legend retreating into the night, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. The kitchen exists in absolute darkness. Only the faint glow of the microwave clock breaks the silence. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights flicker to life, bathing the room in a sterile, unsettling glow. The refrigerator door swings open with a groan, revealing its brightly illuminated interior. A symphony of mechanical madness erupts as the dishwasher rumbles, the kettle whistles, and the oven glows with menacing heat. In the dead of night, Leslie struggles against the clutches of sleep, her restlessness a stark testament to the unease that consumes her. The atmosphere thickens, the the room pressing in on Leslie as if the very walls conspire to trap her within her nightmare. A sinister presence materializes, its dark shadow stretching across the wall, an ominous harbinger of the hairy man. The shadow looms larger, its menacing form growing more distinct, a terrifying specter born from the depths of Leslie's deepest fears. In the quietude of her bedroom, Mary kneels, hands clasped in fervent prayer, seeking solace from unseen forces. Her lips move soundlessly, a desperate plea echoing in the stillness of the night. An unsettling stillness pervades the room, a tangible resistance clinging to the very walls. Shadows deepen and twist, creating grotesque shapes that dance at the periphery of her vision. The Robsons' garden bursts with life, a vibrant testament to nature's beauty. Yet, amidst this flourishing paradise, a patch of earth lies barren and still. The barren earth serves as a haunting reminder of a dark secret buried beneath. The contrast is stark, a silent scream in a symphony of life. Where life should thrive, only emptiness remains, a testament to Mary's actions. The flourishing garden cannot hide the dark truth that festers beneath the surface. In the dimly lit study, the researcher's eyes burn with manic intensity as he grips the iron bar. He strains against the weight, his resolve hardening as he prepares to strike. With a desperate heave, he swings the heavy iron bar down. The heads sit undisturbed, their eerie stillness mocking his frantic efforts. He pants heavily, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, his breath ragged. A tremor runs through his hands as he raises the bar once more, his determination unyielding. The stone heads stand silent, their eyes locked forward. A subtle shift occurs. The eyes begin to follow. The gaze intensifies, locking onto the viewer. A silent challenge emanates from the stone. The eyes maintain unwavering focus, unblinking. The heads watch, their gaze unwavering. The silence deepens. In the dimly lit living room, shadows stretch and writhe, cloaking the walls in an eerie dance. Mary stands frozen, her face a canvas of fear and desperation as she confronts the oppressive presence of the hairy man. The hairy man looms, a silent monolith of dread, his eyes glinting ominously in the darkness. Her voice trembling, Mary pleads, "Please, just leave my family alone. What do you want?" The creature remains silent, its dark eyes fixed intently on Mary, deepening the suffocating tension. A rapid-fire montage begins, faces flashing with raw emotion and rising tension. Rapid cuts, close-ups capture the intense expressions of the heads, each face a canvas of fear and determination. A fleeting glimpse reveals the hairy man, a menacing figure lurking indistinctly in the shadows. The Robson family's faces are etched with terror, their fear palpable and consuming. The montage crescendos, faces blurring into a vortex of escalating dread and uncertainty. Robson's house stands in eerie silence, each corner cloaked in a palpable sense of dread. Sunlight filters weakly through the windows, casting long, distorted shadows that dance like specters across the walls. The air is heavy, stagnant, as if holding its breath, unwilling to disturb the unnerving quiet. The once vibrant home is now settled with unnerving quiet. Each room whispers tales of what once was, now replaced by an unsettling stillness. In Hexham, the townsfolk gather, their whispers weaving tales of the Robsons and the cursed heads. A palpable fear grips the town, etching deep lines of superstition onto every face. Voices hushed, they speak of ancient curses and the ill-fated family, their words heavy with dread. Each shadow seems to whisper the name of Robson, each gust of wind a mournful lament for the cursed. Superstition reigns supreme, binding the town in a collective nightmare from which escape seems impossible. In the hushed darkness, a single spotlight pierces through, isolating the narrator in a pool of light. Their gaze is intense, their expression grave, hinting at the haunting tale about to unfold. The narrator warns with chilling urgency. If you ever see them, do not look into their hollow stares. Their voice drops, a haunting promise echoing in the dim room. Because if you do, you will never be alone again. In the heart of a quaint Kansas town, Cedar Lane unfolds, revealing a picturesque street bathed in the warm light of day. Laura and I approach an old two-story Victorian house, its wraparound porch whispering tales of forgotten grandeur. The house stands charmingly dilapidated, a silent testament to time and memories. The car stops, its engine cutting through the stillness of the quiet street. Sunlight streams through the tall windows of the Victorian house, illuminating swirling dust and hinting at forgotten stories. Laura and I step inside, our footsteps echoing through the silent, antique-filled rooms. A surge of excitement washes over me, envisioning the endless possibilities this old house holds. Laura's voice rings with optimism. Imagine what we could do with this place. A modern kitchen, updated bathrooms. I reply, my voice full of anticipation. And the garden. I can already picture it filled with roses and climbing vines. Together, we stand in the heart of the old house, dreaming of the vibrant future we'll create. On Cedar Lane, neighbors exchange smiles, yet an unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. A flicker of apprehension dances across their faces as the haunted house is mentioned. Whispers of ghost stories stir among the residents. They speak of a family that fled, leaving behind a legacy of fear and mystery. Cedar Lane holds its breath. The haunted house, a silent sentinel of forgotten horrors. The sun casts long shadows, hinting at the secrets buried deep within the lane. I methodically secure each door and window, the latches clicking shut against the encroaching darkness. Laura and I retreat to the sanctuary of our bed, pulling the covers high, seeking solace from the night's unease. Our eyes meet across the quiet space, a silent promise of protection exchanged in the dim light. A wave of accomplishment washes over me, a fragile shield against the lurking shadows. The house settles around us, a silent vigil against the unknown. Laura awakens, disoriented in the Victorian house, the morning light flooding in through the open front door. She looks around in a daze, clutching her chest as a sense of unease washes over her. The door, it was open? Laura questions, her voice filled with confusion and alarm. I dismiss it as my mistake, a narrator remarks, their voice a detached whisper in the stillness. The open doorway looms, the morning light casting long, ominous shadows across the room. Sunlight streams into the dusty attic, illuminating swirling dust motes. Laura and I cautiously navigate through the attic, its contents shrouded beneath white sheets. Forgotten furniture, draped in white, looms like ghostly figures. Amid the clutter, a music box sits atop a stack of aged books. The music box looks like a creepy but intriguing trinket. I stare at the music box. In the dimly lit Victorian house, an ornate music box awakens, its haunting melody piercing the silence. Laura's eyes widen in terror as the chilling tune fills the room, shadows dancing around her. I attempt to project calm, but a shiver betrays my unease as the music intensifies. I attempt to reassure Laura. It's probably just a draft or something. Maybe the mechanism is old and sensitive. Laura, still gripped by fear, whispers, but it's never done that before. In the quiet of the night, I lie deep in sleep, unaware of the subtle disturbances about to unfold. I heard footsteps in the hallway, Laura whispers, her voice barely audible above the stillness. I dismiss her fears with a drowsy reassurance. It's probably nothing, honey. Go back to sleep. Footsteps echo, stopping right outside the bedroom door, a stark signal in the dead of night. A surge of adrenaline propels the actor from the bed, a sudden, desperate need to confront the unseen. The door flies open with a violent yank, revealing nothing but an empty, silent hallway. An unsettling stillness fills the space, the emptiness amplifying the sense of dread and unanswered questions. An unseen presence descends, an oppressive weight crushing against the chest. Laura trembles, her eyes wide with palpable terror. Her breath hitches in her throat. A silent scream trapped within. The room darkens. Shadows deepen. As fear consumes Laura's soul, sunlight floods the kitchen, highlighting the silent dance of dust motes in the air. A phone rings, cutting through the stillness. The ringing continues, unanswered. Laura's voice echoes, detached and distant. I saw a pale, sick-looking girl in the kitchen. The phone rings, emphasizing the unsettling revelation. The kitchen remains empty, the sunlight unwavering as the phone continues to ring. Anxiety fuels my frantic rush through the front door. I tear through the house, a whirlwind of desperation. Sunlight streams through the tall windows, revealing only dancing dust motes. Each room is checked. Every corner is scrutinized. The silence is deafening. There is no sign of anyone. Sunlight floods the living room, casting long shadows that dance with the dust motes. Laura stands firm, her eyes wide with conviction. Laura declares with unshakable conviction, I'm adamant that I saw the girl. Her voice drops to a near whisper as she confesses, I'm convinced the house is haunted. In the Victorian house, lights pulse erratically, painting the ornate wallpaper with grotesque shadows. Max, the terrier mix, stands guard at the staircase, his low growl cutting through the silence. A tense silence fills the air as Max's eyes fixate on an unseen presence above. His gaze pierces the darkness, sensing a looming threat beyond the veil. The old house creaks and groans, amplifying the sense of dread that fills every corner. Max's growl deepens, a primal warning against the unknown horrors lurking in the shadows. In the quiet darkness, Max trembles, a small whimper escaping his lips. Driven by fear, Max scurries towards the bed, seeking refuge from unseen terrors. He vanishes into the shadows, disappearing under the bed where darkness conceals his fear. Beneath the bed, Max remains hidden, a small silhouette swallowed by the night. He refuses to emerge, clinging to the darkness as if it were his only solace. Only with the first light of morning does Max dare to stir, the long night finally yielding to dawn. Amidst the clatter of pots and pans, I am immersed in the evening's cooking. The knife slips, clattering against the unforgiving tile floor, a moment of precarious stillness in the bustling kitchen. I bend, reaching for the fallen knife, the silence amplifying my every move. As I rise, Laura's sudden gasp shatters the quiet, a note of alarm in the domestic symphony. Laura's eyes widen, her face frozen in a mask of shock and disbelief. In the heart of the kitchen, the air thickens with unspoken tension. In the dim kitchen light, 3 angry scratches suddenly appear on my arm, an unexplainable horror. I stare at the marks, a wave of terror washing over me as the impossible becomes real. A shared look of dread passes between us, the silence amplifying our fear. We stand frozen, trapped in a nightmare where reality bends to the unimaginable. In the dead of night, an unsettling sensation stirs. A sharp, dragging pain erupts across the back, chest, and soles of the feet. The skin on the back, chest, and soles of the feet are marred by fresh scratches. Awakening, a realization dawns amidst the torment. The room is engulfed in chilling silence. Sunlight floods the cluttered living room, casting long shadows across the worn furniture. Laura stands in the doorway, her face a mask of worry. Laura pleads, "Please, let's leave. This house doesn't want us here." I sit motionless in the armchair, lost in thought. Laura's voice cracks with concern. "It's hurting me to see you like this. It's hurting you." The silence hangs heavy, broken only by the distant sounds of the outside world. I jolt awake, the oppressive darkness of the room engulfing me. Vision blurred, I struggle to pierce the shadows that cling to every corner. A figure materializes at the edge of the bed. It's Laura. Her eyes are wide open, yet they hold no spark of recognition, no sign of life. Laura is standing, lost in the labyrinth of a dream. She's sleepwalking. In the dead of night, A sudden sharp turn, Laura's head snaps around, her gaze piercing. A chilling vision unfolds. Laura's face contorts, a grotesque mask replacing her familiar features. Her eyes transform into voids of darkness, devoid of warmth, signaling a transformation. The snarl deepens, a horrifying grimace that twists her mouth into a grotesque sneer. In the dim bedroom, Laura stirs awake, her eyes struggling to adjust to the low light. Confusion clouds Laura's face as she slowly sits up, piecing together the fragments of the night. Laura's voice cracks through the quiet. "Why were you out of bed?" Laura strains to remember, but she remembers nothing. The weight of forgotten moments settles upon Laura as she stares into the dim light. Laura remains still, struggling with fragmented memories. In the dimly lit basement, the chilling touch of the cold, damp concrete sends shivers down my spine. My fingers trace along the rough surface, searching for an explanation. Suddenly, my eyes fixate on a newly carved name, Abigail. The name stands out starkly against the gray concrete. A sense of unease washes over me as I realize it hadn't been there before. A shiver races down my spine, amplifying the growing dread. A palpable chill descends, as if the very house breathes out a cold sigh. The air turns icy, causing a visible shiver to run down the spine. Every shadow deepens, each corner whispering untold secrets in the chilling draft. An invisible force permeates the space. A ghostly presence felt more than seen. Under the bright daylight, the town library stands, a silent guardian of forgotten tales. I stand inside, seeking the secrets of the house, but find only fragments. The records whisper of a fire, erasing the past in flames. The history of the house remains shrouded in mystery, its story lost to the ashes. Cedar Lane awakens under the golden touch of the afternoon sun. Houses lined up in peaceful stillness. Neighbors stand in the yards, their voices mingling with a gentle breeze. A subtle undercurrent of hushed tones and unnatural suspicions. Whispers drift through the air, tales of a girl who once graced one of these houses. Her story, tragically cut short, lingers like a ghost in the very air. The house stands silent, a sentinel of secrets and unanswered questions. In the dead of night, Victorian furniture begins toppling violently, echoing through the silent house. Plates become deadly projectiles, soaring across the room before shattering against the walls. The air grows heavy, thick with an oppressive dread that suffocates all hope. Shadows lengthen and twist, as if the very house is alive with malevolent intent. The mirror cracks ominously, reflecting a distorted image of the room, hinting at a deeper terror. The haunting intensifies, a cacophony of unseen forces wreaking havoc on the house. The morning's calm is ripped apart by a scream. Water cascades around Laura, who is in the shower, as a piercing scream shatters the silence. Bruises circle Laura's neck, stark against her pale skin. Invisible hands seem to have tried to strangle Laura. A desperate call echoes through the house, seeking divine intervention. The priest arrives, his presence a beacon of hope in the troubled home. He steps into the living room, ready to confront the unseen forces. With a calm resolve, the priest begins to pray. His voice fills the room, a shield against the darkness. The room holds its breath, awaiting a sign. In the living room, a sudden, violent cough erupts from the priest, spewing blood. The priest's face drains of color as blood splatters on the floor. Pale as chalk, the priest staggers, clutching at his chest, as if fighting to stay upright. He turns, a look of sheer terror etched on his face, desperate to escape the unseen horror. With a final, desperate look back at the room, the priest flees, leaving behind an unspoken dread. The priest refuses to return, leaving the room in an eerie, unsettling silence. The Victorian house stands silent, enshrouded by the darkness of night. Without warning, every mirror in the house erupts in a symphony of shattering glass. Fragments of glass rain down, transforming reflections into glittering shards on the floor. The Victorian house is silent again, the aftermath of shattered reflections echoing through the night. Time loses all meaning as days blend seamlessly, like watercolor paints merging on a canvas. I wander through familiar rooms, yet feel like a stranger in my own home, lost and disoriented. The light flickers erratically, a harsh reminder of the disjointed present. Moments of soft evening light offer no solace, deepening the sense of detachment. I awaken, an unsettling sensation gripping me as I notice dirt embedded beneath my fingernails. The gritty reminder hints at a night spent toiling in the earth, a mystery clouding my memory. The touch of soil against my skin evokes images of digging, an unknown task. My mind races, attempting to reconstruct the events that led to this strange awakening. The weight of the unseen labor lingers, a haunting echo of what I cannot recall. An unseen presence looms, Abigail's gaze, an invisible weight. A palpable stillness settles, the air thick with anticipation. A shift in the shadows hints at her approach, unseen yet felt. The weight of Abigail's unseen eyes presses down, a suffocating presence, waiting. The silence screams Abigail's name. Night falls, and I retreat to the bedroom, bolting the door shut against the encroaching darkness. But the illusion of safety shatters as Abigail's presence permeates the room. An inescapable specter. The shadows deepen, whispering her name, a haunting reminder of her relentless pursuit. A creak echoes from the closet, and every hair on my body stands on end. Abigail is here. The doorknob rattles softly, a chilling prelude to the inevitable. The door swings open, and Abigail stands in the doorway. I am jolted awake, the suddenness of it leaving me disoriented in the oppressive darkness. As my vision clears, a chilling silhouette takes shape at the foot of the bed. A pale girl, no older than 7, stands motionless, her presence radiating an unsettling stillness. Her head is cocked slightly to one side, an unnatural tilt that sends shivers down my spine. Her eyes, black as coal, absorb every trace of light, deepening the mystery and dread. Her gaze is intense, and I stare back at the strange figure. The bedroom is shrouded in an eerie silence, illuminated only by the moon's faint glow. A haunting laugh echoes, cruel and childish, filling the empty space. The room remains starkly empty, intensifying the feeling of isolation and dread. Heart racing, a palpable sense of fear grips the silence. Sunlight spills into the living room, illuminating dust-filled air and unopened boxes, a stark reminder of a life in transition. The weight of unspoken memories hangs heavy as Laura gestures emphatically, her eyes darting with urgency. Laura's voice cracks with desperate resolve. We need to leave. Pack up and go. Now. An unseen force, the house itself, seems to cling to them, refusing to let go of its past. The narrator's voice, a haunting echo, whispers, but the house clings to us. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams, each particle a fragment of forgotten moments, binding them to this place. On Cedar Lane, a car sits motionless, its engine stubbornly silent despite repeated attempts to start. The arduous task begins. Boxes are filled with memories and possessions, each item a testament to lives lived. The morning dawn, bringing with it a creeping sense of unease that tightens with each passing moment. The boxes, once neatly packed, now lie open, their contents strewn about in disarray, as if disturbed by unseen hands. An unsettling stillness hangs in the air, as the undone efforts reveal a deeper, inexplicable mystery. The once familiar home now feels foreign, haunted by the unknown force that has invaded their space. A sense of unease fills the air, as vital documents begin to disappear from their usual places. Days turn into a disturbing mystery, as IDs, deeds, and passports vanish, without a trace. The missing items reappear in bizarre locations, deepening the sense of confusion and dread. The reappearance of the documents offers no comfort, only adding to the unsettling enigma. Sunlight streams into the Victorian house, casting long shadows that dance with the dust motes. The antique furniture stands silent, each piece echoing stories of generations past. The house seems to breathe, a living entity enveloping all who dwell within. Its presence permeates every corner, a constant reminder of its enduring legacy. In the dim nursery, Laura is writhing in agony, clutching her stomach as silent sobs rack her body. Her face contorts in pain as unseen forces torment her from within. Horrifyingly, scratches materialize on her skin, a macabre tapestry of suffering. The nursery air grows heavy with dread as Laura's torment intensifies. The force slams into me, driving me against the wall. My head strikes the hard surface with sickening force. Through blurred vision, I see Laura suddenly collapse. Laura's body convulses, gripped by uncontrollable tremors. The nursery air hangs heavy with unseen dread. Bathed in the nursery's dim light, Laura stands motionless, tears coursing down her face. Shadows stretch and sway with the gentle movement of the mobile above the crib. As Laura's heartbreak deepens, her voice, barely a whisper, echoes in the quiet room. She doesn't want me here. A painful admission hangs in the air. She wants you. Days blur, marked only by sunlight filtering through the curtains. Food remains untouched on the plate. A stranger stares back from the mirror, eyes hollow. The sunlight barely penetrates the heavy curtains. Empty days stretching into weeks, each one a mirror of the last. The reflection shows a ghost of who I once was. I awaken in the dim, forgotten depths of a basement, the cold seeping into my bones. My hands clutch a rusted knife, its blade glistening with a sinister, dark substance. A chilling realization washes over me. I have no memory of how I arrived here. The weight of the unknown presses down, the rusted knife a heavy burden in my trembling hand. I stand in the dim basement, staring up at the aged wooden beam, a sense of foreboding washing over me. Etched into the wood, a message appears, chilling me to the core. The message seems to writhe before my eyes, an invitation or a curse. A voice whispers from the shadows, a promise and a threat entwined. Stay with me, forever. The air grows cold as the words echo, binding me to an unknown fate. I remain frozen, the chilling message sinking deep into my soul. An unsettling calm descends, creating an eerie stillness. A part of me finds solace in listening, drawn to an unknown comfort. Another part resists, yearning to break free from this hypnotic state. A silent battle ensues, torn between the allure of surrender and the will to fight. The desire to stay lingers, a tempting invitation into the unknown. The conflict rages within, a desperate struggle for control over destiny. Inside the living room, Laura's eyes reflect a frantic energy, her face etched with desperation. Laura's voice cracks with urgency as she implores, "Leave with me, please." Her desperation intensifies, a dangerous glint in her eyes. A reckless proposition hangs in the air. "We can burn the house down if we have to." She awaits an answer, her entire being vibrating with nervous anticipation. Her plea echoes in the silence, the stakes hanging heavy between them. Laura begins packing, her movements hushed and cautious amidst an eerie silence. The house turns against her, doors slamming with violent intent. Windows explode, shards of glass raining down around her as the room descends into chaos. The floor betrays her, sending her tumbling amidst the wreckage. She crashes hard, landing amidst the debris and shattered remnants of her former life. Defeated, she remains on the floor, surrounded by chaos. Sunlight floods the living room, illuminating the tense space between two figures. Laura stands a few feet away, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Her voice cracks under the weight of unspoken fears as she confronts an unbearable truth. With a voice choked with emotion, Laura accuses, "You're not the same anymore." Her accusation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling revelation. Laura's final, whispered words echo with dread. "She's inside you." The rooms swirl, each whispering echoes of Abigail's haunting presence. Her influence tugs, a phantom whisper promising a sense of belonging. She promises unbreakable companionship, a bond to fill the emptiness. Her loneliness resonates, a deep ache mirroring within. She yearns for someone to never abandon her, a vow echoing in the silence. A fierce storm descends upon Cedar Lane, its fury unleashed in a symphony of thunder and relentless rain. The house trembles, each clap of thunder resonating through its very foundations. Dark clouds swirl ominously, casting long, eerie shadows that dance menacingly across the walls. Inside, a palpable sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air, charged with unspoken expectations. Nature's raw power mirrors the brewing storm within. As Cedar Lane braces for the night's secrets to unfold, Laura, tears streaming down her face, grabs my arm with desperate intensity. She sobs, her voice cracking as she begs, "Drive. Please. Just drive." I stumble into the driver's seat, gripped by confusion and urgency. I jam the key into the ignition, my heart pounding with each failed attempt. The engine sputters, coughs its last, and dies, leaving us stranded in suffocating silence. On Cedar Lane, under the cloak of night and rain, Abigail stands alone, her figure fragile against the elements. The rain intensifies, each drop a chilling reminder of her solitude. Her frail body shivers, a stark testament to the harshness of the night. Lost in the downpour, she is a solitary figure. Under the cloak of night, Abigail extends her hand, a silent accusation aimed towards the looming house. The house looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Her eyes narrow, her hand unwavering, as she makes her accusation. The night air hangs heavy, thick with unspoken words and mounting tension. The house remains silent, a dark monolith against the starlit sky. Abigail's hand remains raised, a beacon of defiance in the quiet night. On Cedar Lane, the night air grows heavy, a palpable dread seeping into every shadow. A suffocating pressure tightens, constricting his chest as if an unseen force is at play. His vision blurs, reality wavering as the unseen strings tug him forward against his will. Pulled like a marionette, he is propelled toward an unknown destiny, his body no longer his own. Under the cloak of night on Cedar Lane, a piercing scream shatters the silence as Laura desperately clings to a figure. The figure violently shoves Laura away, a horrifying transformation unfolding. Laura stumbles backward, her scream echoing through the night. The figure stands motionless, an eerie stillness replacing the struggle. A haunting realization dawns. My body isn't mine anymore. The night deepens, casting long, ominous shadows that dance around the transformed figure. In the heart of the Victorian house, ancient timbers creak under the burden of time and hidden stories. Shadows twist on the walls, morphing ordinary forms into terrifying figures. The electric lights flicker wildly, casting grotesque shadows before succumbing to the darkness. Lightning flashes reveal dust swirling through cracked, cobweb-laden windows, momentarily illuminating the haunted interior. In the dim light of the Victorian house, Abigail stands at the staircase. A genuine smile lights up Abigail's face, revealing her as not sick, not broken, but complete. Her beauty shines brightly in the soft light. Abigail's smile widens. She is whole. In the dimly lit Victorian house, an unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. Abigail's hesitant hand reaches out, a silent plea in the darkness. A fragile connection forms as Abigail attempts to bridge the gap with a touch, A moment of vulnerability as Abigail seeks reassurance in the subtle gesture. In the quiet intimacy of the room, Abigail's touch speaks volumes. The Victorian house watches silently, the weight of unspoken words filling the space between them. In the dimly lit Victorian house, a gesture of profound tenderness begins as I reach for her hand. Our hands meet, a silent connection forged in the heart of the old house. The simple act of holding hands becomes a powerful symbol of shared intimacy and unspoken understanding. In the quiet stillness of the Victorian house, the weight of emotions is palpable as we hold hands. A comforting warmth spreads through us as our hands remain intertwined, offering solace in the darkness. The world outside fades away as we find solace in the simple, yet profound act of holding each other's hands. Within the Victorian house, a searing fire ignites within, consuming everything in its path. The body writhes in agony as convulsions ripple through every muscle, twisting the very essence of being. A mind unravels, each thought a thread torn from the fabric of sanity, as the Victorian house stands silently witness. From the chaos, a fragile reconstruction begins. Fragments pieced together in a desperate attempt to restore order. The Victorian house echoes with the silent scream of a soul reborn, scarred but unbroken. In the cavernous Victorian house, only silence answers Laura's distant cries. Laura's voice echoes, a desperate plea lost in the vastness. Her voice, a fading echo, urges me to resist. The house looms, indifferent to the struggle within. Laura's voice trails off, a final whisper in the encroaching dark. Dust swirls in the single beam of moonlight in the Victorian house. Shadows stretch across the room, dancing like spirits. The air is thick with the scent of old wood and forgotten memories. Abigail stands in the gloom, a solitary figure. A whisper escapes her lips. Forever. The word hangs in the air, echoing the house's eternal silence. The morning light filters softly into the Victorian house, casting long shadows across the silent rooms. A figure stirs, awakening to the quiet stillness of the house. The figure slowly rises, emerging from the sheets. The silence of the Victorian house is profound. Sunbeams pierce the stillness of the Victorian house, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. I stand alone in the center of the room, the silence heavy and oppressive. A half-packed suitcase sits open on the bed, a stark reminder of Laura's absence. A haunting realization washes over me. I never see her again. The room is empty now, save for the echoes of memories and the weight of unspoken words. The sunlight fades, casting long shadows that stretch across the floor, mirroring the emptiness in my heart. The echoes of scratches fade into silence. An eerie calm settles over the Victorian house. The nightmares recede, leaving a void where terror once reigned. The house, once a tormentor, now extends a spectral embrace. A sense of insidious welcome pervades the air. The house wraps its silence around them. Echoes of Abigail's laughter dance through the silent halls, a constant, ethereal presence. As night descends, a small hand finds mine, guiding me through the old house's secrets. Creaking floors whisper stories of bygone days as we walk together in the dim light. Each step resonates with the weight of shared memories, both past and present. The bond between us deepens with every echoing footstep, a silent promise in the darkness. Together, we navigate the labyrinth of shadows, our connection an unbreakable thread. A figure navigates through the obscure rooms, swallowed by the night. The darkness enfolds, a silent promise of solace, each step deeper into the shadows, shedding old fears. The figure pauses, embracing the gloom that once terrified. No longer a prisoner, but a dweller, at peace within the night. The shadows dance, welcoming the figure home. On Cedar Lane, a quaint house basks in the sunlight, its facade seemingly peaceful. A manicured lawn stretches out, yet a subtle sense of dread lingers. The closed curtains hint at secrets hidden within the seemingly idyllic home. The air itself seems heavy, pregnant with unspoken anxieties. Sunlight casts long shadows, amplifying the sense of unease. The house stands silent, its secrets guarded by closed doors and drawn curtains. I step into the Victorian house. Shadows dance in the dimly lit hall. The floorboards creak beneath my feet. Beside me, Abigail, a ghostly figure of ethereal beauty, glides silently, her hand gently clasped in mine. A chilling presence fills the air, amidst layers of dust and heavy velvet drapes. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, casting an ethereal glow on Cedar Lane. At the lane's end, an old Victorian house stands in stark contrast. If you ever visit Cedar Lane, a voice whispers, hinting at mysteries untold. If you ever hear a child's laugh drifting from the windows of the old Victorian house, the shadows deepen around the house, hinting at the secrets hidden within its walls. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the echoes of laughter and untold stories. Inside the Victorian house, Abigail and I stand silently, our gazes fixed on the street outside. Our shared anticipation hangs heavy in the air, each of us lost in thought as we watch the darkened street. The silence stretches, amplifying the tension as we continue to observe the outside world. Every sound, every shadow seems magnified, heightening our sense of unease. The night unfolds, bringing us face to face with an unknown fate. At the entrance to Cedar Lane, a weathered sign hangs askew, its faded message hinting at the darkness within. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, casting eerie shadows that dance along the deserted lane. An unsettling stillness blankets the air, heavy with an unspoken dread that permeates every corner of Cedar Lane. Barely legible, a chilling message is scrawled across the sign, serving as a haunting warning to all who dare approach. A voice whispers from the shadows, its chilling words echoing through the empty lane. Don't come inside, because she isn't lonely anymore. A winding mountain road snakes through the vibrant green Guizhou Mountains, a testament to nature's grandeur. A sturdy jeep, weighed down with documentary film equipment, bravely navigates the rugged, uneven terrain. Inside the jeep, the filmmaker's face reflects a blend of eagerness and arrogance, hinting at the journey ahead. Anna, the filmmaker's partner, meticulously captures the breathtaking scenery, her lens focused on the passing landscapes. In the back, Liu, their local guide, sits with palpable nervousness, a silent observer of the unfolding expedition. The journey unfolds, promising both beauty and untold challenges amidst the stunning backdrop of the Guizhou Mountains. At the foot of a towering cliff, the village entrance appears, stark and imposing under the daylight. Liu's voice trembles as he speaks an ancient proverb, "When the wind cries, the babies wake." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, hinting at hidden meanings. We exchange skeptical glances, a silent acknowledgement of the unease that settles between us. The towering cliff face looms above, indifferent to our apprehension. On a treacherous mountain path, the team embarks on an arduous climb, their figures dwarfed by the towering cliffs. Sweat glistens as they pull themselves upward, each step a battle against the relentless incline. Anna films their strenuous progress, capturing the raw determination etched on their faces. The imposing cliffs loom over them, silent witnesses to their struggle against the mountain's might. The hanging village looms into view, a spectacle of human ingenuity and precarious existence. A rickety wooden house dangles from thick black ropes, defying gravity and inviting awe. The structure appears both fascinating in its construction and unsettling in its fragility. Each creak and sway of the hanging house whispers tales of survival and the delicate balance of life. The first house stands eerily preserved, each room a ghostly echo of lives interrupted. Untouched bowls, sit on tables, a silent meal awaiting its diners. Neatly folded clothes rest on shelves, their shapes stubbornly resisting the touch of time. Tiny cradles swing with a ghostly rhythm, as if rocked by unseen hands. The air hangs heavy, thick with the smell of dust and decay, a silent testament to forgotten lives. In the silent, dust-laden air of an unknown place, beams of light cut through the gloom, revealing scattered toys and forgotten games. A half-finished chess game rests on a table, a silent testament to lives interrupted. The unsettling quiet speaks of a sudden, inexplicable abandonment. It felt as though the families had simply vanished mid-breath. Anna's voice echoes, painting a picture of vanished lives. Inside the first house, cameras are set, ready to capture the unseen. Anna meticulously records ambient sound, her parabolic mic focused, seeking the subtle whispers of the house. A sudden, chilling stillness overtakes her as an unexpected sound cuts through the silence. Anna freezes, her senses heightened, a sense of unease washing over her as she remains motionless. In the stillness of the unknown, silence descends, heavy and foreboding. Anna stands frozen, her senses heightened as she listens intently, straining to catch an imperceptible sound. A question pierces the heavy air as Anna's voice breaks the silence. "Do you hear that?" The surrounding space seems to hold its breath, amplifying the tension as the unseen presence looms. Inside the house, a profound silence hangs heavy, broken only by the protagonist's intense focus. Ears straining, they listen intently, trying to capture a sound that barely pierces the stillness. From the upper reaches of the house, a faint, rhythmic noise begins to permeate the quiet. The sound grows, revealing itself as something akin to distant crying, filled with sorrow. The source of the haunting sound remains a mystery, lurking somewhere just beyond sight. Ascending through the hanging village, the architecture becomes more intricate, homes stacked precariously upon each other. The sound of infant cries begins to permeate the air, growing steadily louder with each step. The source of the noise is revealed. Dozens of babies, their tiny faces red and contorted in a chorus of wails. The collective sound echoes through the village, a symphony of distress that hangs heavy in the air. Houses blend into the cliff face, a testament to human resilience, but the cries hint at some underlying sorrow. As the sun dips below the horizon, the hanging village stirs to life, every rope singing a mournful song in the shifting wind. A symphony of creaks and groans echoes through the air, each wooden plank vibrating with the ancient rhythm of the village. A low, resonating moan permeates the village, a sound that seems to emanate from the very heart of the wooden structures. The village breathes around us, a living entity of wood and rope, suspended between the earth and sky. Inside the cavernous house, shadows dance in the dim light as someone tries to find sleep. Restless, they toss and turn, haunted by the silence and the unknown. A sound pierces the stillness, the faint echo of crying, distant and unsettling. The crying intensifies, closer now, no longer a distant echo, but a presence just beyond the walls. Fear tightens its grip as the realization dawns the source of the sound is right outside. In the silent house, Anna slowly pushes the door open, her hand trembling around the flashlight. The beam of light cuts through the darkness, revealing the unsettling sight of ropes swaying gently. The ropes twist and turn, dancing in the beam of her flashlight. The still air of the house belies the movement of the ropes, creating an eerie contrast. Anna's breath hitches as she takes in the unsettling scene, the ropes seeming to beckon her forward. The flashlight beam dances nervously across the scene, unable to dispel the growing sense of unease. High above, in the hanging village, a chilling sight unfolds. A small figure crawls precariously along the ropes, its limbs askew, head lolling unnaturally. It's the body of a baby, disturbingly elongated and emaciated, defying the innocence of infancy. Its eyes are wide open, glowing with an eerie, faint white light that pierces the village's tranquility. High above, in the hanging village, a lone figure emerges, its presence unsettling against the ancient backdrop. Suddenly, the figure halts, an eerie stillness descending upon it. As light spills across the scene, the figure's head tilts, contorted at an unnatural, impossible angle. A palpable sense of dread fills the air as the figure's form wavers. In a swift, silent departure, the figure vanishes into the deep shadows, leaving only unanswered questions. Inside the largest house, the beam of a flashlight dances erratically before clattering to the floor. The sudden darkness amplifies the oppressive silence, broken only by a growing sense of dread. Anna's silhouette is stark against the faint light filtering through a distant window. Her voice cuts through the stillness, sharp and resolute. "We're leaving." A palpable urgency underscores each word as she steels herself, preparing to face the unknown. "Now," she commands, the echo of her voice fading into the shadows that cling to the walls. Inside the house, a desperate attempt to tune the radio fills the silence, only to meet with static. The radio stubbornly refuses to catch a signal, amplifying the sense of isolation. Outside, a relentless mist creeps, its tendrils growing thicker, more suffocating. The fog advances, an inexorable tide swallowing the landscape. The cliffs vanish, consumed by the dense, swirling vapor. Inside the house, an unsettling silence blankets everything, a stark contrast to what's coming. A faint echo stirs, the sound of children's laughter, innocent yet tinged with an eerie quality. The laughter grows, overlapping, multiplying, a chorus of voices that seem to emanate from every corner. The sound intensifies, the children's laughter becoming overwhelmingly close, pressing in from all sides. The overlapping laughter twists into something almost unbearable, a cacophony that drowns out all other sound. The house seems to breathe with the sound. The laughter, a living thing that fills every space, suffocating and inescapable. And a scream rips through the air, a desperate sound swallowed by the immensity of the house. Driven by terror, she sprints toward the ladder rope, her movements frantic. I follow close behind, the echo of her fear fueling my own. My heart pounds a frantic rhythm against my ribs, each beat urging me onward. The ladder rope sways above, a fragile promise of escape from the echoing dread. The air crackles with unspoken fear as we race against the unseen threat closing in. Anna halts at the village's edge, her breath catching in her throat. Her light spills into the abyss, revealing the terrifying truth. Below, countless ropes plunge into the swirling mist, the remnants of a fallen world. The mountain seems to have turned itself inside out, its secrets laid bare in the chasm. A silent testament to a village lost. Suspended between heaven and earth, a village clings precariously, houses suspended in the air, defying gravity's pull. The homes hang, not from cliffs, but as if held aloft by unseen hands. Each dwelling floats serenely, an impossible haven against the vast sky. The village, an ethereal dream made real, dances weightlessly in the open air, a silent ballet of architecture, suspended between earth and sky. The hanging village, a testament to an unknown magic, a breathtaking spectacle. Laughter echoes, bouncing off the walls of the largest house. A sudden, sharp sound of joy fills the air, almost deafening. In a swift, decisive movement, Anna's wrist is seized. She is yanked back, the force of the pull evident. The abrupt halt creates a tense pause amidst the echoing laughter. The hanging village groans under immense strain, its thick ropes twisting like tormented sinews. From the abyss below, a pale, grotesque mass begins its ascent, a nightmarish tangle of bodies and splintered wood. Human-shaped figures, bound together, writhe silently in a web of despair. Their mouths gape open, stretched wide in silent, desperate cries that echo the village's agony. The entangled mass continues its slow, horrifying climb, a grotesque monument to suffering and desperation. Each strained rope tells a story of precarious survival against the backdrop of the encroaching abyss. A silent tension fills the largest house as unseen pressure mounts beneath the floorboards. The wood groans, a desperate plea before splintering and buckling under the strain. With a deafening crack, the floor collapses, an abyss opening where moments before there was solid ground. Debris and dust erupt in a chaotic cloud, obscuring everything in a haze of destruction. I awaken on the cold mountainside, disoriented and utterly alone. The stark morning light reveals a desolate landscape, devoid of any trace of Anna. An unnerving silence blankets the peaks, broken only by the wind. No cameras, no ropes, nothing but the harsh reality of my isolation. I lift my gaze, scanning the mountainside. The cliff face stands stark and bare against the sky. Where once houses clung precariously, there is now nothing. An unsettling emptiness fills the space where life once thrived. The mountainside looms, silent and indifferent to the absence. The mountainside air hangs heavy, an unseen energy vibrating through the stillness. A palpable tension fills the atmosphere, as if the very mountain holds its breath. An eerie silence blankets the landscape, broken only by the rustling of unseen leaves. The earth seems to pulse with anticipation, awaiting an unknown event. Shadows stretch and deepen, hinting at secrets hidden within the rocky terrain. The mountain stands as a silent sentinel, poised on the brink of transformation. Under the scorching sun, a search party crests the hill, their faces grim with determination. They discover me sprawled on the parched earth, delirious and barely clinging to life. My eyes flutter open, but I can only babble incoherently, lost in a haze of dehydration. A search party member exchanges a worried glance with his companion, concern etched on his face. "He's speaking nonsense," the search party member says, his voice filled with a mixture of pity and urgency. I lead them back towards the cliff, each step heavy with anticipation. The wind howls a mournful song as we approach the edge, but where I expect to find the aftermath of my fall, there is only stark, unforgiving rock. The cliff stands empty, a silent testament to what was or what wasn't. A disorienting sense of disbelief washes over me as I survey the scene. The vast expanse of the sea stretches out below, indifferent to the mysteries held within the rocks above. In the heart of the village, I listen intently as the villagers begin to share their history, their faces etched with the weight of generations. The wind whispers through the ancient trees surrounding the village, a chorus carrying the tales of ancestors long gone. Their voices resonate with the belief that Xuanzhai was built by a reclusive clan, seeking refuge from a world they deemed cursed. An unspoken tension hangs in the air, a palpable sense of unease as the story of the village unfolds. The sun casts long shadows across the village, as if the very earth remembers the clan's dark prophecy. In a dimly lit room, Liu stands, her silhouette stark against the shadows. Her expression is somber, etched with the weight of unspoken truths. A heavy silence hangs in the air, thick with secrets and regret. Her voice breaks the stillness, each word a stone dropped into a deep well. The babies were never buried, she reveals, the truth a chilling whisper. They were given to the ropes. Under the scorching sun, an eerie silence blankets the village, a stark testament to a past where sorrow was silenced. The tranquility is broken only by the whisper of wind through the trees, a haunting reminder of what was lost. Until outsiders came, Archaeologists, photographers, journalists, all vanishing one by one, a voice echoes foretelling doom. The sun casts long shadows, as if the village itself is holding its breath, awaiting its next victim. In the dim editing room, the monitor casts a pale glow on my face. I lean in, squinting at the screen, hoping to find something amidst the chaos. The salvaged footage flickers, a ghost of what it once was. Static. Nothing but static fills the frame, mocking my efforts. My heart sinks as the futility of the situation washes over me. Despair threatens to engulf me as the screen remains stubbornly blank. In the hushed editing room, a single frame flickers on the screen, stark and unyielding. The image freezes, capturing a dizzying view of a cliff from above. The angle is severe, implicating. The height, terrifying. A blood-chilling realization dawns as the implications of the frozen frame become clear. The cliff's edge looms large, a silent testament to unseen events. In the editing room, an ethereal mist hangs, obscuring reality. Dimly visible through the haze, the faint outlines of wooden houses emerge, suspended in the air. The houses sway gently, their ghostly forms hinting at a forgotten world. A sense of haunting stillness fills the room, the past almost tangible. In the dim solitude of the editing room, a cradle stirs with unexpected life. A baby lies within, its face ashen, a silent scream perpetually etched upon its open mouth. The haunting stillness of the room amplifies the infant's spectral appearance and soundless cry. A chilling tableau of fragile life and unnerving silence unfolds in the heart of creation. In the darkened editing room, the screen flares to life, its flickering light the only source of illumination. A film reel spins wildly on the monitor, its images fractured and erratic, hinting at chaos and disruption. The cradle, once central to the narrative, now stands starkly empty, an absence that speaks volumes. The rhythmic whir of the editing equipment fills the silence, a mechanical heartbeat in a room pregnant with unspoken tension. A week crawls by in the dimly lit apartment, each night heavier than the last. Faint cries begin to pierce the silence, weaving through the darkness like a mournful wind. The sound is hollow, distant, as if carried through ancient, echoing wood. The apartment becomes a vessel for unseen sorrow, filled with the ghost of a sound. Night after night, the cries return, an invisible presence haunting the edges of perception. Boxes piled high, a stark contrast to the promise of a fresh start in a new house, shrouded in the darkness of night. An unsettling stillness fills the empty rooms, each shadow a silent reminder of the city left behind. Unpacked belongings scatter across the floor, whispers of the past clinging to each object. Distant city lights flicker through the window, a haunting echo of the life that was supposed to be escaped. The weight of the city's invisible chains lingers, turning the dream of escape into a chilling realization. The first pale light of dawn seeps through the windows of the new house, painting the glass a muted gray. I awaken, a sense of disorientation clouding my mind, the unfamiliar surroundings slowly coming into focus. My gaze drifts downward, noticing an unsettling layer of dirt coating the floor, its stark presence a jarring intrusion. The dirt is revealed to be a fine white dust, its texture eerily reminiscent of powdered bone. A shiver runs down my spine as the implications of the dust's composition sink in, a growing unease settling in my stomach. The dawning light seems to cast long, distorted shadows, turning the unfamiliar house into a place of mystery and dread. In the dead of night, an unsettling silence blankets the new house. The window, as if possessed, slowly creaks open, disrupting the stillness. A faint rope sound, barely audible, sways ominously from above the roof. An unseen presence seems to toy with the boundaries of the house. Dread pools in the shadows, hinting at secrets lurking just out of sight. I ascend into the attic, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. Dust motes swirl in the silence, illuminated by a solitary beam of moonlight piercing through boarded-up windows. Shadows stretch and dance, obscuring forgotten relics and hinting at untold stories hidden within the gloom. The air hangs heavy and still, pregnant with the weight of years and secrets. Each creak of the floorboards echoes in the stillness, amplifying the sense of isolation and mystery. In the attic, dust motes swirl in the weak light, painting fleeting patterns on the aged wood. Cracks in the boarded-up windows allow thin rays to pierce the gloom, revealing secrets long hidden. A thick wooden beam stretches across the attic's expanse, a silent witness to forgotten times. Hanging precariously from the beam, a weathered wooden cradle sways gently in the stillness. The cradle's aged wood whispers tales of lullabies and dreams, now lost to the echoes of time. The cradle hangs empty, a poignant symbol of absence and the haunting passage of years. In the attic, dust motes swirl in the weak light, illuminating an old wooden cradle, the silence broken only by anticipation. A subtle movement disturbs the stillness as the cradle rocks gently, an unsettling rhythm beginning to fill the room. The old wooden cradle creaks softly, its sound echoing eerily in the confined space, hinting at unseen presence. Something unseen stirs within the cradle, the rhythmic creaks building tension, promising revelation. Dust hangs heavy in the air of the cluttered attic, shadows dancing in the dim light. An unsettling whisper rises from the depths of the forgotten space, an ethereal voice piercing the silence. It is the same voice, a haunting echo from a night shrouded in mountain mist. A familiar chill snakes down the spine, a primal fear awakened by the spectral sound. The air grows colder, the whisper more distinct, as if the attic itself is trying to speak. Absolute darkness, a void, impenetrable and vast. A tremor begins, subtle and deep, resonating through the silence. The air thickens with anticipation, a pregnant pause before an unknown event. A whisper emerges from the void, fragile and faint. Your name, a baby's voice breathes, shattering the stillness. In the attic silence, the sound of ropes tightening pierces the quiet. A slow, heavy creak echoes from above, each sound distinct and deliberate. One by one, the ropes tighten, their collective sound like a village waking from slumber. The attic air vibrates, with the tension of unseen forces at play. Moonlight paints the bedroom in pale hues, but darkness reigns as I lie in bed, the sheets a shield against the encroaching night. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the silence, as the familiar dread begins to coil within me. A subtle creaking starts, soft as a whisper, then grows, each groan of wood a step closer to terror. Now every night, I hear them again, the ropes swaying, the laughter faint and high. I think, the sounds echoing in the darkness. Sunlight pierces the morning mist, revealing the hanging village clinging to the cliffside. I stand at the cliff's edge, dwarfed by the ancient village before me. A sense of wonder and anticipation washes over me as I take in the breathtaking view. Echoing in the air, my inner voice speaks of destiny and connection. The hanging village never left the cliffs. My gaze intensifies, a profound realization settling within me. It found me instead. In the dead of night, the bedroom is cast in shadow, save for the eerie flicker of a dying light. Shapes twist and writhe in the corners of the room as the light dances, creating phantoms in the darkness. A chilling stillness settles, broken only by the creaks and groans of the old house. The shadows deepen, and the air grows heavy with an unseen presence. A sense of unease permeates the room, as if something is watching, waiting in the flickering darkness. In the quiet of night, a solitary cradle sways gently, its presence a silent promise in the dim light. The soft creaking of the cradle breaks the silence, a subtle rhythm in the stillness of the room. Shadows dance softly around the cradle, whispering secrets in the quiet bedroom. The scene unfolds with a delicate, almost ethereal quality, focusing on the quiet solitude of the room. A profound sense of peace pervades the scene, emphasizing the tranquility of the moment. The bedroom waits in silent darkness, shadows stretching long and menacing. A heavy stillness hangs in the air, thick with unspoken dread. Each creak of the house echoes like a warning, amplifying the sense of isolation. A subtle shift in the shadows hints at an unseen presence, a silent watcher. The air grows colder, a chilling premonition of the terror to come. It's waiting for me to fall asleep, its patience a weapon more terrifying than any blade. The world dissolves, the edges of vision blurring, a gradual descent into the abyss, where shapes begin to lose their form. Shadows deepen, swallowing light, as the scene edges towards obscurity. The last glimmers of illumination fade, leaving only the barest hints of what once was. A final, fleeting whisper of light succumbs, consumed by the encroaching darkness. Complete and utter blackness descends, an all-encompassing void. I stand near the edge, the wind whipping around me as I gaze out at the turbulent water. The sea crashes against the rocks, a symphony of raw power and untamed beauty. The wind howls, carrying the scent of salt and the promise of adventure. I remain still, the vastness of the ocean stretching out before me. Sunlight fills the cozy home, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Margot, the old tabby cat, slumbers peacefully by the hearth, undisturbed by the world outside. The narrator's gaze softens, a hint of reflection in their eyes. The cluttered room speaks of a life lived fully, each item a silent witness to untold stories. Outside, the cliff stands sentinel against the horizon, a constant presence in the narrator's world. A young boy plays carelessly near the cliff edge, unaware of the lurking presence nearby. Margot watches from a distance, her senses heightened, her movements strange and alert. The boy continues to play, his laughter echoing in the open air as Margot's watchful eyes remain fixed on him. Margot's alertness intensifies, her posture rigid, with a strange, unseen tension. The idyllic scene belies the underlying unease as Margot's vigilance grows ever more palpable. Margot claws her way onto the sharp, uneven rocks at the cliff's edge, her movements frantic. At the cliff's edge, she stops, her eyes drawn to the infinite horizon of the sea. In a moment of stark finality, Margot leaps from the cliff, disappearing into the abyss. I stand frozen, a surge of shock and disbelief flooding my senses as I witness her fall. I burst through the door, tears blurring my vision, each sob echoing Margot's name in the silence of home. My voice trembles as I recount Margot's leap, the weight of her decision heavy in the air. Mother listens, her face draining of color, the gravity of my words casting a pall over the room. The room stills, as Mother's sharp command cuts through my despair. Never speak of it again. Her words hang in the air, sealing Margot's fate in a shroud of unspoken sorrow. The weight of Mother's decree crushes my spirit, leaving Margot's memory isolated. Time marches on, and with it, the vibrancy of youth fades, leaving behind a subtle mark of age. Other cats, once spry and carefree, now share a common stillness. Their collective gaze drifts towards the distant cliffs. A silent understanding passes between them. The air is thick with unspoken knowledge. A shared destiny awaits. I stand resolute at the cliff's edge, battling the wind's fierce embrace. One by one, the cats defy gravity, leaping into the abyss with unnerving grace. Their descent is a silent ballet, a haunting dance against the backdrop of the endless sky. Each leap is a step into the unknown, a bold surrender to the unseen forces below. An undercurrent of fear permeates the school, each shadow seeming to deepen the growing dread. Whispers weave through the halls, a chorus of unease that amplifies the unsettling atmosphere. The hushed tones hint at a disturbing topic: cat suicides, an inexplicable tragedy haunting their young minds. A palpable tension fills the air as the children's whispers turn into murmurs of disbelief and sorrow. Some children claim their own beloved pets have inexplicably taken their lives, adding a personal layer of grief to the collective anxiety. The whispers grow louder, each voice contributing to the unsettling hum that echoes through the school, amplifying the shared sense of loss and confusion. The pub glows with inviting amber light, laughter echoing through the air. A tense silence descends whenever the cliff is mentioned, quickly replaced by talk of weather or local gossip. At the bar, Father sits hunched over a glass, his bloodshot eyes betraying a troubled mind. His voice slurs as he leans closer, sharing a dark secret. "They don't want you to know about the cliff. There's a curse, I tell you. A curse." His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the town's unspoken dread. In the dead of night, a relentless scratching shatters the silence, jolting the narrator awake. Disoriented, the narrator sits up, struggling to pierce the impenetrable darkness. The narrator's eyes strain, gradually making out the shapes lurking outside the window. A sea of feline faces emerges from the shadows, dozens of cats staring with unnerving intensity. Their gaze is fixed and unsettling, an accusatory weight in their collective stare. The narrator is overwhelmed by the silent, accusatory judgment of the feline assembly. Under the dawn's first light, a dusty road stretches towards a formidable cliff. A silent procession of cats advances relentlessly toward the cliff's edge, driven by an irresistible, unseen force. I desperately follow, attempting to break through their trance, but their gaze remains fixed on the distant horizon. The cats are drawn inexorably toward the edge. As dawn breaks, a line of cats approaches the cliff edge, their forms stark against the emerging light. One by one, they leap into the abyss, disappearing into the vast emptiness below. I watch, transfixed, as the final cat plunges into the seemingly bottomless chasm. The last silhouette vanishes, leaving only the echo of their departure. My composure shatters, the weight of the scene crashing down. The full realization of the situation hits, leaving me vulnerable and alone, surrounded by towering stacks of books and age-old documents. I immerse myself in a world of forgotten tales. Under the desk lamp's glow, my fingers trace the faded ink of maps from long ago. I lean in closer, my eyes poring over historical records, seeking answers hidden within their lines. The cliff looms large in my imagination, its curse a mystery I am determined to unravel. Engrossed in the pursuit of truth, I press on, undeterred by the shadows of the past. Beneath the sun-drenched sky, I enter the town cemetery, where the weathered tombstones guard secrets of bygone eras. Lost in the labyrinth of graves, I wander among the silent stones, my shadow stretching long across the ground. My fingers trace the faded inscriptions, each touch a silent plea to unveil the truths hidden within these weathered markers. In this solemn place, I seek answers among the names and dates of those long departed, hoping to unearth the clues that time has concealed. Inside the quiet library, the weight of untold stories fills the air as I begin my search. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams as I carefully pull down an ancient tome. The scent of aged paper surrounds me as I sit at a large wooden table, the book open before me. My fingers trace the faded ink of ancient maps, searching for any clue about the cliff. Hours pass, marked only by the shifting sunlight and the rustle of turning pages. Amidst the stacks of documents, a name echoes in the silence, hinting at a breakthrough. Drawn to the edge, I navigate winding paths, yet the cliff's presence looms, an inescapable shadow. Each detour, only heightens the cliff's haunting visibility, a constant reminder. Despite my efforts, the cliff remains a relentless fixture in my vision. The path twists and turns, but the cliff silhouette never truly fades from view. Try as I might, the cliff's stark beauty and inherent danger linger in my awareness. In a frenzy of denial, I struggle to rearrange the furniture, my home becoming a barricade against the haunting view. Each shove of the armchair echoes my desperate attempt to block out the cliff, a constant, tormenting reminder. The heavy armchair grinds across the floor, finally positioned to obscure the window, my efforts fueled by raw, frantic energy. With the cliff now hidden, a false sense of security washes over me, yet the silence screams louder than any view. In the heart of the town, eager tourists approach, their faces bright with anticipation. They seek guidance to the cliff, unaware of the deception that awaits them. I, with a false smile, offer directions that lead them astray, betraying their trust. My words, coated with deceit, send them spiraling away from their destination. They disappear into the maze of streets, their dreams of the cliff fading with each step. In the dead of night, sweat slicks the narrator's brow as they writhe in the grip of a recurring nightmare. The dreamscape shifts. The narrator finds themselves on the precipice of a dizzying cliff, the wind a relentless tormentor. Below, a dark abyss beckons, an irresistible call to the depths. The narrator is drawn to the edge by an unseen force. The narrator succumbs to the abyss. I stand, fixating on the doorframe that tells a silent story of struggle. Claw marks mar the wood, a desperate attempt to remain indoors. The scratches show the resistance of a cat fighting against its fate. The doorframe whispers of a battle lost, a feline's last stand. The marks remain as a testament to a cat's unwillingness to leave. The narrator wakes suddenly, cold sweat covering his skin. An unsettling silence fills the house, a stark contrast to the comforting sounds he is used to. Realization strikes. His cat has vanished. Small paw prints lead from the open back door, a silent trail to the cliff's edge. The prints disappear toward the ominous cliff, overlooking the dark ocean. A group of townsfolk gathers at the cliff edge, their expressions eerily blank. Their blank stares suggest a collective sense of dread or resignation. The cliff looms ominously, mirroring the emptiness in their eyes. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the distant sound of the waves. The town pub pulsates with a forced gaiety, its artificial cheer barely masking the unease beneath. Laughter rings out, too loud, too forced, revealing the nervous glances exchanged between the townsfolk. The clinking of glasses, a deliberate symphony, struggles to drown out the silence that threatens to consume the room. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air, a fear that every person present desperately tries to ignore. Every smile seems strained, every joke falls flat, as the weight of unspoken dread settles over the gathering. The forced cheer of the pub serves only to amplify the underlying sense of impending doom as the townsfolk try in vain to escape the inevitable. A palpable tension fills the town streets under the watchful gaze of the sun. The townsfolk move with hushed steps, their eyes darting nervously, their voices barely audible. The absence of a familiar feline presence casts a long shadow over the community. Whispers replace laughter as the air thickens with unspoken fears. Each averted glance hints at a shared secret, a collective anxiety gripping the town. The day unfolds, heavy with the weight of what is unsaid and unseen. Thunder and lightning crash, painting the room in stark flashes of light as a storm unleashes its fury. The wind howls fiercely, as if trying to tear the house apart. Amidst the storm's chaos, a persistent scratching pierces the night's symphony of destruction. The scratching grows more insistent, an unsettling plea cutting through the storm's roar. Under the cloak of night, a multitude of cats congregates outside the narrator's home. The storm's lightning illuminates their eyes, casting an eerie glow. The scene is a surreal tableau of feline mystery amidst the tempest. Each flash reveals a silent, watchful gathering under the stormy sky. Under the moonlit sky, a dirt road winds into the distance, promising both mystery and peril. Guiding eyes pierce the darkness, leading me through the quiet village. Whispers rise from the tall grass as I follow the beckoning cats, an unseen force urging me forward. Across open fields, the path narrows, drawing me closer to the looming cliff. Compelled by an irresistible pull, I continue to follow the cats toward the looming cliff. At the cliff's edge, a silent gathering of feline silhouettes, eyes ablaze in the night. One by one, the cats leap into the darkness. The abyss awaits, swallowing each shadow in its silent depths. The cliff stands empty, the night reclaiming its secrets as the last silhouette vanishes. The wind screams, tearing at hair and clothes, as nature's fury unleashes its raw power. Below, waves crash against the rocks, their relentless rhythm a primal symphony of destruction. A voice whispers, guttural and strange, carried on the wind's breath. Unintelligible words dance on the air, woven into the symphony of the storm. The cliff's edge becomes a stage for nature's haunting performance. The elements conspire to create an atmosphere of ominous mystery. At the cliff's edge, the cats turn, their eyes locking onto mine. A silent challenge hangs in the air, as if daring me to make the next move. The wind whispers secrets through the grass, carrying the scent of the sea. In this moment of stillness, the fate of our encounter hangs in the balance. Each step becomes a monumental effort, legs heavy as stone. The cliff edge looms closer, the wind's relentless force a tangible presence. A desperate internal struggle intensifies, body screaming for respite. Feet betray resolve, drawing closer to the precipice. The edge beckons, a silent, irresistible call. Lightning's brutal strike cleaves the cliff, tearing away the very ground beneath my feet. I stumble backward, desperately seeking purchase, but find only empty air. The cats, sensing impending doom, erupt in a chorus of hisses, their fur bristling with primal fear. In a moment of chilling unity, they hurl themselves into the abyss, embracing the inevitable. Helpless, I lie on the cliff edge as the relentless rain drenches me. Each drop feels like a hammer blow, as the cold permeates my bones. My heart pounds wildly, a desperate bird trapped within my chest. The cliff looms, threatening to swallow me into the abyss below. Darkness closes in, a chilling embrace that threatens to consume me entirely. Dawn breaks, painting the room in pale light as the narrator crawls back home. Exhausted, the narrator collapses onto the cold floor. Silent tears begin to stream down the narrator's face, marking the start of a weeping vigil. The weeping intensifies, shaking the narrator's body with each sob. As morning approaches, the narrator continues to weep, lost in grief. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the weeping narrator, alone with sorrow. Sunlight streams into the narrator's home, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The memory of the cliff looms, a chilling reminder of fate narrowly escaped. Each line is a brick in a wall of warning, a beacon to those who might follow. The town streets stretch out, each turn a reminder of choices made. Avoiding the path that winds toward the cliff, I feel the weight of its silent vigil. My eyes dart across the familiar storefronts, searching, yet dreading what I might find. Each step is deliberate, a dance around the inevitable. It waits there, a silent sentinel, a constant reminder at the town's edge. In the narrator's home, the night is filled with a scratching sound. The scratching is a constant reminder of the cliff's looming presence. The sound echoes, amplifying the narrator's unease. The scratching persists, a haunting reminder of the cliff's proximity. In the suffocating darkness of night, I lie awake, trapped in a silent battle with insomnia. A faint whisper stirs from the depths of memory, a forgotten breath against my ear. The whisper intensifies, growing louder, closer, a chilling echo from the past. A wave of icy dread washes over me as the whisper's haunting presence refuses to be ignored. The chill deepens, a stark reminder that some memories never truly fade. The first light of dawn gently kisses the room, stirring the narrator from slumber. A sense of unease settles as the narrator's gaze drops to the floor beside the bed. Paw prints mar the otherwise untouched floorboards, an eerie discovery in the quiet dawn. The narrator sits up, alert, the morning stillness now filled with unspoken questions. Confused, the narrator leans forward, eyes fixed on the mysterious impressions. A silent question hangs in the air as the narrator rises to investigate the strange prints. In the seemingly normal town, an undercurrent of fear runs deep. The townsfolk move with purpose, but their eyes betray anxiety. Children play, but the tension is palpable. Silence hangs heavy, masking the fear that festers beneath the surface. Routine actions are performed with a forced calmness. The town buries its silence under routine, but the fear remains. Sunlight floods the room, illuminating the narrator's workspace, where stacks of books and papers hint at a world of untold stories. The narrator, surrounded by literary chaos, pauses over a half-finished manuscript. The narrator's expression is pensive, reflecting deep contemplation. The narrator's voice cuts through the silence. I realize the cliff does not take without reason, and will not stop with the cats. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy as the narrator contemplates the ominous implications. The room is cloaked in shadow, the bedside lamp a lonely sentinel against the encroaching darkness. I sit hunched over the manuscript, its pages glowing softly, a silent witness to my growing unease. A sudden chill seizes me, a harbinger of the dread that tightens its grip on my heart. In a moment of stark realization, the narrator speaks. I fear the day will come when I too will succumb to the cliff's call. A young figure is silhouetted against the bright sky, standing precariously close to the cliff's edge, drawn by an unseen force. A small gathering of stray cats approaches the precipice. Their forms stand out against the horizon, mysterious and solitary. The young figure remains still, as if frozen in time, a silent observer of the natural drama unfolding. The wind whispers secrets to the cats, their fur ruffled by the unseen currents. The cliff stands as a silent witness, bearing the weight of untold stories and forgotten memories. In the shadowy depths of memory, a dimly lit room flickers to life, its walls adorned with dancing shadows. A young boy sits at his father's knee, enveloped by the room's somber ambiance. His father's face, a canvas of worry, speaks volumes in the muted light. That cliff, it has always been cursed, the father warns, his voice heavy with a dark premonition. The father implores, cautioning his son to be careful. The room's shadows seem to deepen, amplifying the gravity of his father's words. The town streets bustle with activity, yet an unsettling undercurrent of fear permeates the air. I pause, observing the townsfolk's strange behavior. Their eyes dart nervously, avoiding something unseen. A palpable fear grips the town, an unspoken dread hanging heavy in the air. The source of their terror becomes clear. The looming cliff, a constant reminder of their vulnerability. Every glance towards the cliff reveals a deep-seated dread, as if it holds a dark secret. Inside the narrator's home, a sense of denial lingers as he tries to rationalize the cliff as merely a natural formation. He struggles to maintain his conviction, yet a deep-seated awareness hints at something far beyond the ordinary. Despite his efforts to convince himself, the narrator cannot shake the feeling that the cliff holds a significance that transcends nature. The weight of his unspoken knowledge settles upon him, as he acknowledges, deep down, that the cliff is more than just a natural phenomenon. A solitary cat stands poised at the cliff's edge, an abyss of ocean stretching before it. The cat's fur ruffles softly in the sea breeze, its gaze unwavering towards the horizon. The cat's posture is rigid, an unspoken tension coiling within its small frame. Its ears twitch, catching the distant whispers of the waves, as if deciphering a hidden message. A haunting call seems to emanate from the sea, drawing the feline further into its mysterious depths. The cat remains, a sentinel against the vastness, forever listening to the sea's enigmatic song. Inside the narrator's dimly lit home, a desperate struggle unfolds as they frantically barricade doors and windows. Each movement casts eerie shadows that amplify the growing dread. The narrator's heart pounds in their chest, struggling to keep the cats out. The dim light dances with their movements, heightening the suspense. Children play, their innocent laughter filling the air, oblivious to the cliff's edge. A looming danger casts a shadow over their carefree games. I watch, my concern growing. I try to shout a warning over the cheerful noise. My words are lost in the wind. The children continue their play, their attention fixed elsewhere. In the dimly lit town pub, a sea of faces blurs with skepticism. I stand before the crowd, my voice echoing with urgency, seeking to awaken them to our town's curse. You must acknowledge the curse, I implore, my voice ringing with desperation. There is no curse. You are mistaken. The townsfolk respond, their voices a united front of disbelief. The pub remains unchanged, the clinking glasses and murmurs continuing as the gravity of the curse hangs heavy in the air. At the cliff edge, the wind howls as I begin the ancient ritual. My robes billow wildly, echoing the storm inside. The waves crash against the rocks, a relentless, deafening roar. Despite my fervent chanting, the curse holds fast, an unbreakable chain. A wave of failure washes over me, cold and heavy. The ritual ends, leaving only the relentless wind and the crushing weight of defeat. In the dead of night, a faint whisper begins to stir, barely audible. The whisper intensifies, subtly calling out the narrator's name. A hushed voice calls, the sound growing more insistent with each breath. Louder now, the whisper weaves through the shadows, demanding attention. The narrator is now consumed by the persistent whisper, its call impossible to ignore. The whisper transforms into a deafening roar, enveloping the narrator entirely. A growing number of cats gather silently in the town streets, their intense eyes all locked on a single point. An unseen presence feels the weight of their collective gaze, sensing an impending threat. Fear grips the air as the cats advance, their silent menace growing with each step. The unseen presence realizes with chilling certainty, they are coming. The unseen presence understands with chilling finality, they are coming for me. In the quiet of the night, a suitcase sits open on the bed, awaiting its contents. With a heavy heart, I begin to pack, each item a reminder of the life I'm leaving behind. The bedside lamp casts long shadows, mirroring the long shadows of my memories. I try to distance myself, but the cliff's presence lingers, an invisible chain binding me to this place. Despite my efforts, I know I can't escape its influence, the cliff's silent call echoing in my mind. A final glance back reveals the cliff, a stark reminder of what was left behind. The cliff fades into the distance, becoming a distant memory. In the heart of a dream, I find myself back in my childhood home, bathed in the eerie glow of night. An unsettling sound shatters the silence. Cats scratching at the door, their claws a relentless torment. Drawn by the eerie scratching, I approach the door, my heart pounding with trepidation. With trembling hands, I open the door, bracing myself for whatever lies beyond. I step outside, the threshold crossed, into a world unknown and fraught with mystery. I stand at the cliff's edge, the abyss whispering promises of home. A siren call, a gentle breeze, beckons me toward the edge, filling me with a sense of belonging. Closing my eyes, I surrender to the dream, embracing the leap into the unknown. I am falling into the darkness, the whisper now a deafening roar. I awaken abruptly, my body drenched in sweat, and my heart pounding with relentless terror. The first rays of dawn pierce through the curtains, casting long, haunting shadows that dance across the room. I clutch desperately at the sheets, gasping for each breath, as if resurfacing from a nightmare. The cliff, a phantom of my past, flashes vividly behind my eyes, a stark reminder of a fate I can never truly escape. Trapped in the relentless grip of memory, I know I can never truly escape it. The town awakens as a surge of tourists floods the streets, their faces bright with the promise of adventure. A wave of eager anticipation ripples through the crowd, each face alight with excitement for the cliffside views. The streets buzz with a cacophony of voices, a symphony of excitement and expectation. Amid the cheerful chaos, a solitary figure watches, a chilling dread creeping into their heart. The joyous atmosphere of the town clashes starkly with the growing sense of foreboding. A silent scream echoes within, masked by the town's cheerful facade, as an icy fear takes hold. In the quiet of night, I sit by the window, the cold glass a stark reminder of the world outside. The silhouette of the cliff looms against the inky sky, a silent sentinel. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy, an invisible weight pressing down. The anticipation sharpens as I wait for the inevitable. The night deepens, the shadows lengthen, and the air grows thick with unspoken fears. The silence is broken only by the whisper of the wind, carrying secrets on its breath. I stand on the precipice, fear mingling with a strange allure. The rugged cliff edge whispers tales of danger and freedom. The wind dances around me, a constant reminder of the abyss. My heart pounds, a frantic drum against the backdrop of nature's silence. The cliff's edge beckons, a silent challenge to the soul. The town pub glows with a warm amber light, its cheerfulness failing to dispel the palpable tension. Whispers of missing cats hang heavy, adding to the growing unease. Locals nurse their drinks, their eyes darting nervously around the crowded room. Despite the warmth and the crowd, a chill permeates the air. Each clink of glass seems amplified, a stark reminder of the unsettling atmosphere. The weight of unspoken fears presses down, a silent acknowledgement of shared dread. In the town cemetery, a cold stone marks Margot's grave, symbolizing her irretrievable absence. A wave of guilt crashes over me, leaving me suffocated. Unresolved grief claws at my throat, making it hard to breathe. The wind whispers through the trees, a mournful symphony of unspoken words and regrets. Echoes of the past reverberate, amplifying the weight of what remains unsaid. The cemetery stands silent, witness to the lingering pain of loss. In the dimly lit room, shadows dance ominously as unseen forces stir. The throbbing pain explodes behind the narrator's eyes, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. Familiar surroundings twist into grotesque shapes, mocking the narrator's sanity. The air thickens, heavy with an unseen presence, suffocating the narrator. The floor shifts beneath the narrator's feet, sending them stumbling into the abyss. Distorted whispers echo, growing louder and more menacing, consuming the narrator's mind. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the stark precipice of the cliff, a mirror image of myself. The vast expanse of the cliff edge becomes a stage for a haunting vision. A chilling premonition grips me as I gaze upon this spectral doppelganger. The air crackles with an unspoken dread, a silent warning echoing across the chasm. The cliff's edge transforms into a nexus of fear as the figure's presence chills me to the core. I stare, frozen, at the edge of the abyss, where reality and nightmare become indistinguishable. In the dim light of the narrator's home, dust motes swirl around stacks of old photo albums. The narrator shuffles through the albums, seeking solace, but finds only a deeper dread. Each image amplifies the gnawing dread, a stark reminder of happier times now lost. Fingers trace the smiling faces in the photos, ghosts of a past now hauntingly distant. The The weight of memory bears down, each photograph a painful echo of what once was. In the quiet room, the narrator is lost in the labyrinth of memory, surrounded by silent witnesses. An unsettling stillness hangs over the town, the townsfolk moving with a strange, glazed look in their eyes. Whispers trail behind me, a chorus of hushed voices marking my every step through the streets. I walks through the town streets, the weight of their gaze heavy upon me. Their movements are stilted, unnatural, as if puppets controlled by an unseen hand. In the dimness of night, a lone desk lamp casts a fragile glow, illuminating the narrator's solitary world. Scattered papers and a half-empty coffee mug hint at hours of relentless toil and contemplation. The narrator hunches over a journal, a pen scratching furiously as words struggle to capture the essence of experience. A furrowed brow and darting eyes reveal a mind wrestling with gnawing fears and haunting memories. The air hangs heavy with the scent of old books, a silent testament to the weight of untold stories. Nervous energy permeates the room, a palpable tension fueling the narrator's desperate quest for understanding. Against the backdrop of the endless sky, I stand poised at the cliff's edge, a solitary figure confronting nature's grandeur. The wind, an invisible force, whips around me, tugging at my clothes with relentless energy. With a surge of defiance, I open my mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of words against the unyielding stone. I shout at the cliff, but my words are instantly snatched away by the roaring wind, swallowed into oblivion. Silence descends, a stark reminder of nature's overwhelming power, leaving me alone with my thoughts. In the dimly lit room, shadows swirl around the narrator, alone at his worn desk. A sudden, stark realization pierces through the gloom. The weight of truth hits him. Leaving is the only escape from this cursed town. His hands tremble, clutching a faded photograph. The photograph is a bittersweet reminder of the life he must abandon. The whisper persists, a constant reminder of the unseen passenger. In a new home, the narrator is surrounded by unpacked boxes. The walls seem to close in, the shadows of the room twisting like the jagged edges of a cliff. Despite the warmth, a chill lingers, a constant echo of the cold wind. The memories of the cliff haunt the new life, casting a long shadow. Amidst unfamiliar walls, the past refuses to be silenced. Footsteps trace the wet sand as I wander along the beach. The sound of the waves stirs memories. The cliff flashes before my eyes. The past envelops me. In the dead of night, a faint scratching pierces the silence of the narrator's new home, a sound that chills the soul. The narrator stands frozen, a realization creeping in that the cliff's haunting presence has followed him. The scratching grows more insistent, a persistent reminder of a past the narrator desperately tried to leave behind. A shadow moves under the door, the scratching intensifying, the narrator's heart pounding in his chest. Each scrape against the wood echoes the narrator's mounting fear, a symphony of dread in the quiet house. The scratching stops, replaced by an unnerving silence, leaving the narrator in a state of breathless anticipation. At the cliff edge, a lone figure stands defiant against the forces of nature, the wind a constant whisper, urging a fateful decision. The wind intensifies, a haunting call to the narrator as the balance of fate hangs precariously. He hesitates, caught between resistance and surrender, the cliff edge a stark boundary. The decision looms, an ambiguous end, awaiting in the whispers of the wind. Under the summer sun, a pale gray Victorian house stands in quiet anticipation. A moving van halts before the house, carrying dreams and the weight of change. My family, myself, my parents, and my brother David step out, their faces etched with fatigue. Hope flickers in their eyes, promising a new chapter in the quiet of Ashford Hill. We arrive, looking weary but hopeful. The grand entrance hall of Ashford Hill House stands silent, dust motes swirling in beams of sunlight. David reaches out, his fingers lightly tracing the aged wood of the banister, a smile gracing his lips. The rare moment of warmth flickers across David's face as he whispers, "It feels like it's been waiting for us." The house seems to respond, its silence deepening, as if acknowledging its new inhabitants. In the dim light of his bedroom, David lies still, a fragile figure against the white sheets. My mother hovers, her gentle hands adjusting his blankets, a silent vigil of love. Framed in the doorway, my father stands, his face a canvas of worry and unspoken fears. I watch from the shadows, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. The room is filled with unspoken anxieties, a heavy blanket of dread suffocating the air. A silent plea hangs in the air, a desperate hope for a miracle in the face of looming despair. In the dead of night, I venture down the hallway of Ashford Hill House, each step a chilling echo. Footsteps resonate from above, a phantom presence in the silent house. Silence descends once more, but the unsettling echo lingers in the air. I try to convince myself it is just the old house settling, but unease creeps in. I continue walking, attempting to shake off the growing sense of dread. Alone in the grand living room, I am immersed in the pages of a book, seeking solace. A subtle undercurrent of voices begins to infiltrate the silence, seeping through the vents. I attempt to block out the unsettling sounds, my focus tightening on the words before me. The voices grow louder, disrupting the quietude of the room. David awakens abruptly in his bed, his face glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. His body shakes with tremors as his wide eyes frantically scan the shadows of his room. Whispering into the night, David mutters, "They whisper to me." His voice barely audible, he confesses, "They say they want to help. They say they've been here a long, long time." In the quiet kitchen of Ashford Hill House, David's gaze is locked on the basement door, his face a mask of daring anticipation. In contrast, I fidget nervously, my hesitation a stark counterpoint to his boldness. David confidently asserts the padlock is no longer a barrier, his words echoing with assurance. My eyes dart to the padlock, then back to David, my doubt a palpable presence in the sunlit kitchen. The steep stairs of Ashford Hill House descend into darkness, each step groaning under unseen weight. The air chills with every footstep, hinting at the mysteries that await below. The descent continues, each creak of the stairs echoing in the growing silence. Deeper into the earth, the cold intensifies, wrapping around like a ghostly embrace. The unknown awaits in the darkness below, a silent challenge to those who dare descend. The basement of Ashford Hill House reveals its chilling secret, a mortuary hidden beneath. Rows of cold metal drawers stand embedded in the walls, hinting at the stories of those once held within. Rusted gurneys lean against the concrete, silent witnesses to countless journeys. Shelves lined with dusty jars evoke forgotten experiments and untold secrets. The tiled floor is darkly stained, each mark a haunting echo of the past. The air hangs heavy with the weight of history, a palpable sense of sorrow and decay. In the basement of Ashford Hill House, dust dances in a beam of sunlight, illuminating rows of cold, sterile body drawers. David, his face etched with grim understanding, hesitantly enters this chamber of horrors. His voice echoes in the cold space, revealing the chilling truth. This is where they kept them. This is where they stayed. A faint scraping sound from one of the body drawers shatters the stillness. The scraping intensifies, hinting at the horrors concealed within. In the dimly lit basement of Ashford Hill House, the drawer rattles, the sound growing louder, amplifying the tension. Urgency etched on her face, she yanks David upstairs, her grip tightening with each step. They hurry out of the basement, their escape driven by an unseen threat. The basement door slams shut, the reverberation echoing through the old house, sealing the mystery within. In the dead of night, after all have retired, An unsettling sound pierces the silence. A faint metallic scraping reverberates through the vents, hinting at unseen activity below. The echo of metal sliding against metal grows louder, disrupting the stillness. The sound resonates, indicating something is being opened, broken, or revealed. David lies in his bed, his face pale, his eyes distant. His gaze wanders, lost in thought. A subtle change flickers across David's face. He remains still, a world away. In the silent living room of Ashford Hill House, David sits alone, lost in a world only he can perceive. His gaze drifts to the shadows, where unspoken words linger. His mouth continues to move, as if he is conversing with unseen entities. He is completely immersed in his private, unheard conversations. In the hushed living room of Ashford Hill House, I watch David with growing unease, his face a mask of serene puzzlement. He stands there, seemingly lost in conversation with unseen entities, a faint smile gracing his lips. The unsettling silence of the room is punctuated only by David's soft, cryptic murmurs. I break the silence, my voice laced with concern. "David, what are you doing?" David turns, his eyes shining with an otherworldly light, and simply states, "Talking to them." A chilling declaration that echoes through the room. They like me. They said they'll make me strong again. Under the kitchen's harsh fluorescent lights, a sterile glow highlights the linoleum floor. Unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. I break the silence, my voice trembling slightly. "I wanted to tell you about David." Mother dismisses my words with a wave of her hand. "Oh, that again." "It's nothing, dear." Father's voice rises, his patience wearing thin. "What is this nonsense? I thought we were clear about this." A piercing scream shatters the night's calm, tearing through the stillness of David's room. David writhes in his bed, his body contorting against unseen torment. Desperate, he claws at his arms and chest, as if battling an invisible foe. Red welts erupt across his skin, a horrifying testament to his unseen struggle. In the dim light of David's bedroom, a desperate struggle unfolds. His mother grapples with him, trying to restrain his thrashing limbs. The father is standing, desperately dialing for help, panic etched on his face. The attack abruptly ceases, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. The mother remains kneeling, her gaze fixed on David, as the father lowers the phone. Bathed in pale moonlight, David lies gasping, his body bearing the marks of a harrowing ordeal. His eyes, dark and unfocused, reflect the shadowed depths of the room. He turns his gaze towards an unseen presence, a silent plea in his eyes. A chilling revelation escapes his lips. "They don't want you here." His voice cracks with the weight of their sinister desire. "They only want me." The room's shadows deepen, amplifying the stark isolation of his words. Silence descends upon the hallway, heavy and expectant. Suddenly, the door slams shut with violent force, shattering the stillness. I recoil, startled by the sudden, echoing slam. Fear grips me as I stand frozen. The grand living room of Ashford Hill House is bathed in the warm glow of the lights. Without warning, the lights flicker ominously, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. The room descends into an unsettling darkness as the lights struggle and dim. A complete blackout engulfs the living room, plunging everything into an impenetrable darkness. The silence is broken only by the faint creaks of the old house, amplifying the sense of isolation. In the pitch-black void, unseen eyes seem to watch, and anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The kitchen descends into chaos as every cabinet door bursts open, unleashing destruction. Plates rain down, shattering upon impact with the floor, the sound of destruction filling the air. I stand frozen, a silent witness to the unfolding catastrophe. Horror grips my face as the kitchen transforms into a landscape of shattered dreams. The Ashford Hill House hallway reeks of decay and formaldehyde, an assault on the senses. The stench claws at the throat, making each breath a desperate struggle. Desperate, they try to shield their nose, but the smell clings relentlessly. The air hangs heavy, a suffocating blanket of putrescence. In the muted light of the living room, a palpable tension hangs heavy as parents stand their ground, unwavering in their decision. Fear grips their hearts, a silent testament to the sacrifices they are willing to make for David's well-being. The room, once a sanctuary, now echoes with unspoken anxieties. Each object a reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Every ticking clock amplifies their resolve as they stand firm, protecting David's treatment schedule at all costs. Their determination hardens, each breath a silent promise to shield David from any disruption to his path to recovery. The weight of their decision presses down, yet their resolve remains unbroken, a beacon of hope in the face of uncertainty. Tangled in bedsheets, I lie awake, listening to the house. The house groans and creaks around me. A chilling realization dawns. The house breathes. It's alive, and it wants my brother. The silence screams the house's intent. The morning light reveals a bedroom where shadows cling to secrets. Father stands, his sleeves concealing a hidden story of pain. With a deliberate motion, he pulls up his sleeve, revealing the marred skin beneath. Bruises bloom like dark flowers on his pale arms, each mark a silent scream. The bruises, shaped like long, bony fingers, tell tales of unseen battles. The dark purple bruises stand out against the pale skin, a silent testament to suffering. Bathed in the stark glow of electric light, a mother seeks solace in the sacred words. Her fingers tighten around the worn pages as she whispers fervent prayers into the silent night. The harsh light casts long shadows, revealing the depth of her worry. The room is filled with unspoken fears, each prayer a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Clutching her Bible, she whispers, seeking refuge from unseen terrors. In the hushed atmosphere of Ashford Hill House, David begins his descent into the shadowy basement. Each step creaks ominously as David ventures deeper into the unknown. The dim light casts long, distorted shadows, amplifying the suspense. The air grows colder as David continues his clandestine journey. A sense of foreboding fills the air as David nears the bottom of the stairs. David reaches the basement floor. In the desolate basement of Ashford Hill House, David sits alone, lost in shadows and whispers. His voice echoes in the empty air as he mutters, a solitary figure consumed by unseen forces. The chilling silence of the basement amplifies his words, each syllable hanging heavy with despair. Alone in the cold, David's murmurs fill the void, a desperate plea in the heart of the shadows. Dust motes swirl in the dim light of the basement as I stands firm. With voice trembling slightly, I speaks. I demand to know what he's doing, he retorts, voice laced with desperation. They're my friends. They understand me. His voice rises with manic energy. They're going to make me better. His voice filled with accusation. You just want to take that away. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The fate of friendship hangs in the balance. Under a tempestuous sky, Ashford Hill is engulfed in the fury of a raging storm. The wind howls with the haunting intensity of a banshee's cry, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie symphony of nature's wrath. Rain lashes down with relentless force, each drop a stinging reminder of the storm's unyielding power. The darkness is absolute, a suffocating blanket that obscures all but the most fleeting glimpses of the landscape. Brief flashes of lightning momentarily pierce the gloom, revealing a stark and unforgiving terrain. The grand Ashford Hill House is plunged into darkness. As the electricity fails, shadows dancing ominously. A single match flares, piercing the oppressive darkness, held by an unseen hand. Flickering candlelight battles the gloom, revealing the decaying grandeur of the living room. The ornate details of the room emerge from the shadows, revealing the extent of its disrepair. The once opulent living room now stands as a testament to forgotten elegance and encroaching decay. Silence descends once more, broken only by the gentle crackle of the candle's flame. The heavy door to the Ashford Hill House basement looms ominously in the darkness. A series of sharp, metallic bangs echo from the depths below, each thud more urgent than the last. The sound intensifies, hinting at a desperate struggle unfolding beyond the barrier. The door remains steadfast, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets hidden within the Ashford Hill House basement. The hallway of Ashford Hill House is filled with a thunderous banging, shaking the ancient structure to its core. The relentless noise echoes through the walls, each impact more violent than the last. The sound grows, an insistent demand that seems to want to tear the house apart. The house creaks and groans, as if something imprisoned is desperately trying to break free. Shadows deepen as whispers slither through the ancient hallways of Ashford Hill House. A chorus of voices rises, their foreign words a haunting chant that fills every room. The sound intensifies, vibrating through the very foundations of the house. An unseen presence echoes, resonating with an eerie, unfamiliar energy. In the dead of night, David's eyes glaze over, a strange awakening pulling him from his reverie. He rises abruptly, an invisible force guiding his steps towards the basement door. An eerie stillness fills the room as David advances, drawn by an unknown power. Each step echoes in the silence, amplifying the mystery of his somnambulistic journey. The basement door looms closer, promising answers to questions yet unasked. In the dimly lit living room of Ashford Hill House, desperation fills the air as I plead with him not to leave. Ignoring my pleas, he turns away, his resolve hardening with each step. Without a word, he begins to move, his body tense with suppressed emotion. Suddenly, a surge of unexpected force as he shoves me aside, breaking our connection. I stumble back, the impact leaving me disoriented as he continues his relentless departure. Tension fills the living room of Ashford Hill House, an ominous night settling over the family. My parents try to intervene, their faces etched with fear. He moves with unnatural, unsettling movements. The air thickens with impending dread as he advances. His relentless approach silences all resistance. In the oppressive darkness of the basement, David stands alone, a solitary figure against the gloom. He remains motionless, as if listening for some sound from the depths of the house. The silence in the basement is broken only by the distant creaks of the old house, adding to the growing tension. He holds that pose, as though trying to connect with something beyond the physical realm. The air grows heavy, charged with an unspoken anticipation, as David remains still, immersed in the heart of the darkness. Deep in the basement of Ashford Hill House, the stillness shatters as mortuary drawers begin to slide open. One by one, the cold metal drawers groan, revealing the secrets hidden within. The screech of metal on metal intensifies, echoing through the chamber. Each drawer opens further, promising a glimpse into the abyss. The basement air hangs heavy with dread as the final drawer grinds open. In the silent abyss of the basement, dust motes waltz in the faint moonlight, the air thick with the stench of decay. One by one, the drawers creak open, their silence broken by the echoes of dread. From the darkness, thin gray figures begin to emerge, their forms twisted and unnatural. Hollow eyes and grotesque grins reveal the horrors within, their mouths stretched into silent screams, limbs contort at impossible angles as they crawl free, their unnatural movements a symphony of terror. In the dim, flickering light of the basement, shadows dance menacingly around David, a man lost in his own world. Clutching a tattered teddy bear, David's unsettling smile hints at a disturbing delusion. His eyes gleam with manic intensity as he whispers, "They're here." A chilling promise hangs in the air as David declares, "They said I could stay with them forever." Terror consumes her, and she unleashes a scream of desperate prayers into the oppressive darkness. "Prayers! Prayers for salvation!" she cries out, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. The father, A mask of grim determination pulls David back, a desperate attempt to shield him from the unseen horror. He grips David's shoulders, shaking him with a controlled, urgent force. From the shadows of the basement, unseen figures emerge. They slide across the cold stone, an unstoppable tide. Closer they come, encircling their prey in the darkness, trapped, with no escape from the encroaching horror. In the depths of Ashford Hill House's basement, icy fingers reach out, seizing me in the chilling darkness. The chilling grasp tightens as another entity snatches at my mother's hair, pulling her into the abyss. Icy wetness spreads across my skin. As the unseen assailant tightens its grip, my mother's scream is cut short, the darkness swallowing her cries as she's dragged away. The cold intensifies, and the last vestige of hope flickers as the basement's horrors claim their prize. In the basement of Ashford Hill House, a father throws a desperate punch. His fists swing wildly, meeting only empty air. His swings pass straight through unseen forms. He is caught in a futile battle against intangible foes. His frustration mounts as his efforts prove useless. He is helpless against the unseen. In the inky black, dust swirls in the single beam of moonlight that stabs through the gloom of the basement. The heavy air smells of mildew and things long forgotten, a chilling testament to time's passage. David stands alone in the heart of the darkness, a silhouette against the faint light. His voice cracks as David whispers, "They don't want you. They only want me." The shadows seem to deepen in response, swallowing the room in an oppressive silence. In the dim, chilling basement of Ashford Hill House, I race towards my brother, desperation fueling every step. I grab him, my grip firm, as I shake him with all my strength, trying to break through whatever holds him. I cry out, "You're not theirs." My voice cracks with urgency and love. "You're my brother. You belong with us." His eyes remain distant, untouched by my words. As the cold basement air hangs heavy around us, my grip tightens, a silent promise to fight for him, to bring him back from the darkness that claims him. In the dim basement of Ashford Hill House, David's vision sharpens, dispelling the fog. His gaze locks onto an unseen figure, his expression shifting from confusion to stark recognition. Tears begin to gather, reflecting the profound emotion welling up within him. A silent acknowledgement passes between them, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. The weight of their past converges in a single, tearful glance. The basement of Ashford Hill House descends into chaos as unseen forces stir. Darkness envelops the room. Eerie shadows flicker against the ancient stone walls. Unidentifiable figures shriek, their voices echoing off the low ceiling. The floor trembles violently. Dust and debris rain down from above. The very foundations of Ashford Hill House seem to groan under the strain. Fear permeates the air as the basement succumbs to an unknown terror. The basement air hangs heavy, a palpable stillness that hints at forgotten secrets. Silence descends, amplifying the mystery within the shadowed depths of Ashford Hill House. In the dim light, dust dances like ghostly apparitions, revealing nothing, yet hinting at everything. The unseen upper floors loom above, their secrets guarded by the oppressive silence. A deafening silence fills the space, a stark reminder of the stories buried beneath Ashford Hill House. In the basement of Ashford Hill House, a single match flares to life in my father's hand, briefly piercing the oppressive darkness. The fragile flame dances, casting a fleeting, hopeful glow across the silent, heavy air. He touches the match to a candle's wick, coaxing it back to life, a small victory against the encroaching shadows. The basement remains stark and silent, the darkness stubbornly resisting the meager light. An old cabinet stands sentinel, its wooden drawers firmly closed, guarding secrets in the stillness. No dancing shadows betray a presence. No musty smells hint at secrets. Only the heavy silence of what is hidden. In the dimly lit basement of Ashford Hill House, David's world crumbles as he collapses, overwhelmed by despair. He seeks solace in another's embrace, his sobs echoing through the cold stone walls. Arms encircle him, offering a haven amidst the darkness of the basement. The gesture of comfort fails to stem the tide of his grief. His body continues to convulse with each sob. The weight of sorrow is palpable as the two figures remain entwined, a tableau of despair and fragile support. In the crisp morning air of Ashford Hill, a flurry of activity erupts as the family mobilizes. Each member moves with purpose, their actions a symphony of hurried efficiency. The scene buzzes with the energy of a unit working in perfect, frantic harmony. Every item is packed, every bag secured, under the watchful gaze of the morning sun. The family, a picture of determined unity, prepares for the journey ahead. Under the pale morning light, the car speeds away from Ashford Hill, leaving memories behind. The landscape blurs, a silent farewell to what was once home. The car disappears over the horizon, a symbol of irreversible departure. The sun rises higher, casting long shadows as the journey continues, unburdened by the past. Sunlight bathes the living room, where the air carries the scent of disinfectant, mingling with a fragile sense of hope. David continues his treatments, each moment filled with quiet determination. The soft light highlights the delicate balance between healing and anticipation in their new home. Every breath carries a silent wish for recovery, echoing in the sun-drenched space. Hope blossoms amidst the sterile environment, nurtured by the promise of a fresh start. In the heart of our new home, a miracle unfolds. A flicker of life returns, softly igniting hope. Slowly, miraculously, he begins to stir. With a gentle awakening, a new chapter begins. Strength returns, filling the room with renewed promise. Darkness envelops the room as I lie awake, thoughts swirling like a storm. The silence amplifies the echoes of memories, each one a phantom in the night. My mind wanders back, replaying scenes of the house that once was, each memory a bittersweet echo in the stillness of the night. I continue to lie awake, haunted by the ghosts of yesterday. Darkness envelops the new home, a silent testament to unseen histories. An unseen, lingering presence permeates the air, heavy with the scent of decay, a haunting reminder of what was. The sharp, acrid stench of rot and formaldehyde lingers. The oppressive atmosphere of the new home evokes a sense of unease and dread. Echoes of a forgotten past reverberate through the empty halls, whispering tales of sorrow. The new home stands as a haunting sanctuary, where the past refuses to be forgotten. Boxes litter the room, their contents still a mystery under the moonlight's silent watch. Moonlight spills in, casting long shadows that dance with the dust, adding an eerie stillness to the room. I stand amidst the chaos, a knot of anxiety tightening its grip around my heart. The air hangs heavy with unspoken fears as the shadows deepen around me. The silence screams louder than any storm. I wonder if we truly left it behind. A chill runs down my spine as the weight of the unknown settles upon me. The old house stands eerily still, the basement a silent sentinel of forgotten memories. Darkness descends, and the shadows deepen in the basement of Ashford Hill House. The air hangs heavy with unspoken secrets as the shadows await. Silence fills the space, broken only by the creaks of the old house settling. Each corner of the basement holds a story, concealed within the darkness. Against the inky canvas of night, the house stands, a silhouette of foreboding. Moonlight paints the landscape with skeletal shadows, hinting at the darkness within the walls. The only sound is the whisper of wind, a lonely sigh through the overgrown garden. No lights shine from the windows, and the air hangs heavy with secrets. The house looms, a silent sentinel guarding a hidden darkness. The wind whispers secrets through the garden, tales of a past best left undisturbed. In the darkness of his room, David's voice barely breaks the silence. His whisper hangs in the air, a fragile sound in the vast night. The room is still. Only his soft murmur disturbs the quiet. His voice is a mere breath, lost in the vastness of the night. In the dead of night, chilling footsteps echo through the shadowed hallway of Ashford Hill House, each step resonating with unseen dread. The footsteps grow closer, each beat intensifying the palpable sense of unseen presence. The unseen presence moves along the wall, casting long, distorted shadows that dance ominously in the dim light. The sound of footsteps suddenly halts, the silence more terrifying than any noise. The air grows heavy, the chilling silence amplifying the sense of dread. The chilling silence is suddenly broken by a faint whisper, barely audible yet piercing the stillness. The basement air, thick with cold dampness, lingers. Metal drawers line the walls, silent sentinels of hidden despair. Each drawer gleams faintly, promising secrets. They wait patiently in the weak light, ready to claim their next victim. The grimy window casts shadows, hinting at the darkness within. Beneath the deceptive glow of the summer sun, Ashford Hill unfolds, its exterior radiating an unsettling innocence. The house basks in a deceiving light, concealing the darkness within. Summer's deceptive glow casts long shadows, hinting at secrets buried deep within Ashford Hill. Ashford Hill, summer 1998. Innocence veils the unsettling truth. A facade of serenity hides the unsettling darkness within Ashford Hill. In our new home, a sanctuary sought after the storm, I close my eyes. Dark memories of Ashford Hill threaten to resurface, haunting my every thought. I strive to erase the horrors, seeking solace in the quiet of the night. But the shadows of the past linger, casting a pall over the fragile peace of our new beginning. The new home is filled with light, a testament to new beginnings. David's eyes reflect a sense of hope, a clear indication of his progress. His smile is genuine, a beacon of the journey he has undertaken. The room glows with the promise of healing and renewal. Under the vast sky, a new home stands, a fragile beacon against the encroaching darkness. Sunlight casts long shadows, a silent reminder of a past that refuses to fade. A gentle breeze whispers through the trees, carrying echoes of Ashford Hill. In the quiet of the afternoon, the shadow of yesterday looms large over the promise of tomorrow. The air is thick with unspoken fears, a constant companion in this new beginning. Despite the hope, the weight of Ashford Hill lingers, an invisible burden on their shoulders. A sudden awakening shatters the night's fragile peace. Cold sweat slicks the skin, a chilling testament to the lingering horror. The mortuary basement's ghastly images claw their way back into consciousness. Each corner of the new home seems to echo with the unseen terrors. Memories of the mortuary flood back, suffocating and inescapable. The past's icy grip tightens, threatening to consume the present. In the dim light of our new home, I stand at the window, my weary face mirroring the darkness outside. The darkness presses against the glass, a silent challenge. I wonder if the house itself remembers, still waiting for our return. The silence of the house echoes my own uncertainty, a question hanging in the air. Against the inky sky, the ominous silhouette of the house emerges, a beacon of darkness. A sense of foreboding and despair emanates from the house, casting a pall over the desolate landscape. The house asserts its presence as a source of darkness, looming over the surrounding land. It exudes an aura of darkness and despair, a beacon in the desolate landscape. The house stands tall against the night sky. Boxes overflow, scent of new paint mixes with an unsettling undercurrent. East End, fists clenched, determination hardening my face. Moonlight paints dancing shadows, whispering silent promises. I vow to never let the evil of Ashford Hill touch my family again. The vow hangs heavy, a shield against the encroaching darkness. The house stands silent, holding its breath, awaiting the dawn. Bearing the weight of yesterday's trials, I advance, resolute on forging a brighter tomorrow. Each step forward is a stride away from the shadows, towards a dawn of fresh beginnings. The new home awaits, a sanctuary promising solace and the chance to rewrite destiny. I move, carrying the scars. The promise of a better future shimmers just beyond the door. Boxes scattered. The new home stands half unpacked, filled with the heavy scent of the unknown. Each corner whispers unanswered questions, each shadow hinting at lingering doubts. But I'm still not sure if Ashford Hill has truly released us. The weight of unspoken fears hangs in the air, thick and suffocating. The silence echoes with the ghosts of past uncertainties, refusing to be silenced. The new home, a stage for new beginnings, yet haunted by old endings. The Nereus 2 bobs gently on the surface, a lone beacon against the infinite, starless night. Floodlights cast a stark, ethereal glow, slicing through the inky blackness of the ocean's abyss. A deceptive calm blankets the scene, masking the crushing darkness and unknown terrors lurking below. The state-of-the-art research vessel floats silently, a fragile island above the Mariana Trench's secrets. Inside the Nereus 2 control room, a symphony of hums and monitor glows fills the air as Evan meticulously monitors the hydrophone array. Nearby, Dr. Havel succumbs to slumber, her presence a stark contrast to the vigilant focus of Evan. A subtle, rhythmic vibration pulses through the hydrophones, an anomaly that catches Evan's acutely trained senses. His fingers dance across the console, amplifying the signal, his brow furrowed in concentration as he isolates the mysterious sound. The faint vibration intensifies, an otherworldly rhythm resonating deep within the metallic core of the submarine. Inside the control room of Nereus II, a rhythmic vibration intensifies, growing into a deep, resonant hum that fills the space. Dr. Havel turns, his brow furrowed with curiosity as he ventures a hopeful explanation. It could be whales. The vibration grows, a deep and persistent drone resonating through the metal walls of the submarine. The hum shifts subtly, losing its natural cadence, a disturbing realization dawning, unmistakably human. An eerie, unsettling awareness permeates the control room as the true nature of the sound becomes chillingly clear. In the control room of Nereus II, a strange hum begins to morph, subtly altering the atmosphere. A faint, distant choir rises, its harmonies unexpectedly beautiful, weaving through the room. The ethereal music seems to emanate from the crushing depths of the trench below, an otherworldly siren song. 5 figures huddle around the monitors, listening in stunned disbelief as the haunting melody fills the cramped space. The choir's ethereal melody fills the control room of the Nereus II, its simple, wordless notes echoing in the deep. Faint, impossible harmonics weave through the sound, picked up by the sensitive microphones, creating an otherworldly soundscape. A hushed whisper breaks the silence, a voice compelled by both captivation and disturbance. "Play it again," the whisper urges, drawn deeper into the mystery of the ocean song. In the control room of the Nereus II, the 5th playback loops, the choir's voices echoing. A single, distinct voice pierces through the choral harmony, startling in its clarity. The voice, unmistakably that of a child, whispers one word, chillingly familiar. Evan. Evan freezes, the blood turning to ice in his veins as the sound reverberates, every nerve on high alert. Inside the Nereus II control room, a palpable tension fills the air as I command Dr. Havel to replay the recording. This time, my name echoes clearly through the speakers, followed by an unsettling, soft laughter. The others attempt to brush it off as mere interference, their reassurances falling flat against the growing dread. But deep down, I recognize the sinister truth. This is something far more profound and terrifying. Inside the control room of Nereus II, preparations intensify as the titanium probe, equipped with lights and cameras, awaits its descent. The capsule's made ready, its metallic shell gleaming under the focused lights, promising a glimpse into the abyss. As the probe detaches and begins its long fall, an eerie song fills the control room, growing in intensity. The titanium capsule plummets into the crushing depths, its lights cutting through the impenetrable darkness. Deeper and deeper it descends, the haunting song now, a deafening chorus, echoing the unknown. The probe vanishes into the absolute blackness of the trench, carrying with it the hopes and fears of those left behind. Inside the Nereus II control room, anticipation hangs heavy as the probe plunges into the abyss. The probe descends past the twilight zone, a realm where the sun's touch fades into eternal night. Deeper and deeper, into crushing depths where life dares not tread, the probe ventures. The pressure readings climb relentlessly, each digit a testament to the immense forces at play. An alien song begins to emerge from the depths, its melody haunting and strangely alluring. The song becomes more complex and layered, an intricate symphony rising from the silent, crushing darkness. The control room is eerily silent, save for the hum of the ship, a stark contrast to the unknown. A faint, new voice whispers through the static of the comm system, barely making itself known. Lights flicker erratically, casting long dancing shadows that play across the faces of the tense crew. Suddenly, a high-pitched wail erupts from the comms, shattering the silence and piercing the ship's hum. A chilling, disembodied voice whispers through the static. "Come down." Inside the control room, the submersible feed flickers, struggling to pierce the inky blackness. Static crackles, then abruptly clears, revealing a haunting abyss. The submersible cameras cut through the water, the beam revealing a strange fog. A shimmering haze hangs suspended, an ethereal curtain in the deep. Eerie light dances across the fog, hinting at secrets hidden within. Something glimmers faintly, a tantalizing spark in the overwhelming darkness. In the Nereus II control room, a spectral presence begins to coalesce, its form shimmering into view. A humanoid figure emerges, pale and ethereal, its edges dissolving into the void. Another figure materializes beside it, then another, their serene forms drifting in the sterile air. The ethereal beings float weightlessly, their voices intertwining. A haunting song fills the control room, woven from the voices of the spectral figures. The control room of the Nereus II is filled with an alien sound, bleeding through every speaker, an invasive presence felt by all. Crew members succumb to tears, their faces etched with despair as they clutch at fading hope. Whispered prayers rise in the suffocating atmosphere, desperate pleas against the encroaching unknown. Then, an unnerving silence descends. The alien voices cease, leaving only the echo of dread in their wake. The control room of the Nereus II hums with quiet anticipation, surrounded by the crushing silence of the deep ocean. Darkness presses against the reinforced glass, a world unseen and utterly still. Suddenly, the sonar pierces the void, 3 distinct beeps, a rhythmic pulse in the crushing silence. The rhythmic pulse echoes, sounding like a heartbeat in the vast emptiness. The sound hangs in the air, amplifying the sense of isolation and the unknown. A disembodied voice, heavy with expectation, breaks the silence. "Evan, we are waiting." Darkness descends as the control room is plunged into absolute black, the hum of technology silenced. Alarms abruptly cease, their sirens dying mid-wail, leaving only the echo of impending doom. Screens flicker and fade, turning into lifeless mirrors reflecting the growing dread. Through the viewport, the ocean transforms into an unnatural, inky abyss, swallowing the light. Nereus II drifts, a silent tomb, over the world's deepest grave, a monument to isolation and fear. The control room floods with light as power surges back to life, awakening dormant systems. The probe's camera flickers, struggling to focus, then locks onto its target. The fog dissipates, revealing a seabed stretching into infinity, smooth and gleaming. The seabed appears like polished glass, reflecting an alien light back at the camera. Deep beneath the waves, the control room of the Nereus II hums with silent anticipation. Stretching for miles across the seabed, a breathtaking, unnerving sight unfolds. Thousands of faint symbols are carved into the rock spirals, hinting at ancient secrets, circles of unknown origin, faces frozen in eternal screams, their mouths agape in silent horror, complete the haunting tableau. The monitor flickers with static, a silent prelude to the unknown. From the speakers, a sound emerges, alien and unsettling. Not a song, not human, but a prolonged, trembling sigh fills the control room. The sigh seems to rise from the very depths of the earth, resonating with an ancient and unknowable power. Inside the Nereus II control room, the air is thick with unspoken tension. A silent promise hangs in the sterile environment. The trench will be left within 48 hours. 3 days pass, and an ominous order descends. Quarantine, decreed by the Oceanic Research Commission. The sterile hum of the ship is now laced with dread as isolation looms. Inside the sterile lab, I begin checking the drives, my hopes slowly turning to dread. One by one, the files vanish before my eyes, each absence a blow. Desperation mounts as I sift through the digital wreckage, searching for any sign of our lost work. Finally, only a single file remains, a beacon in the digital void. Chorus, final, wave. The lone file pulses on the screen, a haunting reminder of what has been lost and what might still be salvaged. I press play, the audio device crackling to life, filling the lab with anticipation. At first, only static and hisses, a wall of white noise threatening to consume everything. Then, a familiar melody struggles to emerge, the innocent voices of a children's choir cutting through the noise. But beneath the sweet voices, a new layer of sound emerges, unsettling and dark. A rhythmic heartbeat, heavy footsteps, ragged breathing. The lab air thickens with dread as the unsettling sounds intertwine with the innocent melody, creating a symphony of terror. The sterile hum of the research lab fills the air, a constant, unsettling presence. A disembodied voice echoes through the facility, its tone precise and cold. Dr. Havel. Silence descends, heavy and absolute, broken only when the voice calls again. Sergeant Cole. Again. Only silence answers, amplifying the sense of dread and mystery. The voice, unwavering, continues its grim roll call. Technician Mira. The research facility hums with barely contained energy, the air thick with anticipation. An ethereal melody fills the lab, its haunting notes weaving through the sterile environment. Suddenly, a voice shatters the music's fragile peace. Evan. The melody abruptly stops, leaving a chilling whisper hanging in the air. A disembodied voice echoes with a sinister warning. You came too close. Hands trembling, I disconnect the speakers, silence enveloping the lab. The haunting sound persists, defying logic. Faint whispers emanate from the vents, an unsettling chorus. The walls themselves seem to vibrate with the eerie melody. Even my own headset, disconnected, betrays me with the sound. The sound is everywhere, a haunting presence. 2 weeks drift by, in the sterile corridors of the research facility, each day blurring into the next. Whispers echo through the halls as Mira vanishes from her cabin, leaving behind unanswered questions and a chilling void. The official story: she jumped overboard. A tragic end swallowed by the unforgiving sea. Doubt gnaws at the edges of reality, a persistent unease that refuses to be silenced. The truth remains elusive, hidden beneath layers of fabricated narratives and convenient explanations. I refuse to believe the lie. I jolt awake in my cabin, the cold sweat clinging to my skin as I hear the sound again. The sigh echoes through the metal hull, a haunting reminder of the trench. The sound, soft yet collective, pierces the silence of the night. It's a sound that burrows deep into my mind, refusing to let me forget. Every echo is a chilling reminder of what we faced, what we lost. Inside my cabin, the porthole frames an otherworldly sight. Far below, where darkness should reign, a faint blue glow begins to pulse. The light emanates from the unfathomable depths, a beacon in the crushing black. It's a rhythmic, hypnotic pulse, drawing the eye and stirring the soul. The blue intensifies, casting an ethereal light across the cabin. An invitation hangs in the air, promising wonders and untold mysteries in the abyssal depths. Inside my cabin, the research facility hums with quiet intensity as the waves whisper against the hull. My hand hovers near the dive harness, a silent invitation to the deep unknown. Drawn by an irresistible force, I pause, the lure of the ocean momentarily forgotten. Through the murmur of the sea, a sound cuts through a voice, soft yet distinct, calling my name. The whispered call echoes in the confines of the cabin, an ethereal summons that stills my restless heart. The cabin's cramped space feels even smaller, the hum of the research facility pressing in from all sides. The constant drone, once familiar, now carries a disturbing undertone. A chorus of voices whispers, "Evan?" Dozens of voices speak as one, shattering the hum. The voices aren't calling from below, but from behind. The sterile corridors of the research facility are shattered by the ship's intercom, a piercing shriek tearing through the silence. Alarms blare, their red lights strobing across the polished surfaces, amplifying the sense of impending doom. Every speaker on the vessel unleashes an impossible chorus, a cacophony of sound that chills the blood. The unearthly song echoes, a haunting reminder of the horrors unearthed from the trench, now unleashed within the ship. Flickering emergency lights struggle to pierce the darkness, casting long, distorted shadows that dance along the deserted corridors of the research facility. A memory flashes, the captain's voice cracking with terror, a desperate cry swallowed by the cold metal walls. Frantic footsteps echo, a chaotic symphony of escape as the crew flees in blind panic. The rhythmic pulse of failing lights mimics a dying heartbeat, each flicker a countdown to oblivion. Then, a chilling, absolute silence descends, heavier than any darkness. I remember the captain screaming, the crew running, the lights flickering out one by one, then silence. I awaken to an eerie stillness, adrift on an endless ocean under the harsh daylight. The ship is deserted, each room a tableau of sudden abandonment. A half-empty coffee cup sits tepid, a ghostly reminder of life just moments before. An empty chair sways gently, creaking in the unnatural silence, a lonely dance in the void. The emptiness of the ship amplifies the vast, indifferent expanse of the surrounding sea. Inside the Nereus 2 control room, a lone figure approaches the main deck, the air thick with unanswered questions. The monitor flickers with the ghost of a final transmission, an eerie glow illuminating the silent space. A digital timestamp burns into the screen, 3:14 a.m. A haunting echo of the moment the choir's song first pierced the silence. The same minute hangs heavy, a chilling reminder of the unknown. An unsettling calm pervades the room, broken only by the blinking light, a persistent signal from the abyss. The control room hums with a deep, resonant thrum, the air vibrating with unseen power. A massive screen dominates the space, displaying endless lines of code and sensor readings. Among the data streams, one entry glows with an eerie intensity, a beacon in the digital sea. The highlighted message pulses, revealing its origin, an auto-generated signal from the sonar beacon. A cold mechanical voice echoes in the room. Signal received. The voices are returning. Under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights in the interrogation room, I sit across from two detectives, the sterile air thick with unspoken accusations. My hands tremble, raw, and exposed on the cold steel table as the weight of the situation crashes down. Now I'm back on land, my inner voice whispers, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. The scent of stale coffee fills the air, a bitter reminder of the long hours stretching ahead. They call me unstable, traumatized, delusional. I reflect, the words echoing in the sterile room. My gaze remains fixed on my trembling hands, the only visible sign of the storm raging within. Alone in the dim solitude of my apartment, the air hangs heavy with anticipation and dread. My fingers tremble slightly as I replay the final audio file, the familiar static a constant companion. I lean closer, straining to catch any deviation, any whisper from the noise. A new sound emerges from beneath the static, a faint, chilling undertone that sends shivers down my spine. My eyes widen in disbelief and terror as the hidden layer of sound reveals itself, a secret buried in the noise. Silence hangs heavy in the apartment, broken only by the subtle creaks of the building settling. Then, a distinct sound, footsteps, muffled but unmistakable, growing steadily louder. Each step echoes with increasing urgency, hinting at an approaching presence just beyond the door. The footsteps draw nearer, each one a hammer blow against the fragile peace of the apartment. The stillness of my apartment hangs heavy, the air thick with unacknowledged feelings. Shadows stretch and deepen, clinging to every corner of the familiar space. A sense of unease settles, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken. The quiet is broken only by the faint whisper of memory. A chill pervades the air, reminiscent of the ocean's cold embrace. A voice echoes softly, laced with an unsettling welcome. Welcome back, Evan. Inside the sterile lab of the research facility, the computer screen glows, illuminating my face with its cold light. The file name, Chorus, Final, Wave looms large, each character a stark reminder of the audio's haunting secrets. A wave of dread washes over me, chilling me to the bone as the full implications of what I've heard crash down. The lab seems to shrink, the weight of the impending revelation pressing in from all sides. Flashback. The control room of the Nereus 2 pulses with an ominous, low thrum, a mechanical heartbeat in the cold void. Monitors cast an eerie, spectral glow, painting the faces of the crew in shades of fear and morbid fascination. Each flicker of light reveals a new layer of apprehension, a silent acknowledgement of the unknown depths they face. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a heavy anticipation hanging over the console and the watchful eyes of the crew. Every shadow seems to whisper warnings, hinting at the cosmic dread lurking just beyond the ship's reinforced hull. Against the inky canvas of the night sky, the Nereus II is a solitary silhouette, a fragile beacon against the encroaching darkness. A lone vessel, it confronts the fathomless ocean, where unseen terrors lurk in the crushing depths below. The ship is suspended between the known world above and the unknowable abyss beneath. An eerie calm settles over the scene, a deceptive stillness before the storm, tossing and turning. Sweat beads on my forehead as the oppressive darkness of my room deepens. Phantom shapes swirl in the shadows, a terrifying ballet only I can see. Nightmares of the abyss claw at my sanity, each vision more horrifying than the last. Haunting, singing voices echo in the silence, a siren's call from the depths of my subconscious. The line between reality and hallucination dissolves, my room breathing, alive with unseen horrors. In the sterile, brightly lit corridor of the research facility, a sense of isolation begins to creep in. Paranoia takes root, a chilling premonition of unseen eyes watching every move. Each step echoes in the empty hallway, amplifying the feeling of being observed. A subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible sense of unease, confirms the suspicion. The sterile environment becomes a stage for silent observation, fueling growing apprehension. Inside my apartment, a fortress of furniture rises against the door, a desperate attempt to keep something at bay. Shadows flicker and writhe in the corners, mocking my efforts to create a sanctuary. Each piece of furniture slammed into place is a futile stand against the encroaching darkness. My hands tremble as I reinforce the barricade, the voices growing louder, more insistent. The voices claw at the edges of my sanity, threatening to shatter the fragile barrier between worlds. Reality slips through my fingers like sand, leaving me stranded in a nightmare of my own making. The Nereus II control room is enveloped in absolute darkness, a stark contrast to its usual soft, futuristic glow. Piercing alarms momentarily shatter the silence before abruptly ceasing, leaving a heavy, suffocating void. Red emergency lights flicker erratically, casting long, distorted shadows that dance ominously across the control panels. A sudden cacophony of screams and desperate shouts erupts, filling the cramped space with terror. The screams are abruptly silenced, swallowed by the encroaching darkness, leaving only an echoing dread. I stand solitary on the shore, the sand cool beneath my bare feet, gazing out at the endless blue of the ocean. The sun beats down, turning the water into a shimmering expanse that stretches to the horizon. A faint, ethereal melody drifts on the breeze, a siren's call from the unseen depths. The echoes of singing voices weave through the air, beckoning me closer to the water's edge. My eyes search the undulating waves, trying to discern the source of the haunting music. An invisible pull tugs at my heart, urging me to surrender to the ocean's mysterious embrace. Alone in the abyss of my apartment, the laptop screen casts an eerie glow on my face. Static hisses from the speakers, each crackle a prelude to the inevitable. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat, echoing the dread that consumes me. Every shadow seems to writhe, every creak of the building a footstep drawing nearer. I know they're coming, the unseen threat closing in, and the darkness offers no solace. Footsteps echo louder, each thud vibrating through the floor and up into the tense silence of my apartment. The air grows heavy, thick with an unseen presence. A palpable weight settles, pressing down with an inexorable dread. I feel them here. Though the room remains empty, their unseen eyes burning into me. In the inky blackness of the apartment, the door creaks open, an ominous sound that shatters the silence. Shadows deepen as a figure begins to emerge from the darkness, their form indistinct and mysterious. The figure pauses in the doorway, a silhouette against the faint light seeping in from outside. Every creak and groan of the apartment seems to amplify the tension as the figure remains still, almost spectral. The darkness clings to the figure, obscuring their identity and intentions, heightening the sense of unease. A palpable sense of dread fills the air as the figure takes another step, the darkness slowly yielding to reveal their form. The air in my apartment thickens, an unseen weight pressing down as shadows begin to writhe in the periphery. I clutch my arms, a shiver tracing its way down my spine despite the room's oppressive warmth. A presence manifests, a chilling whisper that slithers through the silence, bearing my name. The sound is unsettling, a chorus of children's voices echoing in the depths of my ears, each syllable laced with dread. In the solitude of my apartment, darkness envelops me as I close my eyes. I succumb to the shadows, a quiet surrender to the unseen. Voices echo in the stillness, a haunting chorus filling the void. The world outside fades as I drift deeper into the embrace of the night. Lost in the darkness, the voices become my only reality. Above the abyss, the Nereus II drifts, a silent sentinel poised over the Mariana Trench. Darkness reigns as its lights are extinguished, merging seamlessly with the inky canvas of the night. The ocean's surface, a mirror reflecting the starlit sky, lies undisturbed. An uncanny stillness blankets the scene, a deceptive tranquility concealing the crushing depths below. The Nereus II appears as a ghost ship on a placid sea. The silent scene hides the secrets of the deep, waiting to be awakened. In the crushing blackness of the Mariana Trench, an alien world unfolds. Figures drift in the eternal night, their forms barely visible in the inky water. An ethereal song rises from the depths, an otherworldly chorus echoing through the abyss. The voices intertwine, creating a haunting melody that defies the silence of the deep. A strange light flickers, revealing the singing figures in fleeting glimpses. Their song resonates, a siren call in the most remote corner of the earth. Thomas approaches the wolf pit cautiously, expecting to find a wild beast lurking in the shadows. Instead, a shocking discovery. 2 children huddle in the pit, their skin bearing an eerie, faint green. Thomas's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the children, their strange hue unsettling him. The children remain still in the pit, their unusual skin tone a stark contrast against the earth. Thomas leads the green children into the village center, an unsettling procession under the open sky. Villagers gather, their whispers and pointed fingers creating an atmosphere of suspicion and fear. The green children shield their eyes from the sun, their faces etched with confusion and fear. In the heart of the village, the green children's frightened eyes reflect the unknown. Sunlight streams into the rustic village home, illuminating a table laden with offerings. In the corner, the green children cower, their fear palpable as tears stream down their faces. Their sobs echo through the room, a language lost to the villagers. The villagers, a concerned assembly of men and women, watch with worry etched on their faces. Their simple clothing and anxious expressions paint a scene of helpless concern. Agnes enters the garden, her kind face a beacon of warmth. She carries a basket brimming with fresh green bean pods, nature's bounty offered with gentle hands. Hesitant at first, the children cautiously approach, their eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and hunger. Surprise flickers across Agnes's face as the children eagerly devour the simple offering. Relief washes over Agnes as she watches them enjoy the fresh bounty. A wide smile spreads across Agnes's face, a pure expression of joy. In the quiet study, Father John observes the green children, his expression a blend of intrigue and apprehension. A thoughtful silence fills the room as Father John contemplates how to connect with the enigmatic green children. Father John's mind starts to construct a plan, a subtle shift in his demeanor, suggesting a newfound sense of purpose. A determined glint appears in Father John's eyes, hinting at the beginning of a hopeful endeavor. Months later, sunlight bathes Father John's study, illuminating the green girl's intense concentration. The green girl struggles with the word. A, pa, L, Father John gently corrects her. Almost. Apple. Triumph dawns as she finally masters the sound. Apple. In the corner, the boy watches silently, detached from their world. In the dim light of the priest's study, sunlight paints colorful patterns on the desk, highlighting the solemnity of the moment. Across from him, the green girl, her skin a startling verdant hue, whispers secrets of a hidden realm. The land of St. Martin exists in perpetual twilight. No sun shines there, Father. Her words paint a picture of a world forever veiled in shadow, a stark contrast to the sunlit study. Its inhabitants, we are all green-skinned, and we eat only plants. Nothing else grows there. The green girl's revelation hangs heavy in the air, a tale of a people bound to a strange and sunless land. A twilight realm unfolds, the green country, where strange, verdant flora casts long shadows. Rivers shimmer with an otherworldly glow, cutting through the silent, shadowed lands. Green-skinned figures glide through the twilight, their movements as silent as the land itself. The green country breathes a land of eerie beauty, steeped in an ancient, silent history. In Father John's sun-drenched study, the green girl's pale skin glows eerily. Her soft voice fills the room, painting a surreal tale of distant bells and hidden caverns. Father John listens intently, capturing every word on parchment, his brow furrowed in concentration. She tells of following the sound of a distant bell into a cavern, emerging in Woolpit, beneath a sky pregnant with secrets. The green children move towards the cavern, drawn by a sound only they can hear. The cavern's mouth yawns open, promising darkness and the unknown. Silence grips them as they venture deeper, the air itself growing heavy with unspoken mystery. Led by an ethereal bell, they are pulled into the heart of the earth. Amidst the night's embrace, a village home becomes the stage for a young boy's struggle against relentless shivers. The unfamiliar surroundings offer no solace, amplifying his distress. In stark contrast, the green girl maintains a vigilant watch, her unwavering gaze a beacon of concern. Her eyes reflect a depth of worry, mirroring the gravity of the boy's plight. The green girl watches the boy, her eyes reflecting deep worry. The village home is filled with a palpable sense of loss, the air thick with unspoken grief. A wave of sorrow sweeps through the gathering as villagers are united in mourning. The green girl cradles the boy's hand, her tears a poignant testament to their bond. Father John stands beside her, his touch a gentle offer of solace amid the desolation. The dim light reflects in the green girl's tear-streaked face, highlighting her profound sorrow. A heavy silence blankets the room, broken only by the soft sounds of suppressed weeping. The village cemetery is silent. The boy rests in the soft earth. The green girl stands alone, her shoulders slumped in profound sorrow. Weathered headstones stand as silent witnesses to her grief. A small group of villagers approaches, their faces etched with sympathy. The villagers stand still, their faces etched with sympathy. Years have passed. The green girl, now known as Martha, blends seamlessly into village life, her transformation complete. Martha toils in the fields alongside the villagers, her actions mirroring their daily rhythm. Her voice now fluent in English, Martha converses effortlessly, yet a haunting distance lingers in her eyes. The sun sets, casting long shadows as Martha continues her work, seemingly at peace but forever an enigma. As dusk settles, Martha's gaze drifts towards the horizon, a silent yearning in her eyes, hinting at a world beyond. In the quiet of the evening, Martha's distant look persists, a reminder of her mysterious origins and the secrets she holds. The golden fields stretch endlessly under the sun, where Martha toils beside the villagers, her belonging tinged with a subtle air of detachment. Her movements mirror theirs, yet her spirit seems distant, as if she is not one of them. Martha pauses, head tilting slightly, as she strains to hear the whispers carried by the wind. The wind whispers secrets only she can perceive, a symphony of voices carried on the breeze. She is lost in a world of her own, where the voices of the wind speak of forgotten tales and distant lands. She returns to her labor, her actions mechanical, but her heart still yearns for the echoes she hears on the wind. In the dimly lit room, Martha slumbers restlessly, her dreams haunted by shadows. Visions of the green country fill her mind, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding her. Faint whispers echo through the night, calling Martha's name with an ethereal urgency. Her eyes snap open, wide with terror, as the whispers intensify. Gasping for air, Martha sits upright, her heart pounding in her chest. A cold sweat drenches her body as the weight of the nightmare settles upon her. Across the Woolpit fields, strange lights begin their spectral dance, casting an eerie glow that transforms the familiar landscape into a scene of otherworldly mystery. The dancing lights paint the night with strokes of green, their ethereal glow pulsating as if alive. In the nearby village, curtains twitch as fearful eyes peer out, faces illuminated by the warm, protective glow of their homes. A chorus of hushed whispers rises from the village, a collective murmur of dread as the villagers whisper, "The green country," they say. Within the village home, shadows dance ominously in the fading light, casting long, distorted figures that unsettle the soul. The air hangs thick with unspoken fear, each breath heavy with the weight of dread. Footsteps echo through the wooden structure, their rhythmic tapping a harbinger of unknown terror. The family strains to pierce the darkness, their eyes searching for the source of the encroaching dread, but find only deeper shadows. Unease settles over them like a suffocating blanket, stifling hope and amplifying their vulnerability. Every creak of the house, every rustle in the shadows, tightens the grip of fear, leaving them paralyzed in the face of the unknown. Under a canopy of ancient trees, the night sky is a canvas of black ink as twisted branches reach out like skeletal fingers. An owl's hoot pierces the stillness, a haunting call echoing through the silent woods. At the edge of the woods, villagers stand frozen, their faces reflecting a deep, unsettling unease. From the heart of the woods, an eerie sound drifts children's laughter, innocent yet profoundly disturbing. In the dim light of his study, Father John sits hunched over his desk, the silence broken only by the scratching of his quill. Each stroke of the quill etches Martha's unsettling words deeper into the parchment, each word heavy with foreboding. The flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows across Father John's face, illuminating the worry lines etched deep within. He records the lore of the land of St. Martin, a place shrouded in mystery and whispered fears. The strange events unfolding in Woolpit become a chilling narrative under Father John's hand, each detail adding to his growing unease. With each word committed to parchment, the weight on Father John's soul grows heavier, burdened by the tales he must now bear. In the hallowed halls of the church, sunlight dances through stained glass, casting a divine glow upon Father John, who stands resolute before the watchful church elders. Father John's voice fills the sacred space as he proclaims, "I believe these writings offer a new perspective, a deeper understanding of our faith." Elder One's stern voice cuts through the hopeful atmosphere. "Heresy, John, that's all this is." Elder Two echoes the sentiment, his words laced with concern. "These claims, they will only confuse the people, shake their faith." Elder Three delivers the final blow, his voice firm with conviction. "We cannot allow such radical ideas to spread within our community." In the dim light of his study, Father John sits alone, the weight of disillusionment heavy on his face. Shadows dance across the room, mirroring the turmoil within him. He stares at the journal, hesitating to write, his frustration mounting. The silence of the night amplifies the conflict raging in his soul. Ancient texts watch silently as Father John grapples with his faith. An unsettling silence smothers the village center as the townsfolk gather, fear twisting their faces. Whispers dance through the crowd, each hushed word painting vivid images of the green children. Fear and morbid curiosity entwine as they stare at each other. Despite the church's denial, the village knows the truth. Twilight descends upon the Woolpit fields, casting long, eerie shadows that stretch like grasping fingers across the land. A sense of unease settles as the villager squints, straining to make out a shape in the twilight. A sudden chill grips the villager, a primal fear, unrelated to the evening's cold. A fleeting glimpse of a green figure flickers at the edge of perception, a spectral hint of something uncanny lurking in the fields. In the dead of night, a huddle of villagers clutches lanterns, their faces etched with worry as the wind whispers through the ancient trees. A sudden chilling echo pierces the stillness, Did you hear that? The laughter dances on the wind, defying the natural order. Laughter? In these woods? It's not natural. Panic flares as one villager urges immediate escape. We need to leave, now. In the warm glow of the fireplace, an old villager captivates his grandchildren with tales of mystery. And so, the green children appeared, lost and alone. The old villager recounts, his voice echoing through the room. He continues, they spoke of a land far away, a place of eternal twilight. The fire crackles, casting shadows as the old villager warns. But beware, children. Strange voices lure the unwary into the woods, he cautions, his words hanging in the air. His voice lowers as he concludes, never follow them, and never enter the woods alone. At the edge of Woolpit, a weathered wooden sign looms, its surface worn by time and the elements. The village name is boldly carved, a stark contrast to the ominous warning etched beneath. Beware the green echoes. The chilling words hint at unseen dangers lurking within Woolpit. The sign stands as a silent sentinel, guarding secrets hidden in the heart of the village. The weathered wood whispers tales of forgotten lore and ancient mysteries. The unnerving warning promises a journey into the unknown, where shadows dance and echoes linger. In Martha's sun-drenched home, dust motes dance, painting the air with golden light. Martha sits silently, etched with time, a sentinel of memories in her worn armchair. Her gaze drifts, lost in the distant fields, yet her eyes reflect echoes of a world unseen. Martha's eyes soften, reflecting the vivid echoes of memories only she can perceive. In the Woolpit fields, the children's laughter dances on the breeze, carefree and bright. They chase each other, their forms weaving through the tall grass. Unburdened by the village's eerie secret, they revel in the warmth of the sun. Yet, an almost imperceptible green hue kisses the air, a subtle reminder of the green children's mysterious origin. It lingers, a silent echo of the village's haunting past. Their innocent play continues, unaware of the secrets that the fields hold. In the dimly lit study, Father John meticulously prepares to record the green girl's story. The quill scratches against the parchment as Father John begins to document the green girl's account. Each stroke of the quill captures the essence of the green girl's tale. The study is filled with a soft scratching of the quill as the green girl's story unfolds. Under the watchful gaze of the dim light, the green girl's story slowly takes shape on the parchment. The village well stands as the heart of hushed dread. Villagers gathered, their faces canvases of fear and morbid curiosity. Whispers weave through the crowd, tales of the green children painting the air with unease. Uneasy glances dart around, each villager seeking reassurance in the eyes of another, finding only shared trepidation. The gentle creaking of the well serves as a somber counterpoint to the villagers' muted discussions, amplifying the suspense. Fear mingles with a strange fascination as the villagers contemplate the strange occurrences plaguing their homes. The lines around their eyes and mouths deepen, each wrinkle a testament to the mounting dread gripping the village. In the dimly lit village tavern, a group of men gathers, their faces etched with concern, around a sturdy wooden table. The fire crackles, casting eerie shadows that dance on the walls, amplifying the unease. Tankards clink softly, punctuating hushed whispers of livestock, vanishing without a trace. Worried expressions deepen as the men share their unsettling stories, each tale more perplexing than the last. The warm glow of the fire struggles to dispel the chilling mystery that grips the tavern. At the border of an ancient, unyielding wood, a lone traveler stands, his face a mask of exhaustion and deep confusion. The heavy air, thick with the aroma of damp earth and the ghostly breath of decaying leaves, envelops him. A chorus of faint children's voices rises from the wood's heart, unearthly, sweet, beckoning him in a tongue unknown. The voices lure him, promising solace, daring him to plunge into the oppressive darkness. In the ethereal depths of Martha's dream, she is plunged back into the cavern's heart, the echoes of the bell resonating with increasing intensity. The cavern walls blur as she and her brother are propelled forward, the sound of the bell growing deafening. The light intensifies, blinding, as Martha and her brother are driven towards its source. The bell's clamor reaches a crescendo, enveloping Martha and her brother as the blinding light consumes all. A surge of pure, unadulterated light pierces through, promising either salvation or oblivion. The land of St. Martin unfolds in a dream, a panoramic vista of the green country. An eerie beauty blankets the scene, a silence that captivates and unsettles. The landscape stretches out, its beauty tinged with an unsettling quiet. The silence hangs heavy, amplifying the dream's strange, captivating allure. Within the ancient church, the elders gather, their faces etched with grim determination. Flames rise, hungrily devouring Father John's writings, a symbolic act under the watchful eyes of the church elders. Dancing shadows play across the stone walls, mirroring the turmoil of the moment. The fire crackles, the destruction of knowledge echoing through the hallowed space. Each elder's face reflects a mixture of sorrow and resolve, their decision made. The church stands silent, the weight of their actions hanging heavy in the air. Under the cloak of night, the village cemetery lies in somber silence, overgrown grass whispering secrets of forgotten souls. Drawn by an unseen force, a lone villager ventures into the heart of the cemetery, his face reflecting a mix of trepidation and morbid fascination. He pauses before a simple, unmarked grave, the final resting place of a boy lost too soon. The scent of damp earth heavy in the air. From the depths of the earth, an ethereal green glow begins to stir, a spectral light dancing above the boy's grave. Eerie shadows twist and writhe among the tombstones, as the cemetery transforms into a stage for the unearthly. In the dimly lit room, shadows play across the walls, enveloping Martha in a blanket of solitude and sorrow. She clutches a small, green stone, its worn surface a tangible link to the homeland, and a brother lost to time. Tears stream down Martha's weathered face, each drop a silent testament to a grief that time has failed to heal. The weight of memories and unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, shrouding Martha in her quiet lament. In the tranquil hours of dawn, the fields of Woolpit are veiled in mist, their familiar forms dissolving into an ethereal dreamscape. The landscape transforms into an otherworldly realm, where reality blurs with imagination. The green country awakens, reclaiming its dominion under the misty shroud. The world holds its breath, suspended between night and day, reality and dream. An age-old tale begins to unfold as the land whispers its secrets to those who listen. Inside the village schoolhouse, a hushed symphony of scratching pencils fills the air as children diligently work. Their notebooks come alive, with fantastical drawings of green-skinned figures born from whispered tales and village legends. Imagination takes flight, transforming the ordinary classroom into a realm of mythical beings and ancient folklore. The enduring legend of the village breathes life into every stroke, shaping a world where reality and fantasy intertwine. At the cavern's mouth, teenagers gather, bathed in sunlight that highlights the dancing dust motes, their presence a stark contrast to the cavern's silent darkness. Laughter echoes through the still landscape as they challenge each other, their voices a defiant echo against the unknown. One dares another to venture forth, their eyes gleaming with youthful bravado and a hint of trepidation. They tempt fate with each breath, their carefree spirits unaware of the shadows lurking just beyond the light. The cavern looms, its darkness a silent invitation to test the boundaries of courage and the allure of the unseen. Their laughter fades slightly as the cavern's silence seems to push back, a subtle warning against their youthful exuberance. Sunlight pierces through the aged study, illuminating the historian's cautious entry into a world veiled by time. Dust dances, each particle a silent witness to secrets long buried. The historian carefully opens Father John's diary, its leather cover a map of bygone days. The historian's fingers trace the faded ink, each stroke a delicate dance with forgotten words. The brittle pages whisper tales of unsettling truths, echoing through the silent study. Each word emerges from the past, a haunting echo of secrets yearning to be unveiled. The tranquil fields of Woolpit stretch out, an idyllic facade masking secrets buried deep within. The camera pans across the landscape, lingering on the dense woods where shadows play, hinting at the mysteries hidden beneath the surface. The sun casts long shadows, a subtle reminder of the darkness that lurks, forever altering the fate of the village and its unsuspecting inhabitants. Woolpit remains silent, its beauty a haunting reminder of the events that have irrevocably changed its destiny. The panoramic view fades slowly, leaving the audience to ponder the enigma that will forever shroud Woolpit. The fire crackles, casting shadows across the aged walls of the village elder's home. The village elder sits, his face a map of time, as the firelight dances in his eyes. Across from him, the newcomer watches, his gaze drawn to the flickering flames. The village elder speaks, his voice low. The tale of the green children is not just a story, but a reminder that the veil between our world and others is thin and easily torn. The village elder warns, his voice firm. Respect the boundaries, newcomer, for what crosses over may not always be benevolent. The wolf pit, now a forgotten scar on the land, is consumed by nature's reclamation. The pit stands as a haunting echo of the green children's arrival. The scene whispers tales of a day that irrevocably changed Woolpit's destiny. Nature's embrace softens the harsh edges of a past forever etched in local lore. Sunlight streams into the village archives, where the scent of aged paper fills the air. Amidst the towering shelves, Anna stands surrounded by history, her quest for answers just beginning. Anna's fingers, stained with ink, delicately trace the brittle pages of an ancient tome. Her eyes, reflecting determination, scan the text for a connection between the land of St. Martin and Woolpit. The weight of history rests on her shoulders as Anna seeks to unlock the secrets of the past. Under the inky sky, vast wheat fields sway gently, their stalks whispering secrets to the night. Eerie moonlight unveils intricate crop circles, their mysterious patterns etched into the landscape overnight. Whispers of concerned farmers carry on the wind, their faces etched with worry and speculation. Shadows dance in the moonlight as they point towards the formations, their voices hushed with apprehension. The eerie glow of the moon casts an unsettling pall over the scene, heightening the sense of mystery. The wind whispers through the stalks, carrying with it the weight of unanswered questions and growing unease. The green country unfolds in a vista of rolling hills and boundless sky, a radiant echo of Martha's youthful joy. A tender embrace, a ghost of warmth, lingers in the air. The bustling marketplace bursts with life, a symphony of laughter and the aroma of fresh bread. The carriage rattles to a halt, delivering a weary Martha to the somber gates of Woolpit. Woolpit Manor looms in the distance, a silent sentinel, promising a new life, tinged with uncertainty. The village church stands timeless against the day, its ancient stones whispering tales of old. The church bells begin to toll, their sound reverberating through the air, a haunting reminder of mysteries past. Each peal of the bell echoes the legend of the green children, their arrival forever tied to the village's fate. The sound of the bell fills every corner of Woolpit, a constant echo of the unanswered questions surrounding their origin. A lone villager pauses, the tolling bells causing a moment of reflection on the unexplained events of long ago. The bells continue their somber song, each note a haunting echo of a mystery that time can never erase. Sunlight streams through the stained glass, illuminating the confessional as a villager kneels, shrouded in shadows. The villager confesses, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." The priest listens patiently, his presence a comforting silence behind the screen. The priest gently inquires, "Tell me, my son, what troubles you?" The villager whispers of his unsettling encounter. "I saw something in the woods, father. A figure, green, like moss and shadow." Conflicted, the villager asks, "Is that a sin, father? To be curious about what should be left alone?" From high above, Woolpit appears, a small village lost in an endless expanse of wilderness. The landscape stretches out, revealing the village's utter isolation. Ancient forests and rolling hills hint at secrets. The air is still, and the wind whispers through the trees. The wilderness seems to swallow the village. The village is a small island of civilization. Martha stands absorbed, her brow furrowed, as she studies the intricate details of a map of England. Her finger traces a path from Woolpit, a small village, towards the elusive land of St. Martin. The map unfolds before her, a gateway to a land shrouded in myth and uncertainty. Doubt clouds her face, a mixture of hope and trepidation in her eyes. She leans in closer, as if trying to glean secrets from the ancient cartography. At the village gates, a flood of tourists invades Woolpit, their vibrant attire a stark contrast to the village's muted tones. The air vibrates with the excited chatter of visitors, disrupting the serene quiet of Woolpit. The villagers watch the tourists, their expressions reflecting a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The ancient stone gate stands silent witness to the cultural collision, enduring centuries of change. Woolpit absorbs the vibrant intrusion, the excitement, both a disruption and a renewal. Inside the village pub, a haze of ale and wood smoke hangs heavy as weathered locals and bright tourists gather around scarred tables. The age-old debate ignites. Green children? Rubbish. Just a fairy tale to scare the little ones. Another counters. But what if it's true? What if they really did come from another world? Voices rise. Enough. I've heard enough of this nonsense. Let's talk about something real. Like the price of ale. Beneath a sprawling, starlit sky, paranormal investigators prepare for the unknown, their figures small against the vastness of Woolpit fields. Wires snake like veins across the dew-kissed grass, connecting a web of EMF readers, audio recorders, and a thermal camera. Each device hums with anticipation, poised to capture whispers from beyond the veil. The air grows thick with a silent tension, broken only by the quiet pulse of electronic expectation. Investigators huddle, adjusting settings, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of screens, each movement precise and deliberate. In the stillness, every shadow seems to deepen. Every rustle of grass hints at unseen presence. A chronicle of shadows and secrets unfolds within the aged pages of Father John's diary. A crudely drawn figure emerges from the diary's depths, a green-skinned specter radiating menace. The map of St. Martin is marked with cryptic symbols, a sinister cartography. Each circle and symbol tells a story of dread. The diary is a gateway to a world of hidden truths and lurking horrors. Sunlight dapples through the dense woods, casting an ethereal glow upon a hidden clearing. A child wanders into the clearing, drawn by an unusual sight. Kneeling before a strange green plant, the child's curiosity intensifies. The child cautiously reaches out a hand, drawn to the plant's faint, ethereal glow. Within Martha's mind, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors begins to swirl, hinting at the world within. Fragments of Woolpit emerge, rolling green hills and ancient stone churches flicker into view. Scenes from the green country intermingle lush flora, and mystical creatures dance through vibrant forests. The images morph and blend, revealing a deep, emotional connection between these worlds. The Woolpit Cemetery slumbers under the watchful gaze of the moon, a place of silent stories and solemn memories. In the heart of the cemetery, a single gravestone stands out, a stark reminder of a life cut short. Moonlight dances across the stone, partially revealing an inscription, a whisper from the past. The inscription speaks of a boy, a name etched in stone, a life remembered in silence. The gravestone stands as a silent tribute, a poignant marker of love and loss in the tranquil cemetery. Sunlight bathes the quiet village library, casting a golden glow over rows of ancient books. The librarian, with glasses perched on her nose, pores over ancient texts, lost in forgotten stories. She carefully turns a brittle page, her brow furrowed in concentration as she delves deeper into the history of Woolpit. Intrigue deepens as she jots down notes, drawn further into the mysteries surrounding the legendary Green Children. Woolpit awakens as the vibrant green of spring breathes life into the ancient land, hinting at nature's rebirth. Summer's sun-drenched gold casts a radiant glow, transforming the village into a picturesque haven of warmth and abundance. Autumn descends, painting the landscape in fiery hues of red and orange as the village prepares for a season of reflection and transformation. Winter blankets Woolpit in pristine white, its timeless legend preserved in the serene stillness of the snow-covered village. The village hall buzzes with trepidation, shadows flickering across the faces of the worried villagers. Oil lamps cast eerie, dancing shadows, painting a canvas of anxiety on the villagers' faces. A makeshift stage looms at the front, a stark focal point amid the simmering tension. Elder Harper, weathered and worn, stands uneasily behind the wooden podium, a figure of solemn responsibility. The weight of the village's fate rests heavily on his shoulders as he braces himself to speak. Under the cloak of night, a group of thrill-seekers gathers at the mouth of a cavern, their anticipation palpable. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, they step into the darkness, their flashlights cutting through the inky black. Deeper they venture, the cavern's mysteries beckoning them into its shadowy embrace. The cavern awaits, its secrets guarded by the darkness and the thrill-seeker's courage. A wave of awe washes over Father John as the Green Children materialize, their presence filling him with wonder. His face transforms, a palpable trepidation creeping in as the otherworldly energy intensifies around him. The air crackles with an energy not of this world, amplifying the sense of the impossible becoming real. In a moment of profound revelation, Father John stands transfixed, caught between wonder and fear. The Woolpit fields extend into the distance, a landscape stripped bare. Golden stubble contrasts starkly with memories of children playing among the wheat. The wind whispers through the empty fields, carrying echoes of laughter and joy. A poignant reminder of life's fleeting beauty lingers in the air. Within Martha's heart, a surreal divide emerges, a realm split into radiant warmth and veiled mystery. One side bursts with the glow of sun-drenched fields, promising joy and boundless freedom. The other is shrouded in a soft, emerald mist, hinting at distant, rolling hills and unknown adventures. A fragile, pulsating wall shimmers between them, a testament to conflicting emotions and unresolved tensions. The wall undulates subtly, its fragile surface reflecting the turbulent depths of Martha's inner world. Woolpit is transformed, draped in a serene blanket of snow. The village rests under a veil of purity, its secrets buried beneath the snow. The heavy snowfall obscures the familiar, enhancing the mystery of the Green Children. Silent, the village waits, its past and future interwoven with the falling snow. Each snowflake whispers a forgotten tale, as Woolpit slumbers under winter's embrace. The village museum hums with the quiet reverence of history, its glass display a beacon for curious eyes. Age documents and cryptic maps whisper tales of the Green Children, drawing tourists from distant lands. Sunlight paints the room in ethereal hues, illuminating dust motes that dance like secrets in the air. The glass glints, mirroring the anticipation of those who seek to unravel the legend's mysteries. Each artifact holds a piece of the puzzle, inviting visitors to piece together the enigma of the Green Children. As the sun begins its descent, Woolpit is bathed in the vibrant hues of twilight, the sky ablaze with fiery colors. The horizon blazes with the last embers of day, painting the fields in radiant shades of orange and deep violet. Shadows lengthen across the landscape, a stark reminder of the encroaching twilight that perpetually grips the land of St. Martin. The world is cloaked in a soft, ethereal glow as the last rays of sunlight kiss the horizon, promising a night of quiet mystery. In the fading light, Woolpit transforms into a realm of shadows, where the boundaries between day and night blur into one. The twilight deepens, casting a spell over the land of St. Martin, where every shadow whispers secrets of the night. In the village church, sunlight pierces through stained glass, casting vibrant hues. A young priest stands at the pulpit, his face earnest with youthful conviction. We gather today not just as villagers, but as a community bound by faith, a faith that shields us from the darkness, a faith that guides us through the trials and tribulations of this world. Let faith be our shield, and let reason be our sword. Rain begins to fall over Woolpit, its touch a promise of cleansing and rebirth. The relentless rain washes away the grime and dust, revealing the hidden beauty of the town. Each drop seems to carry away the old, making way for a fresh start. Woolpit embraces the storm, finding solace and renewal in its cleansing embrace. Martha, with dirt-stained hands and an unwavering smile, plants saplings, nurturing the land's promise. Gathered around Martha, children listen intently, captivated by her tales of the land's rich history. In a town meeting, Martha passionately advocates for the preservation of Green Country's irreplaceable natural beauty. Amid a community celebration, Martha's laughter resonates, embodying the enduring spirit of Green Country. Under the spectral gaze of the full moon, Woolpit rests in hushed anticipation, its ancient fields bathed in an otherworldly glow. The air hums with an untold story, the legend of the green children woven into the very essence of the land. An ethereal light blankets Woolpit, each shadow whispering tales of the past. The village is steeped in legend, the echoes of the green children lingering in the tranquil night. The landscape is permanently marked by the enduring legend, a testament to a tale woven into the heart of Woolpit. At the border of Woolpit, a child stands poised, their silhouette stark against the looming woods. The woods beckon with whispers of distant laughter, barely audible, yet undeniably present. A subtle curiosity flickers across the child's face, mingling with an undercurrent of apprehension. Drawn by the faint laughter, the child's unreadable expression hints at an internal struggle. The woods seem to breathe, their depths concealing secrets only the brave or the foolhardy dare uncover. A dense fog envelops Whitehaven's streets, its tendrils illuminated by the ghostly glow of flickering gas lamps. The slick cobblestones glisten under the rain, reflecting the dim light in distorted patterns. The distant echoes of carriages rumble through the fog, a reminder of the city's hidden bustle. Drunken laughter drifts from the dark alleys, a stark counterpoint to the oppressive silence of the fog. The heavy air hangs still, carrying the scent of rain and the distant promise of unseen revelry. Inside the Whitehaven Gazette office, the scene unfolds. Henry Blackwood sits, immersed in a world of paper and ink. He is surrounded by stacks of newspapers and ink-stained papers. The cramped office is dimly lit, gas lamps casting a soft glow on the faces of busy reporters. Reporters type with furious energy. The glow of gas lamps illuminates the faces of the reporters. In the alley behind St. Mary's, shadows cling to the towering stone walls, casting the scene in somber darkness. Clara lies still on the cobblestones, her body a stark contrast against the grim surroundings. The crimson stain on Clara's throat tells a silent, brutal story. Uniformed officers stand guard, holding back onlookers as morbid curiosity fills the air. The gruesome crime scene photos of Clara lie spread across the desk, each detail a stark reminder of horror. A wave of nausea rises, threatening to overwhelm me as the weight of guilt presses down. The faces of the victims blur into a sea of accusing eyes, each one a silent testament to my failure. The crushing weight of responsibility settles deep within my chest, a constant reminder of the lives I failed to protect. The printing room vibrates with mechanical fury, the floor trembling under the relentless rhythm of the presses. Fresh newspapers stream off the press, the ink still glistening, each page carrying tales of power and looming darkness. I stand fixated, watching the unfolding news. A wave of power and dread washes over me. Henry sits alone, the dim light painting the room in shadows, a stark contrast to the weight of the moment. A letter rests ominously on the desk, its presence filling the room with unspoken dread. The slanted, erratic handwriting hints at the chaotic mind behind the words. The letters from the Phantom, claiming responsibility for Clara's murder. The words on the page dance with a sinister energy, each stroke a chilling reminder of the darkness that looms. Under the cloak of night, the Whitehaven streets stand silent, each footstep echoing in the stillness. A thick fog wraps the street lamps in an eerie glow, blurring the edges of the world and casting long, haunting shadows. The shadows dance with a life of their own, playing tricks on the eye and stirring a sense of unease. Paranoia begins to creep in, whispering doubts and fears into the silence as the feeling of being watched intensifies. The streets of Whitehaven hold their secrets close as the night deepens and the search for answers continues. In the dimly lit pub, I sit alone at a corner table, lost in thought. The murmur of conversations and clinking glasses fill the air as I nurse my drink. I approach a prostitute, showing her a sketch in the dim light. I approach a beggar, showing him the sketch, hoping for a clue, a nod. A tale of a tall man in a dark coat, a fleeting shadow. The Phantom, a whisper in the night, a glimpse of brimmed hat. Beneath a stark bridge, Margaret's lifeless body rests among the shadows. Her gaze is fixed, directed towards the sky. The silence is deafening, amplifying the grim discovery. A single leaf falls, breaking the stillness around Margaret. The bridge looms above, a silent witness to the tragedy below. The unsettling gaze of Margaret pierces the heavens. The dim light of Henry's apartment casts long shadows, enveloping him in a cloak of mystery. With trembling hands, Henry unfolds the crisp parchment. Another letter arrives, stirring a tempest in his heart. The Phantom's elegant script dances mockingly across the page, words like calculated jabs. Frustration seethes within Henry as he reads the Phantom's taunting words. Henry clenches his fist, a surge of anger coursing through him. The Phantom's audacity knows no bounds, daring the police to catch him. Against the stark factory wall, Elise's lifeless body lies sprawled, brutally mutilated. Seasoned inspectors arrive, their faces pale as they struggle to confront the gruesome scene. A palpable wave of revulsion washes over them, their professional composure faltering. The cold, indifferent factory wall stands as a silent witness to the unspeakable horror. In the sterile confines of the police station, Inspector Aldous signals me into his domain. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting a harsh glow as I enter. Inspector Aldous leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable. His stern gaze pierces through me, a silent warning hanging in the air. Inspector Aldous's voice cuts through the silence. I am warning you to leave the investigation alone. He continues, emphasizing the danger. You are stirring up panic. In the dim solitude of his apartment, Henry is haunted by the chilling correspondence from the Phantom. Each letter whispers a new layer of dread, tightening the noose around Henry's sanity. He is overwhelmed by a sickening intimacy with the killer, a bond forged in terror. The letters seem to mock him, their words like icy tendrils creeping into his soul. The weight of the Phantom's obsession presses down, suffocating him in his own home. He is trapped in a macabre dance with a faceless tormentor, each step leading him closer to the abyss. The rain-slicked streets of Whitehaven glisten under the fractured neon lights, each reflection a distorted echo of the city's dark heart. The phantom's chilling words linger, a haunting reminder of the lurking threat that now pervades every shadow. Every shadow stretches long and menacing, each step forward shadowed by an unknown watcher. The air hangs heavy with a sense of dread, as if the very atmosphere conspires with the darkness. I walk under the neon lights, the darkness closing in. Inside the dimly lit gin shop, the scent of juniper mixes with an undercurrent of regret, shadows stretching long across the grimy floor. Across the table, an old, ragged woman sits, her eyes glinting like chips of obsidian, holding secrets only the city knows. Her voice, raspy and faint, cuts through the drunken din. The phantom is not a man, but a manifestation of the city's misery. The narrator, listening intently, feels a chill run down their spine as the old woman speaks. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, amidst the clinking glasses and fading laughter, hinting at a terror beyond comprehension. The entrance to Miller's Court looms, a grim portal to despair where shadows dance in the dim gaslight. Sewage and desperation permeate the air, a suffocating blend that clings to the damp cobblestones. Gas lamps struggle against the oppressive fog, their weak light barely piercing the gloom. Damp silence smothers the buildings, each brick a silent witness to the court's hidden sorrows. Under the cloak of night, a dark figure emerges in Miller's Court. He guides a young woman through the dimly lit alley, their path shrouded in mystery. Recognition dawns, revealing the phantom's identity in a chilling revelation. A wave of realization crashes over me. It is him, frozen in place. My heart pounds with a mixture of dread and disbelief. In the dim, murky confines of Miller's Court, the phantom's head pivots slightly, an almost imperceptible movement in the oppressive darkness. A sense of unease intensifies as the phantom seems to sense an unseen presence, his awareness cutting through the night. Though obscured by shadows, his eyes lock onto an unseen observer, creating a chilling moment of connection. In a gesture of eerie politeness, the phantom tips his hat, a chilling greeting extended into the abyss. The phantom's action is like a gentleman greeting an acquaintance, the scene tinged with a sinister undertone. The night air hangs heavy with unspoken dread as the phantom's presence looms, a specter in the shadows. In the courtyard, Anna lies still, an unsettling tranquility in her crossed arms. The stark white note pinned to her clothing catches the light, a silent message. The note is addressed to me. The air is still, heavy with unspoken dread as the scene unfolds. A sense of eerie calm pervades, masking the horror beneath. The lifeless tableau is a chilling invitation to unravel the truth. I stand frozen, staring at the note pinned to Anna's body. Horror grips my heart. The chilling realization washes over me. The phantom knows me, and his game has begun. My blood turns to ice as the phantom's twisted plot unfolds before me. The apartment fades into a blurred nightmare as I comprehend the phantom's sinister design. Panic swells within me as I become a pawn in the phantom's deadly game. The note mocks me, a grim invitation to a dance with death. Under the stark fluorescent lights, Inspector Aldous stands, his intense gaze piercing straight through me. He slams a crumpled note onto the cold metal table, the sound echoing in the confined space. I recoil in my chair, the chill of the metal mirroring the rising unease within me. This note places you at the scene, doesn't it? Involved in the murders. Inspector Aldous accuses, the weight of his words pressing down. I stare back, defiant, as I declare, I deny everything. I had nothing to do with it. The room shrinks, the walls closing in, as the accusation hangs heavy, leaving me utterly alone. In the dim light of his apartment, Henry sits consumed by the phantom's letters. The phantom's words become a dense fog, each sentence dissected in a desperate search His mind races, seeking any connection between the phantom and himself. The weight of the unknown presses down, fueling his obsession. He pores over the letters again, the mystery deepening with each word. In the dim Whitehaven streets, a lone investigator navigates through shadows and mist. The air hangs heavy with the briny scent of the sea as the investigator seeks answers. Huddled figures seek refuge in doorways, their stories veiled in secrecy. The investigator's voice, barely a whisper, cuts through the night. Each hushed conversation potentially unveils a piece of the phantom's puzzle. The pub pulses with life, a symphony of voices and the clinking of glasses filling the air. I navigate through the throng, each face a fleeting glimpse in the warm amber glow. The name Violet hangs in the air, a whisper of hope in my relentless pursuit. My eyes search for Violet, who claims to have seen the phantom's face. I yearn for a breakthrough, a revelation that might finally bring closure to the haunting case. Violet bursts through the doorway, her face drained of color, a silent scream trapped in her throat. His face, it was shifting, unreal. I was so scared. Violet's voice trembles, her words painting a horrifying image. Henry pulls Violet close, his arm a shield against the unseen terror that haunts her. In a protective embrace, Henry's eyes harden with resolve. Henry vows, "I promise to protect you, Violet. You're safe now." Violet leans into Henry, seeking solace in his embrace as the night closes in around them. Violet drifts on the river, an echo of life now stilled by the phantom's mark. The gentle current carries Violet downstream, each ripple a mournful sigh. The phantom's cuts mar her skin, a stark reminder of his dark signature. A crushing wave of guilt engulfs someone, each breath heavy with the weight of tragedy. In the dim light of his apartment, Henry sits at his desk, shadows dancing around him. A crisp, white envelope trembles in his hands, a stark contrast to the darkness. The phantom's letter arrives once more, a harbinger of chaos and fear. His heart pounds as he unfolds the paper, the words blurring before his eyes. He claims Violet lied and that I am the only one who interests him. The phantom's twisted words echo in the silence, a chilling promise of obsession. Under the cloak of night, rain-slicked streets reflect a distorted world as I wander. Every shadow, a potential menace. Sleep deprivation gnaws at my sanity, each rustle and flicker amplifying my paranoia. Every sound cuts through the silence, fueling my escalating fear. Driven by mounting dread, I quicken my pace, the distant siren a haunting backdrop. My breath comes in ragged gasps, the only sound accompanying the distant wails of sirens. In the labyrinth of Whitehaven, I am alone, hunted by unseen terrors. On the edge of Whitehaven, I stand before the old slaughterhouse, its silhouette stark against the night sky. The building looms, abandoned and dilapidated, its broken windows like empty eyes staring into the abyss. A chilling wind whispers through the decaying structure, carrying the scent of decay and despair. A sense of foreboding washes over me, a primal fear gripping my senses as I approach the entrance. The darkness beckons, promising secrets and horrors hidden within the walls of the old slaughterhouse. The old slaughterhouse looms, its entrance a maw of shadows and decay. The air hangs heavy, thick with the cloying stench of iron and decay, as I step cautiously into the abyss. Above, hooks swing with a sinister rhythm, their shadows dancing like specters in the dim light. My gaze drops to the floor, where the dust betrays a recent trespass, fresh footprints marring the undisturbed silence. The slaughterhouse whispers secrets of violence and despair as the shadows lengthen and the air grows colder. The phantom's voice slithers through the desolate slaughterhouse, a chilling whisper against the decaying walls. The chilling echo of the phantom's voice crawls ominously across the aged, blood-stained floorboards. The phantom's voice fills the slaughterhouse. We are alike, carving truth with our respective tools. In the heart of the slaughterhouse, the phantom's proclamation hangs heavy in the air. His low, smooth voice resonates, binding the phantom and his unseen counterpart in a shared purpose. The old slaughterhouse reeks of decay, shadows twisting in the cavernous space. My voice echoes. I demand the phantom show himself. The phantom's disembodied laughter fills the air, a mocking presence. The phantom's voice whispers. He tells me I have seen him before. In the depths of the old slaughterhouse, shadows dance ominously as a tall figure emerges. The glint of blades pierces through the gloom, catching the faint light from the shattered windows. The figure steps forward, blades gleaming. The figure pauses. The blades shimmer. The blades glint. In the desolate slaughterhouse, dust dances in the moonlight, the air heavy with dread. I stand firm, confronting the phantom, his masked face a chilling symbol in the oppressive darkness. I challenge him. I accuse you of killing to be seen, of wanting to be a legend. The phantom's chilling question hangs in the air. Are we so different? The oppressive silence of the slaughterhouse amplifies the weight of his words, challenging my resolve. The phantom's presence looms, a stark reminder of the blurred lines between hunter and hunted in this grim theater. In the heart of the old slaughterhouse, I steel myself, reaching for the cold steel hidden within my coat. The revolver emerges, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. My hands tremble, betraying the fear that claws at my resolve, yet my aim remains true. Despite the tremor, determination hardens my gaze as I prepare to stop the phantom. In the heart of the old slaughterhouse, the phantom's presence commands the space, untouched by the grim setting. His voice, a soft murmur, barely breaks the silence of the slaughterhouse. With chilling certainty, the phantom muses, "If I kill him, I will be nothing without him." The weight of his words hangs heavy, echoing through the desolate chambers of the slaughterhouse. In the heart of the old slaughterhouse, a moment of hesitation. The phantom seizes the opportunity. The revolver slips from my grasp. The weapon clatters loudly on the cold floor. Silence descends once more, heavy with dread. The chilling caress of cold metal against skin, a stark prelude to terror. The air is heavy with the cloying scent of old blood, and the shadows writhe. A lone bulb flickers weakly, casting long, distorted shadows that amplify the dread. The phantom looms, a chilling presence that suffocates the very air. The phantom's voice echoes in the oppressive silence. The story was never about the victims, but about me. In the chilling confines of the old slaughterhouse, I brace myself, eyes squeezed shut, awaiting the inevitable strike of the blade. The agonizing moment stretches on, yet the expected agony never arrives, replaced, instead, by an eerie silence. The phantom's soft laughter echoes through the chamber, each note a shard of ice piercing the silence. That laughter, colder than any blade, wraps around me, a chilling symphony of dread and despair. My eyes snap open, fear battling with a desperate hope as I confront the darkness before me. In this macabre theater, the phantom's laughter lingers, a haunting reminder of the fate that awaits. Inside the chilling confines of the old slaughterhouse, I stand frozen. The phantom's words echo, a haunting promise of patience and torment. I will wait until you are ready to bleed the truth onto the page. The phantom begins to retreat, fading back into the oppressive shadows. He vanishes completely, leaving me alone in the suffocating darkness. I emerge from the slaughterhouse, the city's darkness amplifying my disorientation. The city streets loom, an oppressive presence that overwhelms. Every shadow seems to whisper threats. The city's menace now palpable. I am alone, adrift in the urban abyss. In the solitude of his dimly lit apartment, Henry sits at his desk, wrestling with haunting memories. The chilling images from the slaughterhouse replay relentlessly in Henry's mind. A wave of dread washes over Henry, the cold knot in his stomach growing tighter. He struggles to make sense of the horror, shadows dancing around him. Uncertainty grips Henry, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. The dim light amplifies the shadows, mirroring the darkness, consuming Henry's thoughts. The scent of ink and paper hangs heavy as I step back into the Whitehaven Gazette office, a stark reminder of normalcy amid the chaos. My desk looms, a mountain of articles mocking my shattered focus. The words blur as the night replays behind my eyelids, vivid and relentless. I attempt to bury myself in the familiar rhythm of work, but the darkness clings to me. My thoughts drift back, pulled by the weight of terror. The office fades as the echoes of the night return, trapping me in their grip. The cold metal of the chair bites into my skin as I shift uncomfortably, the air thick with suspicion. Inspector Aldous breaks the silence, his voice cutting through the tension. "Tell me about the slaughterhouse." My silence hangs heavy, a shield against his probing questions, my resolve hardening against betrayal. I remain silent, my trust in the police shattered, secrets guarded fiercely. In the dim-lit confines of Henry's cluttered apartment, shadows dance around me as I sit wearily at my desk. Another letter from the Phantom. The Phantom's insignia stares back, sending a chill through my veins, reminding me that he is still watching, and that we will write the final chapter together. Whitehaven streets gleam under the night's rain, neon lights painting the slick pavement with vibrant colors. A palpable unease permeates the air, the Phantom's presence, a chilling dread that settles heavily. The city trembles with lingering fear, a vibration that courses through the ancient cobblestones. Shadows stretch and distort, morphing into monstrous shapes that dance in the periphery. Every alleyway whispers warnings, a chorus of unseen voices heightening the sense of impending doom. Henry sits alone at his desk in the dead of night, the city's glow casting long shadows across the room. A letter from the Phantom lies before him, a stark white beacon in the dim light. He stares intently at the letter, the words blurring as he contemplates the nature of the Phantom. Is the Phantom a man, a monster, or merely a symptom of the city's deep sickness? Under the harsh fluorescent lights of the Whitehaven Gazette, I sit at my desk, a blank page, mocking my attempts to capture the Phantom's chilling essence. The Phantom's crimes haunt my thoughts. His dread consumes my words, rendering them hollow and inadequate. I struggle to convey the true horror, the creeping sense that I am not just reporting but entangled in his twisted game. The fluorescent lights cast long shadows, mirroring the darkness that threatens to engulf my narrative. Each blank space on the page echoes the emptiness left by the Phantom's actions, a canvas of fear. In the sterile office, the chilling realization dawns. I am a player in his macabre symphony. A woman walks alone through the dimly lit Whitehaven streets, unaware of the lurking shadows. A surge of protectiveness washes over me as I watch her, a primal instinct taking hold. I call out to the woman, "I must warn you. Be careful. There's talk of the Phantom." The woman dismisses my warning with a scoff. "The Phantom? Oh, please, don't be ridiculous." She continues her walk, disappearing into the shadows as the scent of rain fills the cool night air. In the dimly lit pub, shadows stretch and dance as I sit alone, the world blurring at the edges. The laughter and chatter of the pub fade into a distant, meaningless drone as the grip on reality loosens. Each sip threatens to dissolve the boundaries of existence. The dim lighting and the half-empty glass serve as stark reminders of isolation. In the dead of night, Henry writhes in bed, trapped in the grip of a vivid nightmare. Horrific images of the slaughterhouse flash behind his eyelids, a macabre replay of that night. The chilling presence of the Phantom looms, its dark shadow engulfing Henry's mind. Each agonizing detail of the horrifying evening floods back, relentless and inescapable. Henry struggles against the tide of terror, desperate to escape the nightmare's suffocating grasp. Sunlight bathes the Whitehaven streets as children's laughter dances through the air. The innocence of youth sparks a sense of hope, illuminating the path ahead. A wave of determination washes over me as I stand, resolved to fight against the encroaching darkness. The echoes of joy fortify my spirit, steeling my resolve against the shadows. Inside the Whitehaven Gazette office, I sit alone, the soft glow of the monitor casting light on my determined face. My fingers dance across the keyboard, each keystroke a step closer to revealing the Phantom's dark deeds. I pause, a surge of purpose igniting within me, fueling my resolve to expose the truth. With renewed determination, I continue typing, each word a beacon of warning against the Phantom's shadow. I am driven by an unwavering commitment to bring the Phantom to justice, no matter the cost. The exposé takes shape, a searing indictment of the Phantom's crimes, poised to shatter his reign of terror. The Whitehaven streets stretch into the night, now walked with a newfound resolve. Though the Phantom's shadow looms, the determination to end his terror hardens my gaze. Each step echoes with purpose, a promise to confront the darkness. The air thickens with anticipation as the hunt intensifies. Whitehaven awaits its savior, a beacon against the encroaching night. In the dim light of his apartment, Henry sits alone at his desk, shadows dancing around him. He unfolds the parchment, the Phantom's words staring back at him. Another letter from the Phantom. He praises my article, but warns me that our final chapter is still to come. A chill runs down his spine as he realizes the Phantom's game is far from over. The streets of Whitehaven bustle with life, a stark contrast to the despair that once gripped the city. A united front, they offer each other strength and solace. In their solidarity, a beacon of hope ignites, piercing through the shadows that linger. The city awakens to its own resilience, finding solace in the collective spirit of its people. Whitehaven is not helpless. It is healing, one step at a time. The pub buzzes with hushed voices and swirling smoke, a haven for secrets and shadows. Amidst the haze, I lean forward, seeking to uncover the truth about the Phantom. My voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, piecing together fragmented stories in the dim light. In this shadowy sanctuary, I sense a network of trust forming, each whispered word a thread in our alliance. The Whitehaven streets glisten under the veil of night, the wet asphalt reflecting the city's somber glow. A police patrol car emerges through the darkness, its flashing lights cutting through the stillness. A flicker of hope ignites within, as the realization dawns that the authorities may not be as inept as presumed. The shadows seem to recede, replaced by a growing sense of confidence in the guardians of the night. In the dim light of Henry's apartment, shadows dance around the room, concealing as much as they reveal. With trembling hands, I tear open the package, my heart pounding with anticipation and dread. Photographs, newspaper clippings, and documents spill out, each piece a fragment of a dark puzzle. Evidence of the Phantom's crimes, undeniable and damning, stares back at me from the floor. A wave of realization crashes over me. The truth, both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of danger. Someone is risking everything to help me expose the Phantom, a silent ally in the shadows. Amidst the Whitehaven streets, I walk, my gaze sweeping across the bustling crowd. Each face holds a story, but I seek one who witnessed the Phantom's dark deed. The sun's relentless heat mirrors the burning intensity of my pursuit. The city's clamor intensifies, yet I push on, driven by the scent of truth. I walk with purpose, each step bringing me closer to unveiling the Phantom's secret. In the heart of the abandoned warehouse, dust dances in the moonlight, revealing a scene thick with tension. The witness, his face a canvas of fear and resignation, breaks the silence. It's the mayor. Mayor Thompson is the Phantom. I recoil in disbelief, the truth echoing in the hollow space. Thompson? But he's a pillar of the community. This can't be true. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air, challenging everything I thought I knew. Under the veil of night, I sprint through Whitehaven's rain-slicked streets, neon lights painting blurred streaks of color across my path. Each breath mists in the frigid air. Each footstep echoes my relentless pursuit. The urgency claws at me, a relentless fear that I am already too late to bring the phantom to justice. Time slips away like sand, each second amplifying the gnawing dread. Deep beneath the city, a secret chamber reveals itself as the phantom's hideout. The air grows heavy with the weight of unseen horrors. A wave of revulsion washes over me, the scene unfolding before me. The phantom's lair is a testament to darkness and despair. The sight is a haunting tableau of the phantom's sinister deeds. In the dim light of the phantom's hideout, I confront the grotesque figure. The phantom begins to unveil his twisted motives, his words dripping with venom. His monologue reveals a depraved plan for the city. My fists clench, a wave of disgust washing over me as the truth dawns. The phantom's intentions become sickeningly clear. In the dim confines of the phantom's hideout, a brutal battle erupts, a desperate dance between life and death. The clash intensifies, each move a calculated risk, each breath a testament to unwavering resolve. Amidst the chaos, determination fuels every action, a fierce refusal to yield. The phantom's hideout becomes a stage for this deadly confrontation, where the stakes are nothing less than everything. Every strike carries the weight of finality, a desperate attempt to end the nightmare once and for all. Even at the precipice, the resolve hardens, to stop the phantom, no matter the cost. The piercing wail of sirens shatters the night's calm, heralding a siege as officers mobilize with resolute purpose. With weapons drawn and hearts steeled, officers swiftly establish a formidable perimeter, encircling the suspected lair of the elusive phantom. Every possible escape route is meticulously sealed, trapping the phantom in a web of justice. Flickering torchlight barely penetrates the oppressive darkness of the phantom's lair, revealing a scene of defeat. I stand at the entrance, the weight of exhaustion heavy on my shoulders as relief washes over me. The shadows dance ominously around the defeated phantom, highlighting the stark contrast between victor and vanquished. My weary gaze fixes on the phantom, a complex mix of triumph and lingering tension etched on my face. The torchlight casts elongated shadows that stretch across the cavern floor, emphasizing the phantom's vulnerability. A profound silence descends, broken only by the crackling torches, as the weight of the moment settles upon us. In the sterile confines of the police station, I recount the harrowing events of the previous night, my voice betraying the lingering trauma. The detective listens with focused intensity, his pen dancing across the notepad as he absorbs every detail of my story. Sunlight floods the room, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air, each one a silent witness to my ordeal. As I reach the end of my statement, a subtle shift in the detective's demeanor hints at the admiration he now holds for me. In that moment, I am transformed from a mere survivor into a heralded hero, my bravery acknowledged in the silent gaze of the law. Bathed in the monitor's glow, I sit at my desk, ready to unleash the final words. My fingers dance across the keys, each keystroke a hammer blow against the darkness. The phantom's crimes are laid bare, his capture celebrated, his legacy shattered. A wave of catharsis washes over me, a sense of justice finally served. The silent pleas of the victims are answered, their torment finally put to rest. The streets of Whitehaven erupt in joyous celebration as news of the phantom's capture sweeps through the city. Colorful banners flutter in the wind, painting the sky with hope and triumph. A collective sigh of relief washes over Whitehaven, the air thick with jubilant shouts and laughter. Amidst the revelry, a surge of pride and satisfaction fills the heart, marking the end of a long chapter. Dim light stretches across Henry's apartment, casting long shadows that dance with the stillness of the night. Henry sits in the silence, the weight of recent events pressing heavily on his shoulders. The encounter with the phantom replays in Henry's mind, forever altering the course of his life. His gaze is distant, reflecting on the life-altering meeting with the phantom. The room's shadows deepen, mirroring the profound changes within Henry. Henry remains still, forever marked by the spectral encounter. The cool night air fills my lungs as I walk the silent streets, a newfound confidence in every step. The city sleeps under a blanket of shadows, but the promise of dawn lingers on the horizon. My steps are firm on the pavement, no longer burdened by fear, but filled with purpose. I know that beyond the darkness lies light, a hope that guides my path through the night. The city is quiet, but within me, a new strength awakens as I embrace the journey ahead. Bathed in the monitor's glow, I am lost in the labyrinth of documents and deadlines. The newsroom pulses around me, a symphony of ringing phones and clattering keyboards. Fueled by a burning resolve, I am determined to unearth the hidden truths. I am resolved to make a difference. In the dimly lit apartment, shadows dance ominously as I clutch the Phantom's final, fragile letter. I receive one final letter from the Phantom, a cryptic message that leaves me wondering if he is truly gone. My fingers trace the strange symbols, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach as I confront the darkness that lingers. I know that the darkness will always be there, but I am ready to face it. The fog rolls in, thick and suffocating, as Henry Blackwood steps onto the desolate streets of Whitehaven. He moves forward, the darkness threatening to engulf him completely. A chill permeates the air, clinging to his coat like a persistent specter. He is the reporter, the witness, the survivor, a solitary figure against the encroaching night. His voice echoes in the empty streets. I am Henry Blackwood, and I will never forget the Phantom of Whitehaven. The fog thickens, obscuring the path ahead, as the memory of the Phantom looms large.